Welcome to Saturday of the 2026, the Gap440 here at Hillston, McTocton, back in the ARB Australian Off Road Racing Championship this year. And my name's Toby Cooper, and joining me alongside me for the commentary duties this weekend is local Griffith member Ben Langford. Ben, welcome.
Thanks, mate. It's good to be here at the races. It's been about 5 years since I've been at an off-road race, and couldn't ask for better weather, really. Not too dusty, not too hot either. So, just looks like it'll be a great day of racing today and tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to it. A 64-car strong field. Of course, we start off with a seeded list here for the Prologue run for the Raceline Wheels Australia Prologue, 14 kilometres. We saw them do the recon earlier this morning. I can't wait to see Jason Richards. He's one of the interesting stories of the weekend for me. One of our local chargers. He's led overnight here. I know you've watched Jason over the years. You've done a bit of navigating for Rhett Standen, I believe, back at the old Stackpool days. So you know what it's all about. And these local competitors, it's been 10 years since Andy Ryan won at Stackpool. So I've got a feeling it could be the weekend here for 2026. But beautifully, the club's done wonders, mate, in front of us here, heading back towards sort of the north of the complex. Added a lot of spectating areas, and it's been a great addition to the event. And I know it's your first time here, but things have definitely improved in that aspect.
Yeah, you're right there, mate. It's just good to see some jumps for everyone to see. In years past, at other tracks, we haven't had as much to see for the spectators in the main area, so it makes it a bit entertaining. A lot of history for the Griffith Club. We've been holding a race for, I think, upwards of 40 years, going back to the Blue Dot Speedway days, where we'd race from Blue Dot Speedway out to Stackpool on one day, then Stackpool to Blue Dot Speedway on the next. So, a lot of history for the Griffith Club. We've got a really good membership. There's a lot of cars from Griffith that'll be racing here today. So, not just Richo, there'll be quite a few out there to watch for the locals.
Yeah, I think we've got 10 all up. I know Jeremy Horn, one of the local Hillston competitors, is in the field. We've got Jay Mitchell. We can't be any more local than John Mitchell, the property owners. Sure, he's getting about here as well. So, great to see Bowie Graham. We've seen what he's done over the years in the ARB Australian Championship. Wow, what a performer he is on and off the track. Great guy of the sport. A few other locals, Glennie Collis will be thereabouts. Young Sam Richards in Dad's Chenworth. So it's going to be interesting to see, but can't wait, mate. 64 cars. This is going to be one epic weekend to kickstart the ARB Australian Off Road Championship. It's always a pleasure to be down here at the Griffith Off Road Club Rent events. That's a great pan shot, isn't it? Over the top. Yeah, just looking at there over this property, and even though we did get some rain over the last few days, it's already getting dried out there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some dust coming into the top 10 shootout later on. Compared to other years where she's just blowing a gale and dusty from the get-go, it should be all right. When our first cars go off in. Not too long now, I think about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, so we're about 11 minutes from go time for the Prologue, Raceline Wheels Australia. Of course, a massive shout out to ARB 4x4 Accessories, the long-time sponsor for the ARB Australian Championship. What are you sort of looking forward to? I know there's obviously the outright battles, but going through the fields, I think we have a dozen Class 6s, which is a side-by-side class. We also have 16 Class 10s, including Clint Glennon. So it's going to be awesome to see the Class 10 battle, by far the biggest field we've ever seen in that division here this weekend. And don't be surprised, I'm not going to say one will win the event, but I think one can really work into that. So we've seen Bowie, I think he was running third outright here a few years ago for tyre dramas, but long way to go. And I mean, 440 odd kilometres of Hillston is no mean feat.
Yeah, definitely. Class 10's really taken off over the last few years, and especially a lot of the Griffith boys have kind of moved up from what was Class 2, I guess, up into Class 10. So a bit more horsepower, and just makes them a bit more competitive with the big cars. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's the Class 10. They're a really well-rounded car.
Then we got the Class 1 competition this weekend. That is going to be very hot, very hotly contested. Dave Luffman's coming down from sort of southeast Queensland back after we had a bit of an incident here a couple of years ago. Jay Mitchell, we spoke about. Ali Howes, her first time to Hillston. She's going to be definitely one to watch.
We've got young Sam Richards, Matty Burrows, of course, fourth outright here a couple of years ago, and Glennie Collis. So 6 very closely fought out competitors. They're going to go right to the wire in Class 1. Of course, our ultimate vehicles, defending champion Clayton Chapman, we can't go past him. I think he's got 3 titles to defend this year, this event, and he's going to go for 3 in a row at the Gundy 500, in August. Then heads back up to the Don River Dash in September to defend that title. So definitely one of the most informed competitors in the country. Aaron Habe won the ARB Australian Championship last year as well, so he's going to be one to watch. But yeah, lots to play out for, and it all starts in around 10 minutes for the prologue.
Yeah, speaking about Clayton Chapman, he's really impressed me over the last few years once he gotten into the...
For some reason, the speaker over there is not working. I'll have to have a look at it.
The first car off the line is Toby and Tom Stevens, a 606. So they're going to get us underway. Of course, in the AORA, the ARB Australian Off Road Championship, we have a seeded start list, which sometimes there is a little bit of a miscalculations there, but hopefully everyone runs on time, and we will just see the times get quicker and quicker over the course of the morning, and then look forward to the Griffith Tyre Power Top 10 Shootout, which proceeds after the completion of the Race Line Wheels Australia Prologue. So plenty to look forward to, and then Section 1 gets underway at 2 p.m. local time here at McTockton. So lots to look forward to, mate, and this is just the beginning of an epic weekend.
Yeah, and beginning of a great season as well. Got a couple more races on this year, and just looking forward to seeing what we can do today and what that brings. But, the Canowindra boys on the line now, just waiting to be given the signal to head off for their qualifying prologue.
Yeah, so they're in obviously the older modelled Can-Am, the X3. First time to Hillston, it's their closest national round, which is a bit of a coincidence, but great to see Toby Stevens behind the wheel here. His father Tom in the navigator seat. Raced down at the Waker Enduro last July, Ben, and he had a little bit of a mishap, bit of a tumble there, but that's the goal this weekend, to keep it on all 4 wheels, and it's had a nice time here. They've been around the sport for around sort of 4 or 5 years now,
and from what I heard, mate, Toby's just a young fella too. He's
around 17, like 16, 17. Loves the sport. Very active on the social media front, like always getting around it. Well, that's what's going to the future, next generation of competitors, and it's what makes this sport for the long-term growth, mate. And it's great to see young Toby back on the start line here for the Gap440.
Yeah, you're right there, mate. There is, a lot of cars out here. There's guys there. It's a generational sport where, fathers are racing, sons are racing, and in some cases, even their grandfathers at one point raced as well. So, I think we're starting to see now where the greats of the sport have kind of passing on the
baton.
Passing on the baton.
We also see, of course, Mark Burrows. He's in the field, 8-time Australian champion. He's going to be around this weekend. Definitely, I've got him sort of on my top 5 selections for the 2026 edition. See a couple more of our Class 6 rolled up to the grid. Darren Mott's down there. Perry Stellianos is our only Class 11 competitor down there. I think he's third off the grid. Alex and Jacob Malloy in their Class 3, second off. So
yeah, it's good to see a couple of Class 3 out there, really. It's to be honest, it's almost a dying class, but just good to see one of those Class 3s out there. I think there's also a Class 2. Actually, the old car that I used to navigate with, Rhett Standen, he'll be out there in 11th.
Connor and Rodney Henderson.
Yes, out of Wagga, I believe.
I think this is only their second season in the off-road world. 1092 makes his way up to the sort of the Park Fermé, the starting grid.
Yeah, that's Drew McLaughlin.
Yep.
Another fella doing his first race. He's a local irrigation farmer out of Tabata. So just be interesting to see how he goes for his first race, and wish him all the best, really.
That's, I believe, an ex-standing car as well, Dale's old.
That is. And before that, it was Carl Powers, and before that, Matt Ryan. So yeah, it's been around the Griffith Club a little bit, but just good to see it stay local.
Also going through some of our early starters for the Prologue, Rossi Newman all the way down from Warwick in sort of southeast Queensland, one of the journeymen of the sport. Great to see Ross Newman back at Hillston this weekend, Cameron Crowe, I believe he's around the Sea Lake area. Cameron in the navigator seat in the 681. Nicholas Pye and Don Herselman, a couple of the Queenslanders, Chris Hardy, Ashley Wynot, great to see their Class 5. We see out there in the sort of the foreground of our picture.
Yeah, and, when you're saying about, drivers coming all the way down from Warwick, that's a testament to the sport that you're willing to put in the hours to travel all the way from southeast Queensland down to Hillston in New South Wales. That's a big drive, and, it wasn't unheard of for even drivers from far north Queensland to come down here. I'm not sure if...
We've got 2 this weekend, yeah.
Yeah,
2
wow.
from, Mick Marson, who's the chairman of AORA, he's come down from Guru, which is just south of Townsville, I believe.
Wow.
And then Chris Land and Tanya Gordra, who we'll see later on in the 80, the Jimco, they've come down from Bolton. So, extraordinary feat. I mean, that's just, as you said, the dedication, the love for the sport. And the
Big price of diesel at the moment. That's not a cheap trip, mate.
How good's the Oztruck look out here? The F-150, home built. You see, you've got paddle shift there in the 504. So Paul Grant back in the ARB Australian Championship this weekend, a former Class 4 champion in the Oztruck, but he's here this weekend in the number 1 engineering F-150, the 504. Great little battle between him, Russell Harris and Chris Hardy coming up. That's what I love about our sport, Ben. We always love the outright battle, the fast and the entertaining, but you go all the way through the field. I think there's 7 or 8 classes this weekend. There's only 2, I think there's 2 that are here by themselves, so obviously complete a lap and take home the glory, but there's going to be a battle within each class, and we'll try and bring you as much insight into that as well over the weekend.
And yeah, you're right there, mate. Even though you say there's 1 person in the class, you still got to finish, and it's a sport of heartbreaks at time. When I was navigating for Retston, and we went for quite a period where we didn't even finish a lap. So, it can be a brutal sport, mate, but... it should be a great day of racing. And even saying that, if you're the only one in the class, you're still racing against some other cars out there. Yeah, for sure.
But the local battle, that is also going to be great to see. I know Dean McGinley's got the new Jimco, so he'll be thereabouts. Jay Mitchell, how much would he love a win on home soil? Can't discount Carl Power, of course. He's had a couple of years where he hasn't done as much racing as he probably would have liked, but he's had some good runs here over the campaigns of the Gap440. We're only a couple of minutes away now, mate, from getting our 2026, the Gap440 underway. Tobe and Tom Stevens. Sure, Tom's holding on there in that little Can-Am, hoping his son can get the job done here for the Prologue.
Yeah, and just to think, he's probably only just gotten out of his L plates and into a race car, mate. It'll be a bit nerve-wracking to be a dad and have a young bloke driving for you like that. But,
100%.
It's definitely, as a navigator, it's a role where you've got to just be able to trust your driver. There's not much you can do when you're in the passenger seat other than just remind them when to turn left and right.
Yep, stick to your calls, make them clear earlier. There's some great navigating stories over the years, and everyone that's out there today is going to get the job done for their fellow compatriot in the driver's seat, and that's what it's all about. It's a team effort. It's not just the guy behind the wheel, and everyone brings a big crew, and it's just a big family and crew effort.
Yeah, that's right, mate. It is. Even though it may seem like an individual sport, there's a whole team behind each of these drivers, and it's a team effort when it comes to the mechanical work, and in some cases even the recovery. But when I was navigating, I'm no mechanic by any means, so my job was mainly to just get the coffee and pass the tools.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. I'm a very similar boat there, mate. But all the way from Canowindra, one of our sort of closest competitors from outside the Griffith Club, it is the Stevens, Can-Am and CDS Racing. Been calling these guys a lot over the last sort of 4 or 5 years since the COVID days, and great people, the sport. I just love getting out there, getting the job done, spending some time with the family at the racetrack, and I'll just be looking to get the first time on the board. This is what I love about this sort of seeded Prologue start list. It sort of goes from what the event officials and organisers think will be the slowest to the fastest, which a lot of the times isn't the case. Like we'll definitely see some cars on this first page be around that sort of top 15, top 20 in my eyes, but the excitement builds up over the course, and there we go, the first car underway for the Gap440, the Prologue for 2026. Toby and Tom Stevens, a son and father combination.
Hit that jump nicely. Up next, the Class 3 car of Alex and Jacob Malloy.
How good's the start finish there with a couple of headers? You know a bit about that setup, mate?
Yeah, so looks like two of our local machinery companies from Griffith, Seraphin Agpro and Cademo Machinery, have kindly donated a Fendt header from Seraphin's and then a New Holland from Cademo's.
Yep.
It just adds a bit of just a nice little novelty to have two of those great machines out there.
Yep.
And,
No, it looks great.
Yeah.
Great way to finish the lap.
Yeah.
You said on the line now, the 316, Alexander and Jacob Malloy, the wife and husband combination. They're based out of Forbes in sort of central, just up the road, central New South Wales. They're the 2025 New South Wales Class 3 champions. So they're underway for their Prologue second car away. Alex Malloy's brother is Clint Glennon, who we'll see coming up shortly in the Class 10. So his sister's going to put down a time to beat for him. Put a bit of pressure on Clint, but yeah, awesome to see. They've been sort of doing the New South Wales Championship the last couple of years and stepped up here to the ARB Off Road Racing Championship for 2026.
And so you just mentioned there the New South Wales titles, mate. So do they get many cars from for the Class 3s at New South Wales titles?
No, not really, mate.
Yeah.
Sort of similar. Yeah, only those sort of couple. It's one of those classes now, especially with the Class 10 of 2.5 litre. Competitors, obviously the 1600, which you only see one this weekend, it sort of, I wouldn't say died off. New South Wales, you're sort of around that sort of 5 to 8, I suppose, on average. But
I feel like it's kind of been the Class 6s kind of since they've kind of made gotten more popular. It's kind of moved the Class 3s and 2s out.
Yeah,
but,
definitely. Perry Stellianos and Jim Walsh in the 57 Automotive Jeep Ultra 4 LS1 machine off the line. Of course, this is an Ultra 4.
Mainly a rock hopping
rock
car.
hopper, yep.
They're a wild looking bit of gear, mate. But
Perry's based out of Cobar. I think Jimmy's Navigator's in Dubbo. So good to see them here this weekend. And it's their second off-road race. They were here back in 2024. They had an early engine drama, I believe, that put them out. Also missing Zach Saunders and Shanae Howarth, who were meant to be in the field. They had a late engine drama, I believe, Wednesday night, getting their car ready. So just the one Class 11, but awesome to see how Zachary Saunders holds up against the rest of the field.
On the line now, local boy on the 1092, Drew McLaughlin. See how he goes for his first off-road race. For your first off-road race to be an Australian Championship, he's definitely gone into the fire there, but
how good on home soil, mate. If there's going to be a place, this is the stuff of dreams as an off-road fan, coming to your home event, home national, and getting the job done. I'm sure he's looking forward. I believe Millie Powers in the Navigator's seat, which is Carl's daughter.
Yeah, one of Carl's daughters. Yeah.
Yep. So they'll have he'll just get quicker and quicker over the weekend. Nice little car that isn't always well set up. And I remember watching Matty Ryan in it back at the early Stackpool days. So all the best to Drew there. We see our Class 3 head over the back of the start-finish banner there over on the horizon. A great part of this is exceptional sort of layout for our Prologue dash. And the next one off the line, the next of our Class 6, I think it's Rossi Newman,
Cameron Crowe, yeah.
So Ross Newman, as I said, everyone in Australian off-road knows Rossi Newman. He's been in the Yamaha YXZ for many years now. He's stepped it up into the Yamaha, the 681, as I said, down from Warwick in central, sort of southeast Queensland. 2025 Class 6.6 and side-by-side sport, Queensland Australian champion. So there's not much that Ross Newman hasn't achieved in the Class 6.6 category, and he stepped up here to Class 6 this weekend. His third outing, he won at the Gundy 250 earlier in the year, and also had a run around at the Kempsey 300 only a few weeks ago over on the East Coast. So great to see, and hopefully he can bring it home.
So next up, the 629 of Nicholas Pye.
I don't know if you want to fit it in somewhere. The spectators can actually go up the roadway.
Yep.
And be along that fence.
So they can walk around the back of that.
Yeah, they can walk around. There's a gateway there. They can go down and sort of probably down where that bush is there.
Yeah, right. Is that speaker's all right there?
Yeah, no, it's good now. It just needs to be turned up.
Right, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Is that a new one or an old one?
So as we see Nicholas Pye and John Herseman get the Gap440 campaign underway for 2026. Chris Hardy, Ashley Weinart up to the line. Another couple of our so the first of our Class 5s here, Ben, and these two are two of the larrikins of our sport. Been watching Chris and Ash over the years in the New South Wales and the ARB Australian Championships. This is the brand, I know they built this basically from the ground up, this Toyota Hilux, Chevy 6.2 litre, spec motor, Hammer Down Motorsports out of Sydney.
They had a bit of bad luck here last year, but let's see if they do a bit better this year, mate.
They won the inaugural ARB Australian Class 5 Championship back in 2013, so 13 long years ago now, and it has been a long time between drinks for Chris Hardy and Ashley Weinart, but again, when you've got the bug, you always come back, and I know they've spent sort of 6 or 7 years getting this vehicle up to where it needs to be. They were happy with their performance at the Gap 150 here last July, just the club round. They come down from Sydney and had engine dramas, but they've rebuilt the power plant, and here they are for the first round of the ARB Australian Off Road Championship. Should be very close to getting his Prologue underway down there. So a few event officials running around at the beautifully turned out start-finish banner.
Yeah. Oh, any moment now they'll be off the line. Here they go.
Looks very nice, doesn't it? That Hilux
sounds great too. Then next up on the line, the Ford F-150 of Paul Grant and Chris Lamb. 700cc's, that's...
Yeah, I think Mark Paul Grant's also down as a navigator, so a lot of these crews might have a couple of navigators listed, which is usually what you see at a national level. But Paul Grant, he needs no introduction. He's been around for donkey years. He's now based just up the road at Mudgee. It's his first race in this new car. He even got a paddle shift in his Ford F-150.
That's flash, mate.
Ford V8 7 litres. It's got all the specs, all the good gear, and I believe he got out of his Class 4 because he got sick of getting through the cab. So he's got the door now, which he loves, I believe. He's only done around 15, 20 Ks in this in his paddock back at Mudgee, but hasn't jumped it yet, but we'll soon see how it flies. So all the best to the Grant family, great supporters of the...
Oh, he's got had a bit of issues just off the line there.
Might have stalled or something. There might be an issue here for Paul Grant, so... Oh, we put the commentator's curse on him there, but hopefully he can get that up and running and nothing too major for the Grants.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Not the best way you want to start your qualifying here.
So obviously the way it works, if there is an issue during the prologue and you choose to get seated, you can ask the event officials to do so, and they can put you where they believe you should be in the mix. Sounds like whatever the issue there, Benny's up and going at a gingerly speed, but in motion, which is what needs to be done there for Paul Grant. The next one off the line, I think it's the first of our Class 4s.
481 of Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills out of Coffs Harbour.
Yep. I think this truck might be suited to this track, especially the Prologue. We'll interesting to see what sort of time he can put down here, Lee Ryan. As you said, from Coffs Harbour. Dan McKenzie built this trophy truck. I know he debuted it up at the Federal Short Course just out of Gympie a few years ago now, and Dan's sort of the lead man in the Comiskey Mining Services Motorsport crew here this weekend. Lee's had a couple of years racing Yamaha in Class 6. He was top 10 a couple of years ago at the Kempsey 300 in the Yamaha, so looking to see how he goes out here in his first run. Nathan Wills, a former state New South Wales Off Road Championship runner-up as well in a Class 8 machine. So, yeah, keep an eye on Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills.
Next up on the line too now, we've got the 69, our first of our pro buggies, Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe.
Yeah, he's one of these guys, as I said, that's down the list, mate, but I expect them to work their way to be one of the quickest times here in the first sort of 15 or 20 competitors. Tumby Bay, he holds a race down there annually. Another one of our competitors who gives back to the sport, holding events. And like you said, Honey Badger machine, LS3, 6.6 litre V8 Chev. And
I'll never get tired of that sound, mate.
no, it's just going to get better and better over the course of the weekend. And there is some sweet singing machines out there, that is for sure. 9th outright, second in class at the recent King of the Dunes for Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. Expect them to set down a nice time. Here is our only Class 2 off the line, the Hendersons.
Yes, a car that's quite special to me. That's the one that Rhett Stand and I took to a Class Championship back in 2019 now.
Yep.
Crazy to think of how long ago that was.
7 years ago, yeah.
But, he's on Connor and Rodney off the line now, and just be a test for them to just try and finish, because unfortunately Rhett and I think we DNF more than we finished, but all the best for them.
Yeah, they've got that, as you said, Toyota VW gearbox in the back of the Rivmaster. I think Rod's based out of Wagga, and I believe Connor flies down and competes, now based in Cairns, up in North Queensland. It's an awesome effort to come down and get on the plane, get your backside down here to Hillston and let it loose this weekend in the Class 2. Still relatively new to the sport. I think it's only their second season. And now the third of our Class 5s off the line. I think it's the Harris entry.
Yeah, Russell Harris and Bailey Farley.
Yep, and the Ford Ranger. V8 powered, of course, once again. Ararat based in Victoria, second in the Class 5 Championship for the ARB last year. So look forward to seeing how Russell Harris and Bailey Farley hold up against Chris Hardy. We just saw Paul Grant return to the pit, so
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there'll be a DNF for the Prologue for the 504 crew, which is not ideal, but gets seated in the field for Section 1 at 2 p.m. Russell Harris debuted his Ranger, I think, Wakery and Millicent last year. So just a couple of events for him today. This is his first full season in the Class 5 ARB Australian Championship. Next one on the line is the Paul Max runoff entry, the 620. So unfortunately, Chris Land and Tanya Gaudry, who I must confirm saw come in on the back of a tow rope after reconnaissance, which is never a great thing to see. That's one of our North Queensland crews, the 80 Jimco.
Yeah, it's never good to travel that far and not even make it through Prologue, but unfortunately it's a reality of our sport sometimes.
They competed at the Gundy 250 a few weeks ago and also had a few dramas there, so hopefully they can rectify that and return for Section 1. But all the best to Paul and Max Renoff, I know, members of the Geelong Off Road Buggy Club down there in Melbourne. First time here to Hillston. Had a couple of strong top 5 in class results at Wakery and Millicent at the end of last year. Expect the 620 to set down another one of our father and son combinations, Paul and Max Renoff, so all the best to them. Looks like it's Sir Michael Lesk and Matty Cowie, the 6119 Can-Am X3 900cc turbo machine off the line from Freeling in South Australia. Just their second year of competing as well. Did a few local events last year. Third outright, first in class on debut actually at the Spencer Golf Off-Road Sprint 250 down at Port Germain last June. First time competing in New South Wales, so all the best to Michael Lesk. I know he's got a few supporters watching on. First in class of the 2025 Sayora Championship. And now Motty, one of the People's Champions on the line. Mott Racing, the 435, the Sea Lake Off-Road Club President. Always good to see Motty in the field.
Yeah, Motty's a legend. Still remember, would have been maybe 2017 or 2018. Had a shocking crash down at Sea Lake, but just goes to show how much he loves the sport. It didn't take him long before he was back in the car with his... is he with his daughter today?
No, I think he's got Daniel Floyd. Yeah. He's been navigating with him for a couple of years. That's a Bennett Rodeo trophy truck. He's got another one, one of the ex-Mingo Class 4s, and then gets in Tanner James with Shetty Mildura, getting a bit of work done to it, hopefully to be back on the track towards the end of the season. So Darren Mott and Daniel Floyd, second in class last year in ARB Australian Championship, Class 4. And yeah, good to see him back here at a place he loves. I know he's a huge supporter of the Hillston event. So here's Perry Stellianos, ladies and gentlemen, the first car in my sights across the line for a Prologue finish. That's the Class 11 Ultra 4 machine, the 1157. The Del Santos are in the house. Great to see the 639 on the line.
Not too far, mate. Just as we look over to the start-finish line, we've got Drew McLaughlin coming in.
Yeah, great to see for Drew, first run.
He's putting in a great lap.
Great story here. Jamie Harrison off the line. That's a 639. Unfortunately for Jamie, he had a bike accident at the Fink Desert Race a few years ago now. I think it was back in 2021, and Jamie since has become a paraplegic, unfortunately. But he hasn't let that get to him, Ben, and he competed at Fink a couple of years ago for the first time in a Can-Am, got the job done there, and ever since he's just gone from strength to strength, and I know he's looking forward to supporting the ARB Australian Championship in 2026.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that, mate. That's a great story. But just seeing who this is coming over the finish line, is that our Class 3?
Looks like it is. Alex and Jacob Malloy. He's a hard landing there over the start-finish line, but finished in style. He's sure put down a nice time. Ali Howes will see another one of our female drivers, and I've got a lot of female navigators here weekend, which is great to see. Robert Guzenhoven off the line in the 404, another one of our F-150s. And he's ready to make some noise. I think he's got LS1 in the back of his Class 4 machine. One of the good people coming out of Melbourne. First time here to Hillston.
Next up, 611, Brendan Hill, and doesn't have his navigator listed here, but Harvey Bay, so another guy that's travelled a fair distance just to get down here today. A couple of good results here I'm seeing. Second in class at Warrialda in 23.
Yep.
Fourth in class at the Big Desert 480 in 24. And 16th in class at Fink last year. So, first race in Hillston, but it's just great to see some first-timers coming out here. And
always great, isn't it? First-timers to events. I think he's got Matty Wyndham, which is one of Greg Campbell's crew, in the navigator seat, I believe, this weekend. Could be wrong there, but Brendan Hill, like you said, first time to Hillston, only his third or fourth season. I only did one race at the Fink Desert Race in 2025. So Nicholas Pye come across the line. That's Ross Newman. We'll try and bring you some times as they come to hand. It looks like the next one of our Class 6 machines, Tim Wilkinson and Glenn Mill on the 621.
Yeah, Warragul, Victoria base, these guys. But again, first in class at King of the Dunes, and first in class at the David Knightner Memorial at Beachport. So got a few wins under their belts. But
I think he's definitely going to be one of those Class 6 competitors that a few people haven't heard much of. Tim Wilkinson, I know he's new to the off-road scene. I expect him to really mount a challenge, especially for Class Honours. Conroy Devine, Lockie Campbell. There's a few standout Class 6 guys in the field, but Tim Wilkinson, I think there's a bit of a dark horse to be sort of further down the pack. Keep a close eye on these guys.
He goes over the jump nicely.
So I don't think we saw the Toby Stevens 606 back through. And we saw Paul Grant return to the pit area. Robert Guzenhoven over the back on the horizon. That's always a pleasant sight.
Next up on the line at 678, Darren Franklin and Rob Hackney. Just trying to see where Franklin is from.
They're from Condrook there down on the Murray River.
Got
a truck business down there. Great to see Darren Franklin, again, great supporters of the ARB Australian Off Road Championship. I think they were the 2023 Class 11 ARB Australian champions. Got 13th, 14th outright here a few years ago. Loved the event. They supported the 2 club days here last year. Darren Franklin, his long-time navigator there, Rob Hackney, and another one of the crews that have stepped up into the side by Sidewell taking on the Can-Am Maverick R, which is the newer model. Got some times here, mate, for the 16.74 kilometre prologue. I thought it was around that 14, but there you go. So it's close to the 17 kilometres here this morning. And Nicholas Pye goes quickest provisionally with a 12.35. Drew McLaughlin with a 13.09. Perry Stellianos with a 13.35. Rossi Newman a 13.58 and a 15.44 for Alex Malloy. Looks like the Chris Hardy and Ash Weiner Class 5 Hilux is back in the house as Brendan Hill's on the line, first of our single-seater Class 10s, and this is going to be, on for young and old across this division. We've got the youth of the likes of Brendan Hill, the experience of Michael Marston, Luke Essedge, Russell Harnett, 16 competitors. Bowie Graham, of course, would nearly have to be the class favourite, but Rhett Stan, I know your former...
My former driver, ready. I think he's had some dramas this morning, but hopefully he can get out there.
Section 1.
Yeah, definitely.
But Brendan Hill competed down here at the Gap 150 last July, finished third outright, so they're good feelings, good vibes in the cab there. This is another car that they built from scratch, Ben, back home in Sydney. I know his father Ian's walking around here somewhere. He'd be happy to see Brendan back out on the track for the first time in 2026. Nice run there for Chris Hardy in the Class 5 Hilux. He goes fourth quickest with a 13.39. So, of course, all times provisionally.
Yeah, expect those times to drop quite dramatically as we start getting into the faster cars now, mate.
But, 100%.
It's just it's good to see most of the cars so far have finished their prologue laps. So,
So next off the line is another one of our Sunshine Coast-based crews, Kelvin Kruger and Nick Mosley, commentated these guys at the Gundy 250, the Queensland State Round, only a month or so ago now, and they've had some good... Another one of those guys, when we watch him here now, he doesn't maybe not look the quickest, but he'll sort of set a nice pace. He's very consistent. He was in the sports like Class 10 category there for a number of years, got up into the Super Boot, another Aussie-made machine, and expect him. He's definitely going to be hovering in that top 10 at the weekend's end if he can bring it home. And looks like Lee Ryan's across the line there in the 481. It looks like Tumby Bay's Ben McNamara has gone a bit wide on that top entry corner to the finish line there, Ben, but great to see one of our South Australian crews across the line. I expect him to set a pretty quick time there in the Honey Badger.
So 665, I believe, that's on the line now. Aaron Nicol and Greg Nicol.
Yeah.
They're taking off now.
So they had a great year in the Queensland Championship last year, finished second outright behind Tony Falava. It's their second time, I think, to Hillston. Had a lot of dramas back here a couple of years ago, the really wet Hillston we had in 2024. Again, another competitor that'll really work his way nice into the event. These Queenslanders seem to be very seasoned, working their way nicely into the weekend's fall play. And then he's again going to be there right at when the whips are cracking late on Sunday, especially in the Class 6 field. Lee Ryan across the line, nice time there, 13.35, so he goes third quickest out of our finishers so far.
Another local boy on the start line now, Glenn Collis. We've got Jason Hampel in the navigator's seat, running Rimco buggy with running Nissan VQ35 in the... It's Collis Motorsport. Collis has been involved with off-road racing for a number of years, and then finally got himself a car back in 2019. It's actually a former Cam McClellan car from Sea Lake. So
won the Sea Lake Mallee Rally.
Yeah, the final Mallee Rally that we had back in 2018. Now, that was a great event.
Yeah.
I used to love that track, but. Sea Lake, for a small town, it really gets behind motorsport.
Talk about larrikins of the sport, though. Glennie Collis and Jace Hampel, two great guys of our sport and our off-road family, and we just wish them all the best. I know. Yeah, Glenn's had a couple of years where he hasn't done as many races as again he would have liked, but I know he had a few engine dramas in 2025, and hopefully they're all sorted. A few overheating issues, but he's back on the track here on home soil, and he comes seventh outright, second in class here in the maiden, the Gap440. Shawnee Ratcliffe on the line, the 1007. This is a beautifully turned out Class 10 machine. Another one that a few sort of not overly mentioned in the selections for Class 10 honours, but Sean Ratcliffe in the Potter single-seater. A lot of these Class 10s running the K24, the Honda engine, based in Ballarat. I think he used to navigate for Mark Brose as well, so plenty of pedigree there for Sean Ratcliffe.
And being a single seater, it is a lot of work just doing, keeping an eye on your gauges and stuff like that with that navigator. And to be honest, mate, I'd probably get a bit lonely out there just driving by myself.
Especially these national events too, and there's a lot going on. I mean, 60 cars out there at once, and all the best to Sean Ratcliffe. Next one off the line, I think it's Darren and Michael Orr in the 4 Oars Racing. Stephen Orr, sorry, in the 10-15.
225. Just crossing the line
the
as well.
It looks like Russell Harris across as well in the second of our Class 5s.
It's just pulled up over there.
So there is the 4 All Racing's Lothringer off and going. That's the 10-15. The father and son combination. And the Lothringer, the Honda K24, Brisbane based. Gearbox drums at the recent Gundy 250. 6th outright, second in class at the Dam Buster last October out at St George. Again, another one of our serious challenges for the Class 10 honours this weekend. It's like another one of our side-by-side Class 6s. I think it's the Can-Am R of Paul Max Renoff there across the line. Dave Mendham. Dangerous Dave, he's caught across the off-road circuit. He has been around forever. Just up the road, based at Dubbo Motorcycles, Mudgee Power Sports, presented Jimco.
He's off the line now. He's looking pretty good.
Always puts on a show. So a few more times coming to hand here, Ben. Provisionally can confirm Ben McNamara has put down a 12:49. So second quickest. Puts Drew McLaughlin down in the third. Russell Harris, great run for him in his Ford Ranger in the 515. He goes fourth quickest with a 13:27. And Paul Max Renoff go 13:38, fifth quickest. Connor Henderson down in 10th. Rossi Newman across the line in 9th. So it's all happening now, and this is where it starts to get loud, starts to get electric, because a lot of our high horsepower big contenders start rolling with the grid, and Dale Stanton, Ben, I know you know a fair bit about him, he's on the line now.
Yeah, Poppy Dale, he's been around the sport for a while. Good, been good mates with his son for many years now, and I hadn't actually seen him race in this pro car, but after a bit of a gingy start, but now he's off now, and honestly, there's not much scarier than riding in the passenger seat with Dale. Even worse when he's towing you behind in a biscuit. I'm still dealing with the childhood trauma of that. But I think Poppy Dale.
Another Aussie-made built machine, Feral Gen Chevy 6-litre LS2, made by Peter Scarza up there in the Hunter Valley. Darren Mott across the line. We saw Michael Less come through. And Dale, of course, can't get much closer here at Rankin Springs local, Melbourne Racing. Had a couple of years in Class 2, and I had a few years in Class 10, and here he is banging it with the big boys this weekend. Looks like the doors come ajar there for one of our Class 6 competitors. We see Dave Mendham go through, and another local competitor on the line, Jeremy Horn, in the 35, the Southern Cross. Awesome to see him back here on home soil. I know he started out also in a Class 6 Can-Am, and he's really stepped it up, mate, going into the V8 Southern Cross.
That's quite a move from going from a Class 6 up to a pro buggy, but it seems to be if you really get into the sport and the wallet allows it, then you make your way into the fast cars.
I think it's Adam Reichen in the navigator seat. Again, Jeremy, he had a couple of strong top 15 results in the ARB Australian Championship level in the side-by-side, the Class 6 Can-Am. So if you move that form into a pro buggy, he's got some great potential and credentials here this weekend. Looks like we have the next of our Class 4s off
473. Matt and Smith, and Keegan and Avalon Smith as his navigators.
Out of Penrith in Sydney.
Second season racing, first time in Hillston, and Oh, that thing sounds great.
Yeah, it's just got it's a Gen 2 Brentford trophy truck, just a LS2 6 litre, jumping well. I know he's all new setup, new gearbox, new engine in this trophy truck again. Expect him to sort of find his groove over the next 24 hours or so and work his way into the event. I know he's good mates with Clint Glennon, who we'll see coming up very shortly. Another one of our Class 4s, Robert Gulsenhoven, across the line a few more times, mate, come to hand. Jamie Harrison, great story. He goes second quickest to date with a 12:42. Still Nicholas Pye leading the way. Darren Mock went in the 7th quickest. Michael Lesk 11th. So we've had the 15 finishes to date, and Stephen Kildee about to get his gap underway. Home built, this is all again built in-house, but for Steve Kildee and Chris Jones, his navigator. Geez, I've been watching these guys for years in the Queensland scene, and always top 5, top 6 at short course events. Don't count out Stephen Kildee. He's going to be there when the whips are cracking later in the weekend. Yeah, and you're saying, home built. It's a testament to the skills that these guys have outside the car to build something like that. But I'll tell you what, mate, I'm flat out fixing the lawnmower in the shed. So it's really interesting to see what some of these people are capable of, and building a race car just out of their shed. Yeah, they had a great year last year. 3 Class 4 wins in the Class 5 Queensland Championship. Debuted the truck at Don River 3 years ago. Brendan Hill across the line in the 6.11, and Tim Wilkinson, who I mentioned could be a bit of a dark horse in Class 6. He's not far behind, so we'll get some times for him. And young Tyler and Paul Human on the line. What a machine. Beautifully turned out Fusion Razorback trophy truck. Bit of story behind this one, but it's got the same engine in it, the Toyota 2JZ, same as Clayton Chapman we'll see coming up, the turboed on it. And Tyler Human, 4th outright at the Burdekin Enduro last May. Another one of our Class 4 competitors, always entertaining, and all the best to Hillbilly Racing based out of Harvey Bay. Made the long trek down and looking to put down a good prologue lap. Right, next up, another Class 10 on the line. Shannon and Andrew Fitzgerald out of Port Augusta in South Australia. First time in Hillston also, and completed the 2024 12-hour in Alice Springs. So that's something I wasn't aware of. I didn't realise that Alice Springs has another big off-road race, not just Fink. Yeah, the 12-hour every August, yep. Yeah. So father-daughter team on the line now. Yeah, their first time, as you said, to the Gap 440. Off the line. SS Race Tech, another Aussie-built machine. Over there, Scotty Schiller in WA. See Stephen Kildee truck over. And the backdrop of the McTacton property. Joining us online, we're here for the prologue for the 2026, the Gap 440, brought to you by Harvey's, Hillston, ARB and Fuchs Lubricants. The Gap 440. The 2026, we'll go through some sponsors when we get a little bit of time. The first of our Class 10s across the line, Brendan Hill in the 10.04. Expect that to be quick. And the club president now on the line, Carl Power, and his daughter Tess. Rabbit Racing. It's been a big year for Carl. He became a grandfather for the first time just recently, and actually the second grandson was born only a few weeks ago. So he's had his hands full, but we'll see how him and his daughter Tess go. Yep. He was 8th quickest on day 1 here 2 years ago, Ben. I expect another one of the locals with life and work and farm and everything else going on in the world we live in. Carl Power only does a few races a year, but I know how he said to me yesterday that he feels confident in the car now, so expect him to another guy that'll work his magic out here at McTacton this morning, and I'm sure he's looking for around that sort of top 15, top 20 result in the prologue, which would be a pretty good run for Carl there. Yeah, and it being prologue, it isn't. It's one thing to do well in prologue, but we've still got 480 k's of racing to do after it. So, it's sometimes it's a bit hard to just accept that you may not have the quickest time, but it can all change by the end of that 480 k's. And don't forget, we've got the Griffith Tyre Power Top 10 Shootout scheduled for straight after our prologue here this morning. So stay tuned for that. Kelvin Kruger, Nick Mosley across the line, Chrissy Holgate off and running there in the 686.
Tamworth based guys there.
Yes, Chris Gatesy Off Road is the ex-James Mogford Australian Championship winning Can MX3. Only second race in that car. Again, watch out for Holgate. He's going to be pushing hard. This is what he's about this year, the ARB Australian Championship. Another one of our Aaron Nicol across the line. We've got a new provisional leader as well, Brendan Hill with a 12.24. Timmy Wilkinson with a 12.34. And a 12.35 for Nick Pye, Jamie Harrison and Ben McNamara. So Brendan Hill leads the way early at the Gap 440, and this is what's great about our sport, Ben. It'll just build up over the next half an hour or so till we declare a prologue champion.
Oh, here we go. Just notice the 10.24 of Rhett Standen and Josh Lyle.
He's on the line.
He's on the line. That's good to see. Our 6.08 of Conroy Devine and Robert Rolls just taking off now in the Class 6. Jim Boomba boys down in southeast Queensland. I'm not sure here if they've been here to Hillston
first
before.
Time, yeah, he's going to be right up there, mate. He's definitely, in my eyes, the quickest Class 6 competitor here this weekend on paper. And I know a few of the other side-by-side competitors that think with this prologue track, the way it's set up, which suits them to some degree, he could really push for a top 10 finish here this morning. So keep an eye on that. The time to beat is, there we go. So talking about Class 6s, Aaron Nicol and Greg Nicol in the 665 go 12.20.1. So new leaders, the Nicol Racing there in the X3 Can-Am go quickest for the Gap 440 prologue as we sort of third of the way through our finishes.
This is Glenn Collis.
What can he do with the times?
Another local irrigation farmer. He's actually one of my customers that I deal with him on 9 to 5.
Yep. Looks like the Viz's off the line. Oh, young Cody.
Giving it the berries there, mate. Come down a bit,
The son and father combination. Rod Viz is a long-time ARB Championship supporter based out north of Melbourne, I believe. It's beautifully turned out. Nearly a sister car to Bowie Graham's, that one. Loomy Craft. So keep a good eye on the 1057 crew. Confab Racing, they call themselves. Been around for a long time now. One of 16 competitors. And Aaron Phyllis, another great turned out car from the sunny coast.
Yeah, I really cannot believe just how many Queenslanders have made the trek down here to Hillston.
It's awesome to see, you know.
Yeah, it goes to show, this is a national event. We're able to pull drivers from almost every state. And in previous years, we were even pulling drivers from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Even had one fella, I forget his name now, he was coming all the way from Kuala Lumpur to race each race.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Shawnee Ratcliffe across the line, the 10.07. Dave Nicholson in the navigator seat there for Aaron Phyllis off the line from Traviston on the Sunshine Coast. Third outright, first in class in the 2025 Queensland AOR Championships. I had a fantastic year last year, Ben, in the 40, the Brenthal one. His second year racing that machine, and I know how much he's looking forward to getting dirty in the ARB Australian Championship this year. Of course, round 2 go July to the Waker Enduro before heading back up into sunny Queensland for the Gundy 500. I'm sure they're all watching on. And then we'll be back down south for the Pines Enduro the last weekend of September. So a lot of racing to unfold over the course of the next 6 months. But right now, right here, we're all about... I see so many of the cars overshoot that final corner.
Yeah.
Big left-hander. So
you're going to hit that jump, and then if you're a bit late on the brakes or you overshoot that, it can really ruin your time. So
Michael Marson, great to see him.
North Queenslander.
The Aora chairman off and running the 10.32. He was third or fourth outright after day one here 2 years ago. That was in his Ultimate Racer. He's now in the little singer seat.
Yeah, you don't
really, Craft.
It's not that often that you see someone go down a few classes.
Well, he sold the Ultimate car to a fellow North Queenslander, Drew Callender, up there in Mackay, and he's actually got a trophy truck coming in from the States very soon. Hence why we see him here in Class 10. Otherwise, he'd be ripping it with the big boys, but always to see. And again, I mean, you don't be surprised if we see Michael Marson hanging around that top 10 at the end of the weekend. Again, it looks like Dave Mendham's coming in front of us here in the foreground. Aaron Phillips over the back, and Jason Keane in the
Brisbane
little
boy.
Yeah, Just Jace Racing, little Class 10 Jimco. This might be a quick time here for Dale Stan, and we'll get a time for him, but the time to beat is a 12:20. Glennie Collis goes through in a 12:48, 6th quickest. What time can Dale stand and set? Kelvin Kruger home 10th quickest with a 12:55. Darren Orr with a 13:02. Michael Lesk with a 13:52. So we've officially had 25 competitors complete the Gap440 Prologue as Bodie Tickner Motorsport, the Class 10 champion from the Teagle Excavations Pines Enduro in September last year, and another superior Class 10 performer, Jeremy Horn, across the line. There you go, mate, for the locals. Dale Standen.
Good on you, Poppy Dale.
He goes first quickest with a 12:11.5. So the locals on top early here at the Gap440. How long will he stand there for? I'm not too sure, but that's his moment in the light. Ben, he's on top of the Prologue standings with around sort of half the field remaining to come across the line.
Yeah, no, that's great to see Dale top qualifying, and look, I wouldn't be surprised if those times do come down even further. But for the moment, happy to see Dale standing out there on top.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be happy with that. And there you go, on cue, he's been rolled into second by fellow local Jeremy Horn and Adam Ryken in the 35 Southern Cross. They go 11:50.9. So it's Jeremy Horn, Dale Standen, Aaron Nickel, Brendan Hill and Tim Wilkinson, your top 5 provisionally at the moment for the Gap440 Prologue. And here is Dave Luffman and Darren Barker, one of 6 Class 1 competitors here this weekend. It's the Custom Engineering Honey Badger, Nissan VQ35 powered.
Next up on the line, we've got Jason Richards. We've had some heartbreak with Richo over the years, just leading races up until the very final seconds. Remember a couple of years up at Gundy where
I think this is young Sam, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Sam.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry,
yes.
Yeah. Of course, we've got Jason Richards in the Sheila this weekend, the big 7-litre racer who we'll see coming up later on. But yeah, I agree, Jason Richards is due for that big breakthrough victory in my eyes. He tells me he's just here for testing this weekend, but I call that a bit of B, because I know once he gets in that sort of position, once that helmet goes on, Jason Richards is going to try and win his home event. But young Sam Richards, I think he's 21, 22, I believe, only his 3rd time competing in the off-road scene, long-time navigator, a few years with his father. And I'll tell you what, he's off to a pretty vicious start there. He lands on that back right wheel, but he's going to have a red-hot crack. I know how much he'd like to hold off his good friend Jay Mitchell, Matty Burrows, Ali Howes in the field. It's a stacked Class 1 field this weekend as we see the Matty Smith, Brenthal across the line. So he pulls it up. Looks like Stephen Kildley and Chris Jones, they're coming in nice. So that is going to be a quick time. Craig Barnett, Cougar Racing on the line. This has been a few years in the making. The Towers Motorsport built machine, Cougar Racing, the 68, 4-time ultimate ARB Australian champions from Maitland in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales. Megan Barnett in the navigator seats, a husband and wife combination. Always just great people of our sport, been around for a number of years now. And this built tough, this machine, first time in action, and I'm sure the whole goal this weekend for Craig Barnett and his family is just to bring it home, get that 400 odd Ks under the belt and head into the rest of the season. Jay Mitchell rolls up to the grid. We'll try and bring you some more of our times.
Yeah, the local boy Jay Mitchell, as you say, he's actually, him and his father actually own this property, so probably a bit of insider knowledge. Can't say how many times he's probably gone around this track during the off-season.
Tyler and Paul Human made across the line there, so a few of our Class 4 competitors coming in a hurry, and I've got some more times. Tyler Human goes 5th quickest with a 12:31, Steve Kildley with a 12:32, into 6. So it's still Jeremy Horn in the Ultimate Southern Cross V8 machine with 1150.9 as Lukey Ersedge rolls up to the line in the 1050. Another of our single-seat Lumicrafts here this weekend. Of course, needs no introduction. He's built a couple of these cars out here on the start grid, the Honey Badgers, the Ersedge custom engineering machines.
Done a bit of racing overseas as well in the past too.
He has, yeah.
Correct.
Finished the Baja 1000, the Mint 400.
That's incredible.
He's the current Sportslight champion of Australia, second outright at Port Germain last year in this car. Adelaide based. His father Ben, proud off-roader, has done a huge amount of works for the sport over the years, and he's about here as well. So all the best to those guys. There's another man that does a lot for the sport here in Griffith, mate, Dean McGinley. He's on the line in the 87. It's only, I think, his third start in this car for him, the Jimco.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Dean is actually the son-in-law of Dale Standen,
yep,
and brother-in-law of Rhett, and he's had a great start there. As he goes over that first jump, lands nicely.
Get a few gearbox issues in 2025.
Well, from what I heard, he was working on the car still till about 10 o'clock last night. So, yeah, no, it's good to see him out there.
And again, another one of these competitors, 7th outright here at the Gap440 3 years ago. He's had 3rd outright finishes at Nandaly at Sea Lake, 2nd outright at Kempsey. I was there when he had a 4th outright at Warriata 3 years ago. So the results stack up towards a good finish in the V8 Jimco. If things go his way this weekend, of course, keep a close eye on him. Clint Glennon, another on the line. This is going to be another one to watch. Glennon Motorsport.
Based on the south coast near Nowra, I see, but yeah, had a couple of class wins in the New South Wales series, and yeah, running the Tatum, the Honda K24 engine.
Yeah, Adam Moore in the Navigator's seat, 2nd outright, 1st in class in the New South Wales Championship last year, taking the jump into the ARB Australian Championship in 2026. A few more of our competitors across the line. Jeremy Horn, it looks like still the time to beat.
Just looking over at the start line, we have local boys, Rhett Standen and Josh Lyle. After some earlier dramas, it's just good to see him out there. Wasn't able to make Prologue reconnaissance, but yeah, just good to see he's out there now. Running at the Lumicraft Class 10 buggy with also a K24 Honda engine in it.
Yeah, as you said, great to see him on the grid.
And honestly, I cannot fault Rhett's driving, being in the car with him for a few years, and you know, when you do a race almost up to 400 Ks, in those 400 Ks there'd be very few corners that he'd make a mistake in, which is an incredible effort when you think about just how many corners there are in 400 Ks of racing. But
well, everyone says that he is how talented he is behind the wheel, and you're the man to give us that info. It sounds like he's a very talented steer, and fingers crossed for a lot of the locals here and himself that he brings it home. And again, another competitor that'll be just looking to get a good finish and carry that momentum forward into the season. That's what it's all about. We're all here for fun. We're all here to have a good time and take home some stories. And next one on the line is the 3. The 3 plate is because he finished 3rd outright in this ARB Australian Championship 12 months ago. The 3 races last year, of course, with the unfortunate cancellation of the Gundy 500 due to wet weather. He took home the Class 6 win at all 3 of those events, Ben. He was tremendous. He had a 5th outright finish at the Big Desert 480 last March, round 1. 5th outright
in a Class 6.
At Rainbow.
That's incredible.
We all know how tough Rainbow's been since his exception. Clint Glennon goes over the back of
that back straight there.
And setting some nice pace up into that top sort of eastern corner of the complex.
Yeah, it's a great setup here where we're able to see, you know, your jumps, and then also along that back straight, see some of them big cars really wind it on.
Mark Burrows rolling up to the grid. Wow, what a story. What a legend he's been over the years. We just saw Conroy. Here we go, some more interesting developments. Conroy Devine in the 608, who I said would definitely be one of the hardest Class 6 charges here this weekend. He goes second quickest provisionally with an 11.52, and Chris Holgate goes third quickest with a 12.10.1. So it's Jeremy Horn, Conroy Devine, Chris Holgate, Dale Stanton and Aaron Nickel, your provisional top 5 heading towards... We're really starting to get towards the completion of our prologue, mate. It's been a great start to the weekend. Russell Harnett, of course, he finished 5th outright here in the inaugural Gap440 in 2022. That's when he was running the 1600 engine.
Yeah, he was quite a fierce competitor of ours back in Class 2 days.
Definitely.
And, he was one of them guys where, you know, he'd lead us and we'd just have to hope for him to make a mistake, and a couple of times it worked in our favour, but good to see him now in the Class 10 now.
He's got his daughter Kelsey in the navigator seat. They've actually just made the move down to Narracourt from Brisbane, so now South Australian residents, the Harnett crew. Across the line now is Aaron Phillis in the 40. So we'll get a time for Aaron Phillis. There you go, he goes 7th quickest with a 12.30.9. So still Jeremy Horn, Conroy Devine, Chris Holgate, Dale Stanton and Aaron Nickel, as Jay Mitchell rolls up to the grid and off and running. Mitchell, his father John in the navigator seat. If there's people you need to thank, it's these guys for the weekend. Without the Mitchell family, I know Jay's mum's running around here helping the officials. Without the McTocton venue ban, it's just not possible. Our off-road races, majority of our off-road races are on private property, and we do come out here, we rip it up, have a good time. But now Jay's and his father John have that Illumicraft, a former Australian Championship winning machine. Michael Marson comes across the line. Matty Burrows rolls up to the grid. We're getting to the gritty, nitty part of our prologue. We see Habe, Howes, Browns, Burrows, Richards, Tommy Dixon.
I thought I saw Bowie Graham out there. Bowie Graham is not too far
away. Brett Comiskey's thereabouts. So the next sort of dozen or so competitors are really going to light up the prologue circuit. But Matty Burrows in the 1, 2, 3 best finish of a 4th outright here a couple of years ago. He's a serious outright contender this weekend. He's just going to get better and better at each race, and he's going to have to push hard because Jay Mitchell, young Sam Richards, they'll be coming in. Hopefully we see Sam Richards come back very shortly. Ali Howes now moves up to the grid. What a fantastic story that's been. Of course, she won the Milberdale Mountain Classic, the first female to win that event up at the Hunter Valley 2024. It was an emotional win for the team, and just showed us she had some stiff competition that weekend, including Tommy Dixon, Dave Chandler, Matty Huxley, Glenn Spearzo. There was a lot of outright contenders there at the Milberdale Mountain Classic, and she got the job done.
No, that's a great story, mate. And, you know, in a lot of motorsport, you know, we're starting to see a lot of women really coming through. Like 100%. I know with the local racing with Griffith Motorcycle Club, we have about 25% of our members are female. So yeah, no, it's just great to see the girls getting involved with motorsport.
Jason Keane across the line as Ali and Sarah Corrigan, the navigator, get their campaign underway, and the Aussie spec Jimco takes that first corner very nicely. She's got some stiff competition this weekend with the likes of Richards, Mitchells, Burrows, but I'm sure if there's a competitor that can sort of sort those out, it is definitely Ali Howes. So we'll keep a close eye on the first of our Howes Motorsports Jimcos, but there's still Jeremy Horn, the competitor to beat.
Brett Comiskey now on the line, is it, mate?
Yeah, it's Brett Comiskey. So Jason Keane goes 15th quickest around the single seat Jimco. So Comiskey and Corey Cooper. This is the ex-Toby Price Hillston winning Tisco trophy truck.
Toby, actually a local here from Griffith, from Hillston, grew up out here.
That was a great win a few years ago.
Yeah, it was, and honestly, it was just great to see Toby come back here to his hometown, and it had been a long time coming, trying to organise just getting Toby out here, but let's see how the Comiskey's
go. Yeah, I like
Comiskey
this weekend. I had a bit of a joke with him last night doing a bit of a walk through the pit grid, and I said, if we're going to have a Quinella, I think you qualify outside the top 15 and finish inside the top 5. Is that sort of... I've actually had the fortune enough to do a few laps navigating with Brett at the day 400 a few years ago. As we see the Honey Badger, Dave Luffman, across the line, and on the line he's the 1065. Always a treat, turned out beautifully, the Graham family.
Bowie, yeah. Bowie's been around the sport for a long time. He actually started navigating with my cousin Shannon Irvin back in the late 90s, I believe, but caught the bug from that, and before too long he was in his own buggy. So
Ella, his daughter, in the navigator's seat. Of course, Griffith Locals, second outright, first in class around one of the ARB Big Desert 480 last March. So, again, a serious contender. Young Sam Richards across the line will bring you a time for the first of our Richard Cruz. Oh, some big air time there for Bowie Graham. I know he's confident going in. He was actually coming third outright here. I think it was in 2013, the wet year, and then he had a couple of flat tyres to end his weekend. Unfortunately, still finished, I think, fifth or sixth outright. But Bowie Graham, definitely the quickest class in my eyes, a Class 10 competitor in the country. So we'll see how he stands up in this morning's Prologue. Still Jeremy Horn. There we go. Sam Richards with an 11.55 flat for Sam Richards in the 119. So it's still Jeremy Horn who leads the way. Conroy Devine, Richards, Tickner goes fourth quickest, and Chris Holgate in fifth spot. So tremendous start to the weekend for those crews, with a lot of our faster guys still to come and on the circuit. Tommy Dixon's one of those. Adam McGrath here in the 83, the Crumco.
That thing sounds like a monster.
Absolute machine. Look at it go, and he's got some serious
that
air
is
time.
Probably the most air we've seen so far today.
And the cleanest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It landed like a dream. So Tommy Dixon, he won the Colo Park Challenge April of last year. He's been riding contention at Milberdale. He's done the state race in the last couple of seasons. He's going to make some real noise out here. I'm not going to stand on a limb and say he's going to win the race, but he's going to give it one red-hot shot, and I know he's a big believer of himself, and his family know what his potential. So keep an eye on the 83, and here is Richo. Jason Richards, like you said, he's been so close here over the years. I think Aaron James, who's a superior competitor in the Australian off-road scene, in the navigator's seat this weekend. So he's in the Sheila, the Racer Engineering Chev V8 7-litre. And, yeah, he's always one of that big car. This is what dreams are made of, like we said. He's finally got it. I know he's been looking for the last couple of years. But it's one of the most talked about buggies, not only in Australia but across the globe, racing over in the American series. Very interesting to see. Craig Barnett across the line, and, mate, it is, it's really heating up now as we head towards our sort of last half a dozen cars.
Yeah, so it's funny you say about the navigator there for Richo. So it's on paper I have his wife Christy, but that's changed up last minute, hasn't it?
I'm nearly certain that Aaron James is in the navigator's seat.
Aaron, another great racer. He's had a couple of wins in the past.
So Dave Lufton across him 10th quickest as Mark Burrows, the 8-time Australian champion. The Monk Fab Holden powered, of course. The 21 rolls up to the start. His orders. He's about to get his Prologue run underway here at the Gap440. Tommy Burrows in the navigator's seat. Another one of our next-gen stars who made his debut at the Rainbow Risers last year. Dean McGinley across the line. And I think this is Mark Burrows' first time competing at the Gap440. I know he's been here before, but pulled out the really wet year. And the other 2 years had a bit of a quiet year. 2024, of course, Holden Allotech 3.5 twin turbo from Burrabeat, just east of Ballarat in Victoria. He's in the Australian Motorsport Hall of Fame. Five-time Think Desert champion, the first competitor to beat the bikes up there in Alice. He's done it all, and he's definitely, I think I've got him on my outright podium over the weekend there in third spot, my selections. And all the best to Mark and Tom there in the 21 as Josh Howes now rolls up to the grid, mate, and he is definitely in contention. Shawnee Harris in the navigator's seat, the second of our Howes Motorsports machines out of Sydney. It's the Jimco Aussie Spec Nissan VQ35 twin turbo, and he's gonna set
that sounds incredible.
Off the line beautifully for young Josh Howes. We just want to watch him work his way into this Prologue lap and see what sort of time he can set. I was there calling the action in 21-22 when he won the St George 399 consecutive years. Two-time Fink runner-up. First time behind Toby Price and Jack Rhodes, of course, in 19. So he's got all the right things shaping up for a big weekend. His first time down to Hillston as Andy Brown now on the grid, mate. The 45. Fourth out right here a couple of years ago, George.
Andy's been a part of Aussie motorsport now for a long time, and you know, him and his son, they've had some great battles over the last few years, and also Andy's had some incredible crashes.
Yeah, he has.
Luckily, he's walked away from every one of them. But yeah, I remember a couple of years ago, I think it would have been 2018 or 2019 down at the Pines Enduro, and I think if you've seen on social media, there's been a couple of photos released of that crash, and they're just stills from the GoPro. And there's if you do know much about the Pines Enduro, runs through the pines down
crazy.
In Millicent, and he was over the trees. So yeah, it was just good to see him back racing again. Because to be honest, mate, if I was in a crash like that, I don't know if I'd really be too keen to get back into the car.
Of course, he's also been one of the key players and keen figures in getting the ARB Australian Championship off the ground. Of course, major sponsor since its inception in 2013. We saw a couple of our Class 10s across the line, Clint Glennon and Rhett Stanton are through. Looks like Lockie Campbell, Greg Campbell coming across, Josh Howes heading across the back of the complex. Aaron Habe is on the line. We wish him all the best. Chelsea Habe down as the navigator. Also Declan Fritchley this weekend out of Manham Element Off Road Racing. It's got the Toyota 2GR 3.5 litre twin turbo Element Prodigy, one of the coolest, calmest. He's just a great competitor. He wraps it all up in one bundle, Aaron Habe, and yeah, definitely he's got the number one plate on for a reason, mate. Now a two-time ARB Australian champion. I had to give him a call after Millicent last year. He said, mate, I think you've just won the ARB Australian Championship. I don't think he believed me, to be honest. And about half an hour later back, he said, I think you're right. And I said, mate, I've done the calculations. I'm pretty sure you've got the job done. Of course, that was with the unfortunate issues to Stewie Chapman and Bowie Graham, who were sort of leading the way down there. But yeah, hats off to him, and he got the job done. Was there when it mattered most, right at the end, as we see Danny Brown, one of the old girl, he calls it, the 42. They're heading over to do the Nora race in a couple of weeks, I believe, over in Mexico. But he's off and running. George Apted in the navigator's seat. All the best to Danny Brown, of course, two-time ARB Australian champion. He's done it all before, but there's one event that he hasn't won, Ben, and that is the Gap440. It looks like, is this the Harnett car across the line?
I think you're right there, mate. Yeah,
the 10-12.
Yep, 10-12 over the line now.
And that just leaves one competitor, so it's all happening a bit of a blur here. Dean McGinley was across in fourth, but the last car away is our defending champion. It might be around 20 months ago that he last stood at the top of the dial here at the Gap440, but Clayton Chapman wants to do it again, and his 2026 season starts right here, right now, in the 15, the Razorback. Toyota powered turbo, of course, the Chapman family here, and proud of their man Clayton. He's done wonders in the sport over many years, but the last 3 or 4 years it's really come together for Clayton Chapman, and he's always been a talent. When he had back in the Class 8 days, Class 7, he's done it all. He started in the old tin top, which they still proudly run at the Queensland rounds. And we'll see Stewie back out, I'm sure, in the championship at a later date. Jay Mitchell across the line, but Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire, what can they do here on Saturday morning at McTocton? But so far, it looks like, mate, it is still Jeremy Horn. Lockie Campbell goes with a 12.02 in the 5th quickest. Russell Harnett goes 9th quickest. Luke Yersed slipped in there in the 11th spot. Michael Marson in the 14th. Aaron Phillips in the 16th, but it is still Jeremy Horn for you local supporters. So there's still around, 10 or 12 competitors on the track. Jeremy Horn with an 11.50.9 with the time to beat. Conroy Devine in second. Sam Richards is in third. Dean McGinley, Lockie Campbell, Bodie Tickner. Jay Mitchell, there you go. Jay Mitchell, 7th quickest so far with a 12.06. Chrissy Holgate, Dale Stanton and Russell Harnett are your top 10. Looks like the first of our Burrows entries. Matty Burrows in the 1, 2, 3 across the line. Tomo Byrne there in the MBR Jimco Aussie Spec. Of course, Holden Powered as well, bring you a time for young Matty Burrows goes 5th quickest with a 12 minutes flat. So awesome to see Matty Burrows. What's that, around 6 seconds quicker than good friend Jay Mitchell. Of course, Jay's been a long time navigator now for the Burrows family. So what are your thoughts early, mate, as we see, looks like Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan coming in, Clayton Chapman heading over the back of the complex. But, well, yeah, this is where it matters most. And I totally agree with what you said before. You won't win the race right here, right now, but you can really set yourself up to guide yourself into the weekend with the first section at 2 o'clock this hour.
Yeah, mate, it's surprising just how quickly it's gotten dusty after a few rainy days, but we had some pretty heavy wind yesterday when we were at the showgrounds for scrutineering, and it looks like that's dried the track out pretty well. So it's from previous experience, it is not much fun to get caught in someone else's dust, and that can really affect your times and your finishes and something like this. But look, early on, mate. Look, I think that kind of my favourites for the weekend are still out on the track. I'll be interested to see how Tommy Dixon goes. Yep. And again, both Andy and Danny Brown, they both know how to really steer a car. So kind of once their times come in, I might make a little bit of a prediction. But kind of at this stage, it's anyone's race, I think.
Don't forget, for those looking, I know here at the headquarters there's a QR code down at the canteen where you can get on and check out the times on Chris Sport. So check those out. Brett Comiskey, Corey Cooper across the line. So that is get you a time for the Queenslanders. Of course, third outright the race at Gundy, 250. You'd be happy with that, Brett Comiskey. That's a 7th quickest with a 12.02 and a good run for Ali Howes. 8th quickest with a 12.03.6. And, of course, as Bowie Graham comes around the final corner towards a prologue finish, we've got at this stage, scheduled the Griffith Tyre Power Top 10 Shootout coming up, where the top 10 mandatory will return to the circuit for a bit of a showdown for the starting grid for Section 1 at 2 p.m. local time. So we'll bring you more information as it comes to hand. So that is officially 52 competitors have crossed the line for the prologue. And we'll bring you a time. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a new leader. Bowie Graham goes 11:44.6 for the 1065 crew. So Bowie and Ella Graham there, the locals, 11:44.6, knocked Jeremy Horn down into second spot with 11:50. Conroy Devine, the first of our Class 6s, in third. Sam Richards and Dean McGinley round out your top 5. Good run there for Brett Comiskey. Mate, to be honest, he'd tell you firsthand, he said to me last night he's never been the quickest prologuer, but that'll set him up nicely heading into that first 86-kilometre lap this afternoon.
Yeah, the less cars in front of you, the better, to be honest, if it's going to be as dusty as it is right now. But, and it's good to see at least a couple of our local boys out there in the top 5, Dean McGinley and Sam Richards. We'll see if they can hold on to those positions. But
we still have Tommy Dixon. So that shows you, to me, there's meant to be a minute gap between them. So I reckon Bowie might have made a bit of time here on Tommy Dixon. Jason Richards. Oh, look at this. Is this Jason Richards? It looks like it to me. So there you go. He's my selection for the weekend. I have stated that a couple of times over the past week. I think he'll work his way in the field. If he gets there in front of Jason Richards this weekend, that goes around the track a lot, I believe. He's a track design along with the Mitchell family. We'll get you a time for Mr. Tommy Dixon, but Jason Richards going on the gap between Graham and Dixon, and then Dixon and Jason Richards. I expect this will be a super time for the local Richards crew. Aaron James in the silly seat here this morning, I believe. That just leaves Mark Burrows, Josh Howes, Andy Brown, Aaron Habe, Danny Brown and Clayton Chapman on track for the prologue. And there you go. So I thought that might have been a bit more of a gap, but we do have a new leader, race fans. Jason Richards and Aaron James go first quickest with an 11:42.7. So it's only around 1.9 seconds between he and Class 10 compatriot Steve Bowie Graham. So locals, mate, first, second and third at the moment. Mark Burrows, what can he set down?
Yeah, it seems like a track where the locals really can do well. Just away from these races, it seems like they might get a bit of time on the track. But who have we got coming over the line now? It's the 21
Mark Burrows,
Mark Burrows.
Tommy Burrows.
Yeah, that 5-time Fink winner.
So Mark Burrows, get your time for him as soon as we can. Josh Howes, Shawnee Harris. That sweet singing Nissan VQ cross line. He's currently 10th quickest with a 12:03.6. Mark Burrows goes third quickest in the 21 with an 11:48.7 for Mark and Tom Burrows. Josh Howes, time to beat 11:42. This is where the times I think are going to get a bit serious. Howes, Brown, Habe, Brown and Chapman. So 11:42.7 the time to beat. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new pole sitter for the top 10 shootout. Josh Howes, Shawnee Harris go with an 11:30.4 in the Jimco Aussie Spec machine out of Sydney. So Josh Howes, first time to Hillston, and he's made a little mark early. That's an 11:30.4. That's 12.3 seconds quicker than local Jason Richards. So a hot lap there for Howes. And like I said, I think Josh needed that lap to get it out of the system, set himself into the top 10 shootout, which is, it's full on as well. It's 10 of the quickest cars going for that first position. We've all seen a top 10 shootout in any discipline. We see the Bathurst top 10 shootout. That's where it's all at. The next car through, I think this will be the Andy Brown Illumicraft, the Nissan powered machine. It's, of course, that, what a sweet sounding Illumicraft, that VK56 7 litre.
Just that all black livery just makes it look bad. She's feisty.
So, of course, 11:30. Where do you reckon he's going to fit in? I reckon he might have lost a little bit of time back to Josh Howes there. A minute intervals, of course, in the prologue. So Howes with an 11:30. Richards an 11:42.
I think for the moment, Howes may have held on to that top one spot. You've got to be perfect in these 100%. Prologues. You can't make a mistake. So
there you go. So Andy Brown with an 11:51.4. So he goes 6th quickest in behind local Jeremy Horn. So at the moment we've got 4 locals, 5 locals in the top 10. But here comes Aaron Habe and Chelsea Habe. And then don't be surprised because Danny Brown, George Apted and Clayton Chapman. So just the 3 competitors on the track, ladies and gentlemen, those watching on at home. We're at the completion of the race line wheels prologue here. Oh, how good was that? These things are incredible. And again, Australian. Aaron's wife, Liz, on the fence. She looks happy about the prologue run. It looked good from here too. Liz will get a time for the number 1. I know he's been a bit under the weather this week, so hopefully once he gets that helmet on, Aaron will be mean business this weekend. Great to have our Australian ARB champion from last year at Hillston for the first time.
Here comes Danny Brown now. He's driving like an angry teenager at the moment.
So it looks like Aaron and Chelsea go 4th quickest with an 11:44.8 provisionally. So still Josh Howes, Richards, Graham, Habe and Mark Burrows.
Danny Brown now crossing the finish line.
Yeah, nice run there for Danny.
Danny into 2nd place at an 11:35.
Yeah, there you go.
Just 5 seconds behind our current leaders, Howes.
So I know he'd be happy with that, Danny Brown. It's the old girl that he calls it. I know his new car's getting a bit of work. They're getting ready to head over the States in the coming weeks. So the last car on the track, Ben, is the 15, the Razorback from Croy on the Sunshine Coast, Chapman and Maguire. our 2024 outright champions here at the Gap440. Looking like they're making light work of this final stages of the McCocton circuit.
Yeah, they're coming around now. Again, big thank you to our start-finish line sponsors, Seraphin Ag Pro and Kadimo Machinery, two local businesses out of Griffith.
So tremendous performance for our competitors. That does officially complete our prologue. And there you go. Would you believe that? Clayton Chapman goes quickest provisionally by 1/100th of a second. 11:30.3 and a Howes 11:30.4. Oh, my goodness.
You can't get much tighter than that, mate.
So at the end of the day, our top 10 looks like it is decided. Chapman, Howes, Denny Brown, Richards, Graham, Habe, Mark Burrows, Jeremy Horn, Andy Brown and Conroy Devine provisionally, of course, will be in our top 10 shootout. But that just summarises the Gap440 and what this event's going to be like over the course of the next 48 hours. Chapman takes P1 for the prologue, 1/100th of a second between he and Josh Howes. But Josh Howes, he'll be stoked with that, and he knows they've both probably got a few areas they can get work on and gain on. They'll head back into the pit area. They'll come back out and work on a few little areas that they can tactically make up a bit of time. But that was a superb run for Chapman.
And yeah, just looking here at the timing, between first place and 10th, there's only less than 22
That's
seconds
right,
between them. So that shows just how tight these guys are. And in 10th place, we've got a Can-Am.
Yeah, Conroy Devine. Yeah, he's always going to be quick this weekend, and he's proved that. Then, of course, you've got a couple of locals, Richards and McGinley, who'll start the race in 11th and 12th. Matty Burrows, Lockie Campbell, Brett Comiskey. This is a great... Comiskey and Ali Howes always on pace with one another. Bodie Tickner. Looks like he'll be the second of our Class 10s. But what a drive for Steve and Bowie Graham. 10.65, only about 13 seconds off the pace there in his Class 10 Illumicraft. He'll start off the top 10 shootout ahead of Aaron Habe. But all to play out for at this stage, we will be going green shortly. It's 10:30 local time for the Griffith Tyre Power top 10 shootout. Looks like a couple of our, fortunately, cars over on the back of the complex on the back of a tow vehicle, Ben, which is never the perfect sight. From here, it looks like it might be the 1057 of Rod Vizza, but Cody Vizza in the driver's seat this weekend. Confab Racing, the 504 didn't make it through, so didn't drop too many cars in the.
It's an unfortunate reality of the sport that not everyone does finish. It is a brutal sport, but look, when you're doing things with cars that they really shouldn't be doing, we're gonna have this kind of stuff happen. So
in my calculations, we had the 63 starters because Chris Lantenia-Gaudry didn't make the start, and 60 competitors have got a checkered flag. So which only means we've lost the 3 cars in the prologue, which doesn't mean they can still get back out there for Section 1, which is what it's all about. So well done there to all our competitors. Just confirming for those watching on at home, we have completed the Gap440 prologue here for 2026, and Clayton Chapman, like he did 2 years ago, takes P1. But this year we have a top 10 shootout brought to you by Griffith Tyre Power, which we'll see coming up very shortly, I believe, so stay tuned for that. I'm not exactly sure of an estimated start time, but I'm sure it's not too far away. A dramatic but an entertaining prologue here this morning. Just going through the list, a few more notable names for those. Jay Mitchell, the property owner, 18th quickest with a 12.06. Chrissy Holgate in 19th. Dale Standen in 20th. Rhett Standen down in 24th. Michael Marson, 26th, just ahead of Luffman, Phyllis and Newman. Tommy Dixon, maybe a little drama there for Dixon down in 30th, probably a lot further down than he would have liked and expected by many here this weekend. Steve Kildy in 31st spot. Glennie Collis, about half a second up over Carl Power. Kel Kruger in 41st, Shannon Fitzgerald in 42nd, one of our female drivers, Darren Orr, Clinny Glennon in 44th, Davey Mendham 46th, Craig Barnett started out of 45th in his first drive of the new machine, Darren Morning 53rd, Chris Hardy 56th, Rossi Newman and Alex and Jacob Malloy the 60th car on the timesheets. So like all our motorsport events, we can't do it without our property owners, which we alluded to here at McTockton, the Mitchell family, Carathril Shire here in the Hillston area, our local club, the Griffith Off Road Club, for hosting the Gap440 this weekend, Aora, our championship board, Harvey Service Centre and Fuchs as the naming rights sponsors, Griffith City Smash and Tyre Power, who will bring you the top 10 shootout very shortly. Ed Jones, another one of our great in-kind sponsors here at the Gap440. A few more of our elite sponsors this weekend, just going through: Ag Finance Specialists, Asquith Earth Moving, BB Building, Kadimo Machinery Services, Fuchs, Greenwich Ag, John and Annette Wade, Key Agri, MR Trans, which is Mick Marson, and Seraphin Ag, who've been alluded to earlier. So they're our elite sponsors. And then I'll just quickly go through our gold sponsors here this weekend. It is incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a sponsor list like this at any off-road event. There is literally close to probably 60 or 70 sponsors here by the look of it, which is tremendous for the event. Agronomy, Cheatley Hire, CK Cranes, Elders Griffith, Farm Freight, Grain Corp, Hillston RME, Horn Ag Logistics, Inland Trucks, Keen Grow, Mawson's Concrete, McNabb Fuel, Riverina Logistics, Ag and Vet, Rocky's Bulk Haulage, Craig McKean, the Guerdelins, Conopara Hotel, I think are supplying the beverages here this weekend, Clubhouse Hotel in town, Carathril Shire, Inner Sales and 57 Automotive, which is Perry Stellianos, who we see in Class 11. It's a great night in town at the Hillston Showground last night, the show and shine, getting up close with our competitors, checking out the machinery close and personal, which is always a tremendous start to the year here at Hillston. Round one, of course, of the ARB Championship for 2026. Looks like the breeze is picking up nicely again here at McTockton for day one of the Gap440, and that'll be a treat for competitors, because we sort of saw in the prologue that the dust, especially up that straight as they headed back towards sort of the east of the prologue run around that 2 or 3k mark, that it's going to be really thick up over the course of the weekend, especially tomorrow when there's going to be some overtaking and whatnot out there over the course of the 4 laps today. It's sort of more single file with just the 1 lap, but there will still be occasions where the cars that obviously didn't have a great prologue run will find themselves a bit off the pace.
Yeah, and as you say there, Toby, luckily for those at home who haven't had the chance to be in a car, we do have access to car-to-car communication. So, you know, if you do catch someone, and also with the new Rally Safe, the introduction of that, you're able to work out who it is in front of you, and you can contact them to, you know, at some points you can let them know that you're catching them, and for them to safely move over, because it can get pretty dangerous when you drive in someone's dust, and I have seen a couple of times where that can actually end in a crash. So Yeah, mate, it's just good to see. Just watching some of the replays here on the screen now. I haven't actually had a chance to go around this track yet, and just seeing some of the images that we're looking at on the screen. This is looks like a very fast track, and should the people at home, they're going to see some very quick cars out on the Mactocton circuit.
Just as we get some great drone shots there. It looks like the Comiskey Tisco, a few watching on from home. Jimmy Cotton watching on. Damon McLean, Good Luck Horn, and Adam Ryken. Yeah, he had a great run. Moscow Off Road, the Prologue course is around that 16.7 kilometres. Richard Hacken, great to see my old green and orange buggy on the line. Send it Dean McGinley, watching from Mount Isa. Jason Hurd, watching from Menifee, California in the States. Jake Economist, watching on from over at Kempsey. And that's me, and Good Luck Dean McGinley, Riley Wilson, Upper Ret. Come on, Brett, Linda Soto, it's Brett Comiskey, I'd say. So plenty watching on, mate, and we will do our best to bring you as much information as we can outside of the pictures over the course of the weekend, which is, it's great to be involved in the Gap 440 once again.
Yeah, and just hearing that, we've got people from Menifee, California watching the race, so it just goes to see that this Aussie series is getting worldwide with the attention, so yeah.
And the breeze has really picked up, hasn't it, in the last 15 to 20 minutes from up here?
Yeah, well, that can be a bit of a positive, really. That can take away the dust, as long as it's not blowing it straight in your face. But yesterday, with the show and shine, we were lucky enough to have, again, Seraphin Ag Pro and Fendt Tractors sponsored a freestyle motocross demo, and had local boy Jake Smith and Tommy Robinson, put on a show, and in those windy conditions, jumping 75 foot doing freestyle motocross is no easy feat, but they were able to go out there and they really put a show on for the crowd. So thanks again to Seraphin Ag Pro and Fendt for helping out with the sponsoring of that freestyle demo, and really added to the atmosphere of the afternoon and evening.
It's a great atmosphere down there, isn't it? It's sort of set up nicely. You've got a space for the trucks to sort of pull up and park, and it's just great. The rolling grid through the scrutineering chute. It's great.
It's great for the locals that may not really know too much about off-road racing to get a look, and then hopefully they see what we're going to have out here today and tomorrow, and it brings a couple more people out here. So kids were absolutely loving that. So, just waiting for...
I believe it's going to be an 11 o'clock start, mate.
Okay, so got a little bit of time
Griffith
to go.
Tyre Power Top 10 Shootout. I might just duck out for 5 minutes, mate. We might just have a quick break.
Sounds good.
And we'll be back for the Griffith Tyre Power Top 10 Shootout in about 10-minute time. So don't go anywhere, and get yourself ready for the fastest 10 cars from the Prologue, battling it out for the top spot. And at the moment, it's of course Clayton Chapman with a 1/100th of a second lead or victory in the Prologue over Josh Howes. And nothing in it, which means the next sort of half an hour, 40 minutes is going to be just as entertaining, Ben. And there'll be no sitting down up in the comms box, mate, because I am bloody excited up here.
Yeah, mate, I really can't believe just how close that first and second place were. But, again, really, really impressed with what we've seen so far in qualifying, and can't wait to see what happens with this top 10 shootout.
And like you said, there's only, 21 seconds between the fastest car and 10th spot in the Class 6 Can-Am of Conroy Devine, which means anything is possible. It only takes literally overshooting a corner by losing 3 or 4 seconds, and your dream of starting off pole for the Gap 440 can end in 5th or 6th, which creates more dilemma later on, because you're going to be battling with the cars that you could have been in front of in the first section. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back in around probably 7 or 8 minutes time for the top 10 shootout.
Righto.
Welcome back to the 2026, the Gap440 here at beautiful Hillston, McTocton. And Ben, we are getting ready to go green for the 2026 ARB Tyre Power Griffith Top 10 Shootout for the first time. And we start from slowest to fastest in the Prologue order, which means Conroy Devine, their Queenslander from Jim Boomer, just out of the hinterland on the Gold Coast. 2-minute gaps between competitors. So Conroy Devine, Robert Rolls, how good is this? We go from the Can-Am Maverick through to the $500,000 Lumicraft, might even be being a bit generous there. Beautifully turned out 45 machine of Andy Brown. The locals, Jeremy Horn. I believe I've just got told we think we're racing here for 3,000 big ones, of course, courtesy of our ARB Tyre Power Griffith sponsors for the Top 10 Shootout. So exciting stuff, mate, and this is where it gets very important heading into the Section 1.
Yeah, mate, three grand, mate. That might cover the diesel bill to get back home, but it's good to see that kind of money being thrown around just for the Top 10 Shootout as well. So we'll see how this lone Class 6 goes out. It's a great effort for a Class 6 to be in the top 10. So
I think his time in that, there we go, $2,000 from Tyre Power in Griffith. So there you go, from club president, 2,000 big ones. And the exciting part about this, there'll be no times on our Chris Sport results. It'll be all up in the air until we announce it down at the dais in around 40 minutes time. So stay tuned for that. This is where we set our starting grid for Section 1 at 2 p.m. local time.
Can you just ask if there's a rep?
So we've just been asked by club officials if there is any representative from Tyre Power in Griffith, if they can please make themselves known to event official. Carl Power's walking around, so we'll do an official top 10 Tyre Power Griffith presentation post the completion of this shootout. So if there's any representative from in town, as Conroy Devine looks to get his top 10 shootout, this is a huge achievement, like you said. Again there, Ben, for this little Can-Am Maverick R 1000cc turbo, he's giving away a lot of horsepower on this grid. But he's not going to muck around. He's going to be as confident as anyone in this lineup to get the job done in this shootout. And it all starts here, the first car away. You've got to see it a bit of a positive. He's going to set the quickest time, but then he's got 9 angry machines, 9 very, very talented and skillful drivers doing the rest behind him. But all eyes right now across the globe and the universe, it is on the 608. What else would you rather be doing on the last weekend of March than be right here in McTocton for the shootout for 2026? What do you reckon, mate?
I reckon, mate, it's really shaping up to be a great day today. Not too hot, not too cold.
Perfect conditions.
Wind's blowing away that dust, so it should make for some really good racing. Just in the break before, was getting some messages over the live stream, and just like to say a very special good day to my fiance and my son back at home in Griffith, and also my mum and my brother watching all the way from the far north coast of New South Wales.
Very good, mate. Everyone's watching on. So only seconds away now from the 608. Conroy Devine and Robert Rolls, the first competitor off and running. Only their third run in the ex-GRC Greg Campbell Can-Am R, which he run in the Australian Championships in 2025. So all the best to you, young Conroy. I know the man packs a lot of confidence, which is what you need, especially be in the field that he's in, the elite company that he's amongst here, as Andy Brown now rolls up to the grid. Of course, 2-minute intervals here, Ben, which just gives each competitor that bit more of a chance to set down their fastest time and really stamp their authority here on the shootout.
Yeah, that 2 minutes really makes a difference, because there's nothing you want less than being stuck in someone's dust when you're trying to put down a fast time in the top 10 shootout. But the Class 6 of Conroy Devine out on track now, and you know what he probably lacks in the top end speed, he'll probably make up for in the tight stuff. Andy Brown up on the line now, waiting patiently.
Yeah, he's going to be really eager as well to get his top 10, like you said, in this first sort of KO, a bit more of the new part of the complex, which we haven't seen in any of the previous editions of the Gap440. Great addition, and I think that'll really bring like the Class 10s of Bowie Graham, the smaller engine machines that are a bit more niff in the tree sections, and that'll bring Conroy Devine right into his element. We shouldn't be too far away from seeing Conroy hopefully come back through on that long back straight heading back towards the east of the complex. But all eyes on Andy Brown and Danny Hardman, long-time navigator here in the 45. It is the Illumicraft Nissan VK56 LS7 Melbourne-based 42 Motorsports. A third outright at the Pines Enduro at the end of 2025 down there in Millicent.
And off he goes.
How good's this sound? Andy Brown, there goes Conroy Devine. So here's the pace setter early. See Bowie Graham's lining up down there. Jason Richards. This is one of the really highlighting, exciting parts of the Gap440.
So,
Jeremy Horn up to the grid in the 35. The
three local boys here in the top 10. Our first one, Jeremy Horn, Hillston boy, up on the line now. And just looking at some of this drone footage, it's great to see with what we've got with technology now. We can watch so much and live stream it across the world. But,
how good's that shot of Conroy Devine, our first car on the track? Epic shots brought to you by the live stream team here at the Gap440. He's thrown into those corners, isn't he, Conroy Devine? There's a long way to go in this race, but he wants to put his hands on that 2,000 big ones, courtesy of ARB Tyre Power in Griffith. So Jeremy Horn, Adam Ryder, they'd be very happy with this. I think this is only their third start in the Southern Cross. Stepped up from the Can-Am, the ex-Cougar Racing Southern Cross, Mark 6, V8 powered, and can't wait to see what time he can sit down. I believe he's just had a major ankle reconstruction over the off-season as well, Jeremy Horn.
So, you'd be feeling that after tomorrow, I'll tell you that.
If he feels it after today, Monday morning, there might be much work done on Monday for Jeremy, but you never know, if he stands on that outright podium, he might be a few days off work. The locals celebrate down here at Hillston. Always a great time at the Gap440. Great to see a number of spectators here as well, enjoying the action. Again, we've noted it a few times, spectacular layout setting here for a national event. You can see plenty of action. Ali Howes looks happy with her run.
That's another great thing about these races is, places like Hillston, Gundawindi, Millicent, the town really does show up for it.
Yeah, 100%. That's what it's all about. Keeps the little communities going, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ryken goes through, and Andy Brown, look at the speed of him as he heads back to the east. So Brown and Hardman off to a nice start as the 35. Jeremy Horn, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know much about Jeremy Horn. I know he's relatively new. I think it's 2024 he debuted here in the side-by-side. A couple of strong results in that, and it creates good potential and credentials moving into the higher horsepower classes. So Jeremy Horn finds himself in a very nice position, regardless of where he is at the end of this ARB Type Griffith shootout. He's going to be nicely placed heading into Section 1 at 2 o'clock local time. There's the 8-time Aussie champ Mark Burrows and Tommy Burrows now to the grid there, Ben.
Yeah, Tommy and Mark, he's been around the sport for a long time now. I think his first Aussie championship he won back in the 80s. So, including 5-time Fink champ, anyone that knows anything about off-road racing, to have a Fink win, even to finish Fink, is a great achievement. But five Fink championships under his belt. That's you're promoted to legend status when you get to that kind of stuff.
And he's continually finishing there around in that top 10 still. I think he was 7th out there last year, 6th the year before. Always thereabouts. The MBR Monk Fab machine. Can't wait to see what he can do out here in the ARB Tyre Power Griffith top 10 shootout. He'll be the 4th vehicle off the line. Still got Aaron Habe, Bowie Graham, Jason Richards, Denny Brown, Josh Howes and Clayton Chapman. So around 20 seconds to seeing the Burrows machine. Jeremy Horn dancing his way nicely through the little tree. It's pretty tight out there. Didn't get a chance to get around the track yesterday, Ben. By all reports, a great mix of open terrain, a lot of tight stuff out the back. 87 kilometres ahead of competitors this afternoon, but this is where it all counts.
Burrows off the line now, and yeah, like what you were saying, where there's a good mix of wide open stuff and your tight racing. That really brings your classes together, where you know, your class 6s, class 10s can really catch up to those big V8 machines. But I wouldn't be surprised when come to the end of racing tomorrow that we see a couple of those class 10s at least. If they're not in the top 10, they'll be in the top 20, along with a couple of class 6s as well. So yeah, just got Danny Brown coming across us now, and that's a good, for even if it's his old girl, it's a good looking car, that number 42.
Yeah, he's had some great runs in that over the years. A multiple time winner at most of our ARB Australian Championship level events. Millicent, the Gundy 500, Sea Lake, number of occasions.
But it's that one race that he still wants to win, and that's the Gap440, mate.
He has won it.
Take the win here.
No, he hasn't. He has won at Stackpool, finished third outright here. 2023, Danny Brown, George Apteb. And a lot of these crews, mate, they stick with their navigators. They're very precise, consistent. I think that's what makes that formidable opponent. You don't see many of our top-level guys sweeping and swapping navigators. It's all about the consistency in the cab. And talking about consistency, on the line is the number 1 Australian ARB champion from 2025, Aaron Habe, Chelsea Habe. Father and daughter combination from Menham in South Australia. First time to Hillston. Regular contender at the Stackpool events over the years for him and the family. But great to see Havey on the start line here at the Gap440, and he'll be the 5th competitor off the line, prologued in that 6th spot, and I'm sure he'll be looking to go a few places better here for Section 1. Havey's underway.
Off he goes now. And, yeah, more familiar with seeing his wife in the navigator seat, but looks like she's handed that over to their daughter Chelsea. But yeah, look, you don't get number 1 without being as consistent as Aaron. So
he's another competitor, mate. I mean, I think he's twice won the Pines Enduro. He's won Waikerie Enduro plenty of times. The 2022 Loveday 400 champion. He won the Don River Dash in the same year. I think he won 5 events in the South Australian Championship back in 2021, in that second year of that dreaded COVID, and the 6-time Wanaka Enduro champion. So his resume would be pages long. And now on the line is a 1065.
Another local boy, Bowie Graham.
Bowie and Ella in the beautifully turned out Illumicraft. Again, the front-running Class 10 competitor from the Prologue in P5. Tremendous effort, tremendous run for him and his daughter Ella. And I'm sure if you give him 5th place now, he would be very happy starting the race, but you just never know. Don't count him out to go a little bit high here in the shootout. And yeah, doing the Griffith Off Road Club proud here this morning.
Yep, 1065. 1065 actually happens to also be the farm number of the irrigation farm just out of Griffith.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so just helps that he is in a Class 10 where he can run a number like that. But
how good's that?
Yeah, Bowie been around the sport for a fairly long time now. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, navigating back in the 90s or late 90s, early 2000s for Shannon Irvin. But yeah, if you go back and look on YouTube, you can find even old videos of Griffith 500 where him and his driver Shannon are driving a Class 2 back when Class 2 was a much bigger class.
Yep.
But yeah, off Bowie goes now.
See Habe over on the far part of the complex from here at the headquarters. Bowie Graham off to a nice start. Of course, looking for his 5th Class 10 Australian ARB title this year. He was so close to that outright one in 2025. But Bowie Graham off to a nice start for him. The 2025 Three Springs 240 winner, which was a local club event. They had think it was over at the Standens property, mate, last August.
Yeah, back out at Melbourne.
Yep.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it to that race, but had been hearing a lot about it in the lead up to it, and Stanton family, they've been involved with off-road racing now for a number of years, and I think they were really happy to showcase what they've got on their property out at Melbourne, between not too far between Hillston and Rankin Springs, a small town just to the east of Hillston.
Yep. So of course this is the ARB Tyre Power Griffith top 10 shootout. Jason Richards.
Richo on the line now. You were saying before it's quite a talked about car, mate. I wasn't familiar with that, so
yeah, it's come over from the States. Danzio Performance. It's been racing in the American series for I think around nearly 20 years now. 2007 I think this car was built. A lot of history. Just put it into your YouTube search and you'll see all about Sheila. I think it's got an Aussie, the Aussie sling due to an Australian reference as well. I don't know exactly the details there, but I know there'd be plenty here that know that. And the big question, what can he put down here in the top 10 shootout? Qualified in 4th spot. He's running the 91 number this weekend, I see. Of Conroy Devine across the line in the 608 as Richo gets underway in his racer. Sheila's off the line. Aaron James in the silly seat here this morning. Of course, we don't have any times, which builds a suspense for our top 10 shootout champion here for this 2026. And we've only got 3 cars left now, mate. Denny Brown, George Apted roll up to the grid.
Yeah, this should be getting pretty interesting now. And look, Danny Brown, you can't rule him out at all. And with times as close as they were in the prologue, it's anyone's race at the moment, so let's just see what Danny can do.
Well, I think he was only, about 5 seconds off the pace at Chapman and Howes in that opening prologue this morning. So anything is possible. He'll leave it all on the line there in the beautifully turned out Illumi Craft. And then, of course, we've got Josh Howes and Clayton Chapman. So the first one across the line, the 608 of Conroy Devine. Denny usually running the twin turbo this weekend in the Chevy 7 litre. 3-time Pines Enduro champion, 2-time Australian ARB champion. So we see Andy Brown, Denny Hardman, so one Brown about to get his shootout completed, and his son Denny on the start line. So it's all happening into our final stages of the shootout here off the grid.
Andy Brown just coming over our finish line here. As mentioned before, lucky enough to have Seraphin Ag Pro and Cadebo Machinery donate 2 headers to hold that to start finish line sign up. So yeah, again, massive thank you to those two businesses over in Griffith. Danny Brown off the line now. He's really just letting that V8 sing.
Third, his best finish here at the Gap440. We've alluded to a few times, looking to get this one off the back and claim the Gap440 supremacy this weekend. It's great to see so many of our crew members and locals here enjoying the action. Of course, this is the Tyre Power Griffith top 10 shootout for the Gap440 for 2026. Josh House, Sean Harris now up to the start line, 100ths of a second behind Clayton Chapman in the prologue bend. That is literally as close as it gets in any discipline, and he will be looking forward to go, I'm sure, a few seconds quicker here in the shootout, but he would have been very happy with that prologue run this morning.
1/100th of a second over a 16-kilometre track. That is so close, it's not even funny. It's really, racing can't get any closer.
I've got a feeling we could be up for something very similar here in the shootout as well. These two know each other extremely well on and off the track. They'll be battling each other over the course of the weekend as well. But Josh Howes and Clayton Chapman, clearly the 2 quickest cars in that prologue run. Sean Harris has jumped into the navigator's seat with Josh over the last 12 to 18 months and doing a great job there. Josh hasn't actually turned a wheel since I think last year, so 9 months now since Josh Howe's been in the race car. Always beautifully turned out.
It really is a good-looking car.
Of course, 2021, 2022, St George 399 champion. So they've got 2 national wins under the belt. Josh Howe's 2-time runner-up at the Fink Desert Race, which we all know how hard that is just to finish, let alone to finish.
Well, looks like we've got second smoke coming out of the car here.
Yeah, he's at the Southern Cross. So Howes and Harris, our penultimate car off the grid. There's definitely some smoke from the back of that engine of the 35, which is, looks like the Horn and Riken, the local entry. So they're across the line there as Howes and Harris nicely underway in the shootout. And the final car to roll up to the starting order is the 15, the Razorback from Karoi on the sunny coast, Chapman's Off Road Racing. Doing them proud again this weekend in the Razorback Toyota 2JZ 3-litre turbo. The 2024, the Gap440 champion, mate, and they've started off with a bang here in 2026 on pole for the shootout.
Yeah, just watching this drone footage now of Danny Brown getting around the Mac Tocton track, and looks like he's got that foot down. I haven't seen him back off once, but it's a really impressive drive he's putting on so far, and looking forward to seeing what his time is in the end. But
of course, Clayton Chapman also going for 3 consecutive wins at the Gundy 500 in the second weekend of August this year. Of course, the 2023-2024 champion up there on the border town of Queensland and New South Wales. Clayton Chapman definitely one of the quickest competitors in the country, without a doubt. Long-time navigator Adam Maguire in the navigator's seat again this weekend. He's the defending champion this year at the Don River Dash up there in Bowen. And of course, he had a big season last year with a win at the Gap at the Big Desert 480 at Rainbow. Clayton Chapman, he knows what it's all about. Likewise, this man, Mark Burrows, home and hose in the 21 Monk Fab. So Burrows, well done to those guys. And here we go, Ben, for the final time.
Chapman's off, and he's looking good so far.
Oh, one of the nicest sounding cars in the field. That distinct noise of the Toyota 2JZ off the line. Chapman and Maguire. Also, their prologue run was a beauty, to say the least. Just 1/100th of a second. Over Howes and Harris. So all cars on the circuit for the shootout.
Hopefully the 35 of Jeremy Horn and Adam Riken, there's not too much damage. You can just see here drone footage of everyone looking over the car, but looks like that smoke's stopped for the moment anyway. Aaron Havey coming up now, looking very fast.
As I say, the Havey's coming in very nicely. The father and daughter combination out of South Australia, the defending ARB Australian champions. They steady the element for the final jump. It's a bit wide on that. Oh, how good's that? The elements jump like a dream. I've actually had the privilege to do a couple of laps in with Aaron at a national a few years ago down at Loveday, mate, and it was quite the ride, to say the least, and still smiling 4 years later from that one. Great to see Jeremy Horn. Hopefully everything's okay there. They've got a couple of hours to diagnose a potential issue there for the Southern Cross, but hopefully nothing major for those guys, and they'll be back out for Section 1, of course, 2 p.m, don't forget.
Looks like here on the drone footage, it's
looks like Chapman, is it, in the 15?
Yeah, that's Chapman. I thought for a moment it might have been Bowie, but it was going a bit too quick for a Class 10. But Yeah, Chapman's putting on a great drive, and I said it before, since he got into this pro buggy, he really hasn't looked back. I remember a couple of years ago he wasn't having the best luck in the, was it Class 4?
He ran Class 8 for a number of years down the highlights, yep.
Yeah, and he seemed to have a little bit of bad luck, but since he got into this pro buggy, mate, he has just, he's been taking overalls left, right and centre. So, yeah, good move there from the Chapman's off-road racing squad.
What's that, mate?
On the screen now is Bowie Graham, local cotton farmer from Benarambah, just outside Griffith.
Again, mate, just a tremendous, the depth of this field, to see him sitting around that 5th spot after the prologue. Absolutely incredible opening stands at his event here this weekend, and another, looks like a quick time here for the top 10 shootout, brought to you by Griffith Tyre Power, and we'll bring you, of course, our results at the little presentation down there on the Park Ferme grid very shortly, as we near 11:30 local time, which only means we have Jason Richards, Danny Brown, Josh Howes and Clayton Chapman to come. What has been an epic Saturday morning. Still got a couple of hours till the race gets underway, mate, and at 2 o'clock all our 63 or 4 competitors, hopefully all of them, can make the grid, and they'll head out for the first of 5 laps this weekend, and we'll be back here tomorrow morning, of course, for section 2 kicking off at 8:30.
Yeah, and a lot of people they don't realise just how long these races are, and 440 k's in an off-road car, regardless of how good your suspension is, you're still feeling pretty sore afterwards. That's one thing I remember. Yeah, and just to get through and finish one of those races is an effort in its own. So, like I said, it took us a few years before we even finished a lap. So
that's a great feeling to get across that finish line, especially at a national event, 400, as you said, 400 odd kilometres. That's a long way between now and 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I remember clearly a few years ago, Brent Martin came from 32nd, started Sunday in 32nd spot and finished 3rd outright at the end of the weekend. That's a clear standout memory for me from my Hillston days, from 32nd to 3rd. It was quite a drive for Brent Martin back in 2022 when he was... Fortunately, the Martin crew not here this weekend. Former champion.
Yeah, it's a family affair with those guys, and it is quite unfortunate that we aren't seeing any of the Martin Motorsport guys here today. But well, hopefully 2027 we'll be back. See them back here.
So as I said, only just the 3-4 cars now. Still haven't seen
Richards, Danny Brown, Josh Howes, and Clayton Chapman still out on track.
For the Tyre Power Griffith top 10 shootout. Believe we're going to head down and present the $2,000 cheque at the completion once these cars get home, and then they'll have a couple of hours to work their magic for section 1 this afternoon. Believe around 87 kilometre circuit. We'll bring you as much information over the course of that. They're expecting that sort of low to mid 50s for the quicker competitors per lap. And obviously over the hour mark for other crews, but hopefully we can bring as many cars across the line this half so we can bring them all back out to play on Sunday, Trophy Day of the Gap440. Thanks to our recovery crews as well, Ben. Without these, the services of our recovery teams.
It's a massive ask at the moment, given the price of diesel, to ask someone to just to volunteer their vehicle and their fuel to just go out there and drive around for 2 days. And make sure we all get back here safe and sound. So, huge thank you to all the recovery vehicles, that's for sure.
Denny Brown and George Apted just caught me on the right, so that means, unless we've missed it, definitely haven't seen the 91 of Jason Richards and Aaron James, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate. So, yeah, Danny Brown over the line.
So Brown in the house, Georgie Apted, long-time navigator across. So still just waiting our final two competitors now. Hopefully Jason's no massive issues. First run, of course, in Sheila, his new racer. 7-litre machine. See a lot of that over the coming months and years. Josh Howes and Clayton Chapman, just the two cars on speed to come through to complete what's been a very exciting and entertaining shootout.
Yeah, just the suspense of not knowing who is leading is kind of getting to me at the moment, mate. I wish I could have a look at who's got the fastest times, but like everyone, we're just going to have to wait until they all get back in here and we can see who takes home that $2,000 check from Tyre Power Griffith. Danny Brown parking.
Looks like Josh Howes on our screens there, mate, doing some nice work. He should be really nearing in, coming into our sights here. The arena part of the circuit. And on cue, the 15, Josh Howes, Sean Harris. I can hear him over the back to our right, mate, and he looks like he's
driving like a man possessed at the moment. This last corner can be a real heartbreaker, though. You just got to be on the brakes on the right time and accelerate. Come around that finish line.
A lot deeper and cut on that inside than a few of the other competitors here at the shootout, but holds it on that outside line. A great run for Josh Howes, regardless of where he sits in the outright order. I'm sure Josh, Sean Harris and the entire crew will be just happy to be in the mix here on Saturday, and I'll start off in a nice position for Section 1, officially across the line. That just leaves the one car in at race pace, I would presume Chapman and Maguire. They woke up on the 1st of January, mate, to the 2026 race season, knowing they have 3 major events to defend this year, with this one from 2024, of course, Griffith having a year off with the national scene. And they also got the Gundy and the Don River Tidal Dashes. So what a feeling for Chapman Off-Road Racing. 3 of the biggest races in the country to defend the titles, but
means the pressure's on as well. Like you got to defend that now, and I don't know how I'd feel about coming in with something like that, but I can just looking at them now on the drone. They're coming back around the pit area.
Yeah, ultra professionals, mate. They know what it's all about, and they'll be doing their utmost. And regardless of where they sit, I know they'll be doing it with a smile on their face, and the really nice crews and families of our sport, without a doubt. So Chapman and Maguire steady the Razorback, another Aussie-built machine. The Chapman family have taken ownership of the Razorback frames, buggy frames. I know Stewie's got one, Clayton's younger brother's got one in the make, in the build at the moment, so we'll see him out there. Very similar car that we see in front of us here. Chapman and Maguire steady the ship, turn the Razorback back towards the crowd, and they will officially complete the 2026 Tyre Power Griffith, the Gap440 Top 10 Shootout. A big round of applause. Chapman and Maguire in the house. Josh Howes comes back to us here. So, unfortunately, it looks like the only one that we haven't seen through, Ben, is the Richards and James entry, the locals.
That's unfortunate, mate. That's after you get a car like that, you really want it to perform. So I really hope it wasn't something. Oh, here he comes. Here comes Richo. So he's gotten back up and going. Won't be the best time, but at least he'll be back out there in 10th spot for the first the first lap of the big track later on today at 2 o'clock. So yeah, really good sign to see Richo to finishing this top 10 shootout.
Great signs for the event. Could only just been a little issue, mate. Maybe something that he was a bit worried about. He's got out, checked it, got back in and said, "No, let's keep going." But yeah, everything looked good in those final stages of the shootout, and we could probably comfortably say that'll put him in 10th spot for the race, which is probably not a bad position to be in. The win, it looks like it's going to be picking up nicely. So that does complete the running of the Tyre Power Griffith Top 10 Shootout. We'll bring you some official results of that very shortly. I think Carl Power, the club president, is down there. I believe, again, there'll be nothing in it, but might wrap that up, mate. That has been an entertaining shootout. I believe we're going to head down and award the champions, the 2,000 big ones, and we'll be back with the presentation very shortly.
Prologue.
Yeah.
So got the bugs out for the weekend.
So we're ready to tackle the ones now.
Only 100 to the second between you and Josh.
You must have had the same issues, I reckon.
Congratulations. Just
Cheers.
a quick word. Danny, live on Facebook. How was your run in the shootout, mate?
Well, I thought I went faster, but I went slower.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're still getting used to driving again. It's a little bit different to the turbo. It's plenty fast enough, but just picking the lines. I'm sort of going in the heavy stuff where the turbo's got power and go, and then that it's just labouring a bit. So I tried to drive a bit differently in the shootout, but I went slower, so it's obviously not as bad as I think. So.
Still in a pretty good spot after section 1.
Yeah, I think fourth, I think. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be dusty. It's going to be nearly impossible to catch and pass someone. So just sit where we are and just try and keep a half decent time and get going.
Long way to go, mate.
Yeah, long weekend.
Yeah, all the best for
Cheers.
section 1 and over the month.
Thanks a lot. Catch you later.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, no, love the challenge, so no, it's all good. Right, thanks.
Hello race fans and welcome back to Section 1 for the 2026 ARB Harvey Service Centre Fuchs, the Gap440 here at McTocton Hillston. Joining me alongside me once again for Section 1 here this afternoon, Ben Langford. Ben, lot to play out for here, mate. We've had our seeding order from the top 10 shootout, which come out of the prologue we saw earlier this morning. A fascinating pit lineup of contenders all the way through the field back to the 63rd car off the grid. It's going to be an exciting couple of hours, mate.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Clayton Chapman put on a great performance both in prologue and the top 10 shootout. Was able to hold on to first place after. Yeah, I'm still trying to get over that 1/100th of a second that split both him and Josh Howes. But not long now, and the guys will be off onto their first lap of the big track, and we can get this Gap440 underway. Brought to you by Harvey Service Centre in Hillston, Fuchs, and of course ARB.
Yeah, great supporters, of course. The ARB 4x4 accessories, major partner for the ARB Australian Off Road Championship. This round one of the 2026 Championship, Bowie Graham takes his place in the grid. He'll start out of the 6th position. So Clayton Chapman, Joshy Howes, Aaron Habe, he put down a very nice top 10 shootout lap. He goes out of P3. Denny Brown, Andy Brown, so father and son there battling out in that 4th and 5th. And we've got the local Bowie Graham, Mark Burrows, arguably one of Australia's great off-road competitors, Conroy Devine, the first of our Class 6. What a run. Amazing. I know you were super impressed with him, Ben.
Yeah, for someone in Class 6 to be up in 8th place is incredible, to be honest, and hopefully he's able to hold on to that position. And because really when you get into these bigger laps in a car like that, you can tend to maybe hold people up, especially with the dust, but this wind is blowing, and hopefully it makes for some great racing, and the dust doesn't become too much of a factor for those cars behind him.
And just to confirm, Conroy Devine and Robert Rose in the 608 actually don't have a GPS system in their Can-Am at the moment. It actually, went out of play yesterday. I believe didn't save anything after the reconnaissance lap, which means it's even going to be that little bit harder now for Conroy Devine to sort of contain that position. 8th off the grid, Jeremy Horn. Saw him come in with a bit of smoke out the back of the Southern Cross, but it's great to see him on the line in the 35. And then Jason Richards, Aaron James, Nate Richards down as the navigators in the 91 racer. Sheila, as it's become famous for across the world, really. You've only got to Google Sheila on off-road on YouTube.
Yeah, make sure you include that off-road bit, because might get some other things coming up. But had a chat with Richo just during the break, and it seems like he did have a bit of a brake issue during the top 10 shootout, but looks like he's gotten that sorted out, and he's back out there for the first lap of the big lap.
How good's this? Young Sam Richards, Tanner James taking off out of P11, which means they're only a minute behind father Jason, so it'll be very cool to see the battle unfold out of there and between the Richard cars. Then we go down to one of the club main parts of this event, Dean McGinley and Dean DeMarco there in 12th, Matty Burrows, Lockie Campbell, Brett Comiskey in 15th, Ali Howes, Bodie Tickner, Jay Mitchell, Chris Holgate and Dale Standen ran out your top 20. And you go all the way through the list. One of my sort of roughies for the weekend, Tommy Dixon starting out down there in 30th, Tyler Human's going to be on the charge in 29th, Mick Marson, Dave Lufton, Glennie Collis, Carl Power down in 37th, Ben McNamara. So lots to look forward to over the next couple of hours. Minute intervals here this afternoon for Section 1. I think we're only about 2 minutes away, mate.
Yeah, mate. Can't wait, to be honest. Really want to see what Clayton Chapman can do out there on the big track, and I just think we're going to have some really great racing and some great footage coming from the drone soon enough. So stay tuned, everybody.
Yeah, for those watching on home, sport by the great production crew here this weekend, bringing you some seriously good footage from the grounds and above the track at McTocton. Remember, Clayton Chapman 2 years ago at the Gap440 won the Prologue, took home the Section 1 victory and consolidated into around a 4-minute triumph in 2024. That was around 20 months ago now. We're here, March, round 1 of the 2026 Championship. and can he replicate that performance? But there is some talent, there's some horsepower, there's some youth, experience, all the above. Chasing Chapman again here. Adam Maguire, he's a long-time navigator, fantastic on the post notes. I think we're only about a minute away. Josh Howes will be able to P2. Tremendous starting spot for Josh. There's a bit of a sprint lap here. Obviously tomorrow we'll get into 2 laps, 45-minute compulsory service break, and then another 2 laps. So tomorrow's the real big day. But you can lose the event out here today, Ben, and it's a very important next 50 to 60 minutes for these competitors.
Yeah, it is. It's hard not to get carried away, especially with this first lap today. But look, it's off-road racing, and the guys that want to win it, they're really going to have to learn how to push it in a responsible way over the next 440 Ks.
So I think we're on starters orders, around 15 seconds on my calculation till Chapman and Maguire will officially get the Gap 440 underway for 2026, brought to you by the Griffith Off Road Club, ARB Harvey Service Centre and Fuchs in town. Thanks to them for making this possible. The Mitchell family and Chapman, off he goes. Off to a typical Chapman start, looks very smooth over that first jump, and he'll swing it into the hard left as Howes and Sean Harris roll up to the grid. Minute intervals, so plenty of time for the dust. Spoke to Denny Brown after the top 10 shootout, Ben. He did say obviously passing, catching is one thing, and then making the move around a car that's scheduled to be quicker than you on the track is going to be a big challenge out there. So yeah, watch out for that.
Yeah, it's It can be a pretty scary thing to try and push it while you're in someone's dust, but with the car-to-car communications, it does help. Most people, if they're called up and they've got someone faster than them catching them, they will pull aside for you. So that's good compared to what I've heard of over in the States, where they're not afraid to do a bit of shunting and stuff like that. I'm grateful that we don't have to deal with that here.
So Howes and Harris get their Gap 440 campaign officially in the books. The Jimco Aussie Special out of Sydney, New South Wales, Howes Motorsport. We'll see Josh's sister Ali coming out of P16 very shortly. 2-time St George 399 champ and a 2-time Fink Desert Race runner-up. So he's got a very impressive resume, and he would love nothing more to add the Gap 440. Look at the dust already from what we saw earlier this morning. Bennett really is picking up. The breeze is still a little bit constant.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that, at least in Griffith on Wednesday and Thursday this week, it was pouring rain. So it just goes to show how heavy this wind is to dry things out like this, and how dry the country is naturally, really.
And Aaron Havey now to the grid, number 1 on the plate for a serious reason. He is the 2025 ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Champion from Mannum in South Australia. Doughty Chelsea in the navigator's seat, and it will be awesome to see how they progress over the next 86 or so kilometres. We'll bring you as much information as it comes to hand. We've got devices aplenty up here in the commentary box. Check out your rally safe as well. You can track your favourite competitor, and Chris Sport for your times on the Sportify app. The bar is officially opening half an hour, I've just been told by officials. There's also a raffle going around, Ben, so if you see a club member down the canteen, I believe you can buy a raffle through a QR code. Plenty of food and drinks as well. All playing out for this is going to be a big couple of hours for the Gap 440, and looks like Denny Brown takes to the grid in the 42 Volumicraft.
Yeah, Brown and Apted out there getting up to the start line.
There's our second car over on that back straight, heading back to the east of the complex, and look at that.
How fast do you reckon they're going?
We'll be around, I reckon, 160 to 180 there. Maybe hit the 200 at the end of the Australian. They definitely got over 200. Both Clayton and Josh said he's very fast out there, especially on that Prologue. I'm sure it'll be tenfold in the actual lap. Denny Brown, George Apted off to a nice start there in the 42.
Next up, Danny's father, Andy, number 45.
He's had a couple of strong results here at the Gap 440. I think his best was a 4th. He called the action that was back in 2022 when Toby Price won it in the Tisco. I know he had a couple of tyre dramas. It's just one of those events. It'll be very gnarly out there. There's a lot of parts of the track that the rocks do become a bit of an issue, especially as the weekend progresses and they come to the fore. Aaron Habe going across the back, but all eyes on the start line for Andy Brown, Danny Hardman in that Nissan V8 Illumicraft. How cool would it be? I know they've got 4 Illumicrafts in the shed down there in Melbourne, which is great, but huge contributors to the off-road scene. Again, major partners. Andy's ARB 4x4 accessories since the exception of the ARB Australian Championship. And Andy Brown off to a nice start there through the trees. He will not be backing off here this afternoon.
That dust, that's really starting to pick up. I'm just looking at the screen here, but
looks like Bowie Graham, the first of our Class 10s. What a story, out of P6. So he would have took that and ran if you told him at driver's briefing this morning that Steve Graham and Ella Graham will be starting out of 6th position in a field like this. Tremendous effort, but he's a long way to go, like he said down there post the shootout, and he knows what it takes to be in a position to really challenge for this Gap440 title. He's just got to push his little Class 10 through the dust here this afternoon and set himself up nicely for a shot at the title tomorrow.
Yeah, nice start there from the Griffith Local. And it is a race of 440 k's. It's a lot of patience, and also just having your race car craft prepared beforehand. That's a massive thing to really just make sure everything's all in working order, because as the old saying goes, you fail to prepare to fail. So.
Interesting to note, it was very cool here this morning. I mean, I still got my jumper on up here in the commentary box. I don't really know why, Ben, but
she's warming up.
They're starting to warm up. So the next hour or so for these competitors can play a factor, the heat. See Jay Mitchell nurking to the grid. I like a lot of these competitors. I think like a Jay Mitchell, even an Ali Howes, Matty Burrows, Dean McGinley. I think we'll find them pushing to get inside that top 10. Another one that'd like to be pushing to the top of the tree is Mark Burrows, the 21. Tommy Burrows, his son, in the navigator seat. Experience wins a lot of the time, Ben, in a lot of motorsport disciplines, and I think he'll be there when the whip's cracking tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, mate, there's a reason why he's 5-time Fink champion, so let's see what he can do here today at the Gap440.
Intrigued from the story of Mark Burrows this weekend. I know his son Matty will be pushing hard as well, out of 13th spot. Next up on the grid, the first of our Class 6s. Arguably the story of the morning, Conroy Devine, Robert Rolls, without navigation systems in that car also, which makes it even a taller story. The 608 from Jim Boomba in the hinterland there of the Gold Coast made the trek down to sunny Hillston this weekend for the first time. I've always been impressed with Conroy Devine. Watched him at a race called the Zooms Cup at Inglewood, just inland of Gundawindi a couple of years ago, and he made his debut in an X3. Super quick. I think he finished 4th or 5th. He had a few dramas over the weekend, but here he is, the biggest stage of them all, round one of the ARB Australian Championship, and he's really putting up a fight, not just for class. Obviously got that in the bag for the Prologue, but looking to really throw down a marker here for lap 1 and see where he sits at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. Sitting in 8th overall, that's an impressive feat for a Class 6 car when you've got a bunch of V8s behind you. Jeremy Horn up on the line, another Hillston local boy. As you mentioned recently, before he was in a Class 6 up until recently, but he's put on a great performance so far in that number 35 machine.
Very impressed with Jeremy Horn. I'm sure another competitor who would have took that 9th spot off the grid and make the top 10 shootout. I mentioned he did have a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that Southern Cross as he crossed the line, but looks like everything's rectified there for the locals. I'm sure we'll see him back here in around 50 odd minutes time as the last one off for our sort of the top 10 is Jason Richards, Aaron James in the 91. I think he had a bit of a brake lock-up issue in the top 10 shootout, he said.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me.
A bit of a fright.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. And during the break, went and had a quick chat with him, and he didn't have too much to say. He was a bit more concerned with what he had to get done with the car, but Yeah, no, Richo should go well as long as he doesn't have any mechanical issues. And he's had a bit of heartbreak in the past with, I remember a couple of years ago, probably would have been Gundawindi 2019, where
2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds, or just at the final corner, he was he made a slight mistake, but
that'll go down in history. That one, that was a close one, wasn't it?
Definitely, but off he goes now and hit that jump very nicely. But
see Conroy Devine head off to the east of the complex over the back. First of our Class 6, setting a nice early pace. And our young Sam Richards, Tanner James.
Yeah, Sam's just a young fella. I remember a couple of years ago he was actually out in a sweet vehicle. I think it was his dad's Mazda BT50. And they didn't realise there was a race car behind him. And the passenger told him to put his foot down, and all of a sudden he pulled a bit of space between him and the race car. But don't think Jace was too happy to find out that's what happened with his work ute. But yeah, he's going to put those skills to use. He's only been racing for a couple of races now.
I think it's only his third start in the Chenoweth, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, see what he can do with his dad's car.
So he'll be our first Class 1 off the line, and both father and son combinations too. Well, both father and son in the respective vehicles, Jason and of course young Sam. I know they said he set a very good speed at the Gap 150 here last year.
Yeah, that's I'm not 100% over those times, but yeah, I did hear that he plays pretty well in the end. But
so there he goes, young Sam Richards.
Another local coming up to the line now, Dean McGinley with his long-time navigator, Dean DeMarco.
Here's another one. He said he had to pump the brakes at a few times over the course of the prologue. So to finish in that 12th spot just really shows you he gets a bit of a nice run, dust-free run.
Honestly, I cannot think of many things more scary than
no brakes.
No brakes in a V8 buggy.
At the speeds that there's out here this afternoon, it'll be all important that Dan McGinley grabs those and holds them tight as he gets off the line. He is vehicle 12 away, McGinley and DeMarco in the 87. I know the previous owner of that, Richard Haken, watching on from Mount Isa. Shout out to you guys. As Jace Richards head off over the background, and young Matty Burrows to the line now in the 123, the MBR Aussie Spec Jimco. Tom O'Byrne in the navigator's seat, based just out of Ballarat in Victoria, third outright in the 2023-2024 ARB Australian Championship. And he was fourth outright first in class at this event 2 years ago, which is a pedigree result for Matty Burrows. Proven he can do it, and I've got no doubts over the course of the next 4 or 5 hours of racing that he can find himself right back at the top of the order here, mate.
Yeah, it's in the blood, mate. If he's Burrows, and he's going to do well. But yeah, off goes Matthew Burrows now on that 123 machine. Next up on the line, we've got number 3, Lachlan Campbell.
Another great run for him. Tremendous 2025 standout year for him, third in the ARB Australian Championship. He's got his father Greg beside him. A fresh build for them as well. Ben literally sold the car to Conroy Devine that they went well in last year. Now Conroy's ahead of them here in the order, which is a bit ironic.
Yeah.
And they've gone back to work at GRC Motorsport in Sydney and put this one together, and here they are at Hillston. Probably one of their closest national events, to be honest, out of Sydney.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised by how many Sydney-based drivers there are. And
yep.
Do they have a club in Sydney, Toby? Or?
Yeah, so there's Sora Club, Sydney Off Road Racing Association. They hold an event at Colo Park, just out of Windsor.
Oh yeah, nice.
Down the putty. See McGinley over the back, and the Campbells off and running, the son and father combination. Brett Comiskey, Corey Cooper. I made the call yesterday, I think I told you earlier, that he'd prologue outside the top 15th, finish inside the top 5. He actually prologue right on the money in 15th spot. Comiskey and Cooper in the V8 Tisco. Oh, there we go. Looked like he ran off the track a bit there, young Lockie Campbell. Jumped back onto the left. A bit hard to tell what line he was running there.
That can be a very risky thing too. You go off the track on one of these
Yes.
places, and next thing you know, you've got a flat tyre, and that can just ruin your whole day.
I remember he hit one here. I think on the Sunday there was 11 flats, I believe, on the Sunday. Hopefully none over the course of the weekend, but it is the nature of the beast. Comiskey, he won't be looking for one. He's got a funny story about that, but we'll go into that at a later date. The 434 can confirm provisionally that Chapman and Maguire are around the 21 kilometre mark, so it's like Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire running still nicely at the 21 kilometre mark. So well and truly on their way, sort of around a quarter of the way through their opening lap as Matty Burrows goes through over the back. Now Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan move up to the line. The next of our Class 1s, third in class for the Prologue. Second of our Howes Motorsports machine. I know she's battled Brett Comiskey over the years, and if there's one vehicle you don't really want to be behind in this dust, it's probably Brett Comiskey, but Ali's drawn the light straw there, but she'll give her utmost, and she knows another experienced competitor, she'll just want to be there over the course of the weekend and strike late.
Yeah, you're right there, mate. I've a couple of times, especially up in Gundawindi in the Class 2 car, we found ourselves behind a slower Class 4, and not too proud of the things I said over the car-to-car intercom when I was doing that, but it's all in the past now.
It can be frustrating.
Yes, it was, but we took the class win at that event anyway, so didn't mean too much. But Ellie Howes now out on the track.
Of course, 2 years ago made history. She won the Milbrodale Mountain Classic down there at Singleton in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales, and one of the more emotional and well-deserved victories I've seen for a long time in the off-road scene here in Australia. But she'll be looking to put down a massive effort here this weekend and climb herself into that top 10. Next on the line is
Bodie Tickner,
the 1093. So he'll be our second Class 10 off the line, the single-seater, based out of Adelaide in South Australia. 7th outright at the Pines Enduro last year, took home the class victory, which is an astounding result in itself. So keep a good eye on Bodie Tickner, runs that single-seater. He's a former Class 2 ARB Australian champion like Brett and yourself there, Ben, but he's been around the sport, him and his family, for a long time now, and great to see him here at Hillston.
Yeah, and that's what it seems to be with off-road racing. They are family orientated. Once it kind of gets in the blood of one relation, everyone else in the family is hooked. So yeah, we see that with Tickners, see that with Burrows, Browns, Standons. There's a lot of families out there with multiple cars. That
the Owens and their likes.
Yeah. There's honestly a lot of them. Yeah,
plenty. Next on the line is the John Mitchell, son and father. They are as local as you can get here at McDocton. The property owners, Cherie, the wife and mother, walking around here as well, helping the Griff Off-Road Club make this all possible. The 121, a former Australian Championship winning Alumicraft, a lot of pedigree in the car. Jay Mitchell works his way. 4th outright at Waikerie as well, his first national run last July down in South Australia. Again, that sort of field, similar field to that here this weekend, and if he's thereabouts by this time tomorrow, I think he can definitely challenge for a sort of top 5-ish finish, I'd say.
That Waikerie, so are they still running that event out at Ramco, or is it, have they changed
spot,
it?
Newell Station.
Yeah, that was we did that race back in 2018, the Class 2, and it was on the Monday afterwards we were very sore. That was a very rough track. Very hard on gear out there at Waikerie in the Riverland region of South Australia.
So this is where the championship goes after this. It's the first weekend in July, so they've got a few months to get over the Hillston event and get ready for the Waikerie Riverland Enduro. Chris Holgate takes to the start line now, the 686. That's not Tim Wrigley down. I do have his navigators here somewhere, mate, but great to see Chris Holgate, Mark Bartoli in the navigator seat, I believe, this afternoon for the lap. And he's the third of our Class 6s off the line.
Next up on the line, another local of the area, Dale Standen. His son and son-in-law both racing today. Rhett Standen in the Class 10, and Dean McGinley, his son-in-law, in the number 87 Pro car that's already gone off earlier.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so No, Dale is he's a great driver, and I've spent enough time in a farm vehicle with him. Yeah. He it's not it can be pretty scary when you're in a car. You don't expect him to go that fast, but
Craig Ball is long-time navigator there.
Yeah, Craig's a mechanic just out of the Lake of Jellicoe area. Very impressive workshop he's got.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah.
That car. I've actually navigated for a mate at Nabiac Airport Challenge a few years ago now, and we ran second to the previous owner of that, well, actually two previous owners, when Peter Scarza, the bloke that built that Feral Gen back in the Newcastle area, run second to him over there. Great car and very hard to get past, so can confirm. So here was our 20th vehicle off the line, Ben, and Russell and Kelsey Harnett, the father and daughter combination, formerly out of Brisbane, been up there for many years now down at Narracourt in South Australia, and they're one of the stalwarts of the sport here, been racing for a long time. Russell Harnett, and great to see him back here at Hillston. He finished 5th outright here in a Class 2 in the inaugural Gap440 the year Toby Price won it. Another great result, and I'm sure he'll be looking to push himself way up there in his top 20 at the end of today.
Yeah, I had some experience myself racing against Russell up at Gundawindi a couple of years ago.
Yep.
He actually ran in first place for most of the event until halfway through the final lap, and he had a mechanical, and we were able to inherit first place. So I guess one man's loss is another man's win. But
very hard competitor to get around Russell Harnett, and
we couldn't see him, mate. We were nowhere close to him. If he hadn't had that mechanical, we wouldn't have caught him, that's for sure.
Next to the grid, out of 22nd spot, Aaron and Greg Nickel, the 665 Nickel Racing, another crew out of Brisbane. There's plenty of them here this weekend out of Queensland. 4th spot in Class 6. He's been here before. I know he had belt dramas a couple of years ago. Hopefully all those sorted for this weekend. He did race at the Gundy 250 only a month ago up there in Queensland. Had issues there that weekend as well. But we wish Aaron Nickel, of course, the Queensland Championship runner-up last year behind Tony Falabra up there. A lot of great results in 2025 for Aaron Nickel.
Yeah, and it does seem different areas have a different car that's more popular, whereas back in the day, it used to be with Gundawindi. There would be your, I think it was the Class 8s, was it, or Class 7s, where the four-wheel drives. But whereas now, we're seeing a lot of Class 6s when we go up that way. But Griffith, it seems to be the Class 10 to unlimited cars are most popular with the locals. But these Class 6s, just in the last 10 years since these new Can-Ams have come out, has become a really popular class for that kind of, I guess, entry-level racer that is just getting into the sport.
Lukey Ersedge, the 1050 on cue off the line in 23rd spot after the Prologue. Everyone in the off-road scene in Australia knows Luke Ersedge, based down in Adelaide. Ersedge Custom Engineering does extraordinary work. He's built both the cars, the Honey Badgers, which we see in front of the 69, and then Dave Lufton, who won't be too far away. Luke actually had a couple of years in that before selling it to Dave. Does a lot of work on competitor cars. I know he's got a few things in the pipeline as well down there. And great to see Luke up here at Hillston for the first time, see what it's all about, and I'm sure he'll like what he sees and he'll return in the future. But the Class 10, outside of Bowie Graham, there's a lot off the line very shortly. And the next one off's your man, Reddy Standen.
Yeah, my former driver, Rhett Standen, with another one of my mates in the navigator seat, Josh Lyle. He's got moved up from the Class 2 into the Class 10, and I can't fault Rhett's driving. He can go over. If we finish a race, he's bound to be in that top 3 in class.
Yeah.
Even a couple of years ago up at Gundawindi, we managed to finish in the top 15 in a Class 2 outright. So, yeah, Rhett's off the line now and starting that first lap of the big track.
I was there that day. I think by memory, you come 8th outright that day.
Oh, wow, I thought it was top 15, but
I'm pretty sure it was
top
8.
8. That's pretty impressive.
So just provisionally, of course, this is brought to you by Rally Safe. Our provisional race leaders on the circuit, Clayton Chapman Maguire, around the 34-35 kilometre mark, so heading towards around that halfway mark in the next sort of 5 minutes. Next one off is one of our Class 10s, Brendan Hill, who finished third outright down here at the Gap 150 last July, and regular contender at the Hillston events, based out of Sydney. Another competitor, the Hurricane, home built here, and great to see young Brendan working his thing out there this afternoon, and I'm sure he'll be looking for a strong lap to get his Gap 440 campaign underway. Looks like Lukey Ersedge over the back there.
Just watching Brendan hit that jump, that was very impressive. Not too nose low or nose high. And next up on the line, Michael Marson, all the way from far north Queensland. That's like I said earlier in Prologue, it's a testament to the sport that people are prepared to travel such distances for these kind of races, and it's a massive thing for these kind of towns to get that influx of people and cash from outside. And yeah, it's just great to see the crowd here today, and won't be long before we'll see the North Queenslander take off.
Yeah, Michael Marson, huge supporter. I think twice now, by memory, going through some notes during the week, that Michael Marson sat fourth outright at the end of day one in his Ultimate Racer, his Ford V8 machine, which he sold to a friend in North Queensland, Drew Callender, and then he's had dramas on Sunday morning. So I'm sure he's looking to get through and finish the Gap 440 for the first time. Not at the top of the sort of the list where you'd expect to see Mike Marson in his bigger car. But as I said, a trophy truck on the way, as Dave Luffman now rolls to the grid in the Honey Badger, the 104 from John Darwin up in southeast Queensland.
So yeah, as you mentioned before, these are the cars built by Ersedge down in South Australia.
Yeah. Darren Barker in the navigator's seat. See him off the line next to our Class 1s out of 27th position. Just had a text through, unfortunately Robert Guzenhoven's out. Some issues there with his trophy truck, so we won't see, I think he's the 404, make the start line. Unfortunately, Craig Barnett rolls up to the grid. So we're really getting through our cars now, and out of 28th spot is Aaron Phillips and Dave Nicholson, a couple of our Sunshine Coast-based competitors here in the Brenthal Ultimate Machine. Aaron had a great year last year in the Queensland AORA Championship, and the racing is incredibly strong in Queensland with the AORA Championship 9 rounds this year in their title chase, which is remarkable. They got a race at Dalby, which is ran by the Gympie Club in a couple of weeks. Always put on a tremendous event, and it's massively supported and popular, the Queensland race, and that's where these guys have gained their exposure and experience, and Aaron Phillips is definitely one of them. His wife races a Can-Am up there, Ben, in the Queensland Championship, and great people to sport, and he's very vocal on Facebook, and he's an entertainer, Aaron Phillips. It's great to see, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to put down a couple of quick laps here this weekend.
As you can just watching the charter chopper flying over our start area now, it's a pretty cool novelty to be able to, pay a bit of money and go. I think it's about a 5 minute flight over the track. That's pretty great opportunity if you got the guts to jump in a chopper.
I think they only say 90 big ones too, isn't it? That's cheap as chips.
Yeah.
If I had time, I might get up myself, but it might be a restriction on a few things. But on the line now is Tyler and Paul Human. It's funny, they actually travelled down together. Tyler and Paul based out of Harvey Bay up there in sunny Queensland, and this truck's, they've had it for around 10 years now and working beautifully for young Tyler. He had a great 2025 Queensland campaign as the Honey Badger heads off to the east, well and truly into his lap. So that's 29 competitors off the line.
Next up, Tom Dixon. Yeah,
Tom Dixon's actually not there on the start line. So this is a bit of a development. I wasn't aware of this. Unfortunately, for Tom Dixon fans,
like that. His start in the prologue really impressed me. So that's disappointing that we're not going to see him in the 30th position today from the start. But
so issues there for Dixon, unfortunately.
Yeah, Stephen Kildee on the line in the 484 trophy truck.
Home build again, always entertaining for the crowd. Saw him up Moranbah short course up in North Queensland a couple of years ago now. I think he finished 4th or 5th. Very entertaining, hanging it out all weekend long, and he won't be able to hang it out as much as he did up there that weekend. Here across the 90-odd kilometres this afternoon, looking to do the entire ARB Australian Off Road Championship this year, the 484. He was coming around 5th or 6th at the Don River Dash last year. We all one of the popular events now in North Queensland.
Yeah, an event for both cars and bikes, kind of taking a leaf out of the Fink Desert Race book. But there's quite a few bike riders around the area who also go up there to the Don River, and they've placed quite well actually. The son of some Griffith Off-Road Club royalty here, Jesse Ryan, he's racing the factory 250cc, I believe, up there this year.
I did see that.
Yes.
As Kildee gets underway, so a bit of a longer gap between Human and Kildee. I've just got word through that engine issues for Tom Dixon in the 83 Crumpco Baja Bug, so it'll mean to me that could be a lights out weekend, unfortunately for Tommy Dixon, who promised so much this weekend. Steve Kildee off to a nice start in the 484, and now 32nd in the prologue, so 30th off the grid. Tim Wilkinson and Glenn Milne, the next of our Can-Ams, 621.
Another impressive resume here for Tim Wilkinson, first in class at the King of the Dunes this year. Also first in class at David Larder Memorial at Beachport, down near Millicent, where we'll be having our final race of the ARB series later on this year.
One of those competitors running the older modelled Can-Am Maverick X3, just the 900cc turbo. The newer models are now 1000cc, but a nice start for Wilkinson. I think it's the Nicholas Pye, John Herselman entry up. Glamorgan Valley up there, just out of Brizzy.
So he hasn't been in the sport for too long. He's only started out last year in September. Seen here at the Don River Dash.
So 11 seconds ago, provisionally, Chapman and Maguire through K46, around the 46 kilometre mark for our track leaders.
6:29 now on the line, Nicholas Pye and John Herselman.
Watched him compete at the Gundy 250 a month ago. I think he was hovering around that 8th to 12th spot most of the weekend. Bit of late drama. Sat him outside that top 10, but was impressed with what I saw from Nicholas Pye, a competitor that expect to work his way up through the order over the weekend. Stephen Kildee making some serious race dust heading back towards the east. Another one of our Class 6s, Jamie Harrison and Dave Roberts now to the grid.
And Jamie Harrison and Dave Roberts on the line, as you were saying. Quite a wild story for Jamie. After a serious crash at Fink in 2021 on the bike, he became a paraplegic, and that didn't stop him. He's into a car now, and we'll see how quick he can go with that.
Yeah, I think it's a great story. He actually debuted, I was there at the Nabiac Airport Challenge, I think it was start of 24, so 2 years ago now. Come down from Brisbane, finished 5th outright, 3rd in Class 6. It was a tremendous debut. He didn't really know what to expect. obviously all the controls, hand controls in that Can-Am to make it possible for Jamie to compete. Went and finished the same year, and here he is 2 years later just loving the sport, and I'm sure he's looking to contend all rounds at the ARB Championship this year and maybe a few more races. And Jason Keane now on the line in the next to our single seat Jimco's, mate.
Yeah, another Brisbane boy. You've said it early, mate. There are so many Queenslanders that are rocked up down here. So, yeah, it's you could almost have their own state of origin between the two. But,
that is impressive.
Probably be like the footy, and they'll take that as well.
So Jason Keane, it's a Jimco 2000 series single seater. He's got a Ford 2.4 litre power plants, Just Jace Racing. Coming off a top 10 first in class result at the Gundy 250. And he just loves it. He'll be at every race he can. Wherever you got to go, Jason Keane will be at. A really nice bloke, and he's actually on the Aurora board now, so another competitor that's giving back to the sport in that way. So awesome to see Jason Keane there. Glennie Collis,
another local boy, farmer out of Griffith. He's been involved with the sport now for a number of years, but bit the bullet back in around I think it was 2021 or so, and got himself a buggy. And what a buggy to get! It's the champion for the 2018 Sea Lake Mallee Rally of McClellan's, and
sure he's watching off. Chase Hample, of course, in the navigator seat. Another two larrikins of our great sport here in Australia. We wish them all the best. He hasn't had the best of runs the last couple of the Gap440s for a number of reasons. We won't go into what happened last time he stood out here at Hillston, but the first edition in 2022, he finished 7th outright, and he was a relieved man to get across the line. If you give him 7th outright right now, I'm sure he'll take it and run. So all the best to Glenn and Jason. Carl Power now, bit of a local rivalry going on here. I'm sure Carl would like to make a few inroads to Glenn Collis here in the little 1043 Tatum.
Yeah, there'll be some bench racing later on this afternoon, I think, between the Griffith drivers. But just good to see Carl back out in the car. Recently became a grandfather for the first time and the second time, all within a couple of months of each other. But not the best start from Carl, but with a track that's 80 k's. He'll make up for it, I'm sure.
31 seconds ago, Chapman and Maguire at kilometre mark 52. So past the halfway mark. Jason Richards told me last night the track's around that 86, 87 kilometres in length here this afternoon. On the line is Ben McNamara, Wayne Pascoe out of Tumby Bay in South Australia. Ben's held a couple of events down there. I know he's had a few issues trying to get that across the line again, but sounds like early next year, towards the middle, they'll be holding another event at Tumby Bay. Apparently a beautiful part of the world, over the western side of South Australia there. Another honey badger, like you alluded to before, built by the man that's out on the field at the moment, which is, of course, Luke Ursett. So the 69, he's provisionally out of 38 spot. We did have Tom Dixon, didn't make the start line. Darren Franklin and Rob Hackney. And then you Can-Am are they up to the line at Condrook and the Victorian New South Wales border down on the Murray, the 678.
Really, better get a window open in here, mate.
She's steaming up in here, isn't it?
She's getting warm.
Oh, it's a bit better.
Yeah.
So Franklin
on the line now.
39th off the grid as we approach 20 to 3 local time at Mac Topton. What a part of the world it is. There's nothing better than the red dirt of the Griffith area in my eyes. It's always puts on the treat. Don't even worry about the dust, just get out there. It's like Carl Power heading off over the far straight there, mate, and looks like he's off to a good start, so very intrigued again to see the battle between he and Glennie Collis, who we saw start off before him. The next one on the line is at the Ratcliffe Class 10, Sean Ratcliffe in the 10.07.
Yeah. Another single-seater, so...
I think it's Potter. Not overly familiar with these design cars, the Potters, but it's been around for a few years now. Former navigator for Mark Burrows a while ago, but he's here at Hillston, I think for the third time in the 10.07, looking to get a strong result. And with these South Australian crews, he's out of Victoria, but we've got Waikerie and Millicent with Hillston as well. It makes a lot more easier to get around, you could say, to complete the 4 rounds of the ARB Australian Championship.
Yeah, definitely. Not always a fun drive to go across the hay plains, but you know, it's worth it when it means you're racing at the end of it. So
the 44, Kelvin Kruger and Nick Mosley to the grid. Again, a good couple of years, started out in the Class 10 in the Queensland Off Road Championship, now finds himself in an Aussie-built super boot. And he's been a pretty solid competitor over the last couple of years, a few great results. First time, of course, down here competing at Hillston. Always sounds good. The turboed Mitsubishi super boot of Kruger and Mosley from Palm Woods on the Sunshine Coast. 10th outright, third in class in the Ultimate for the Queensland Championship last year. So keep an eye on Kel Kruger. Frankling heads off over the back, so we're sort of heading definitely towards the back end of our grid, Ben, and the next, it's up 40 minutes since the first car, so sort of the next 10 to 14 minutes, things are about to get exciting for our race leaders. They head back towards the finish line for Section 1 that Fitzgerald's now under the ARB Championship. Blow up there, Shannon and Andrew in the 10.29 from Port Augusta in South Australia. They've made their way over here for the first time to Hillston. Daughter and father combination, great to see. Andrew himself has got an element, races at a number of races over the course of the season, but here they are this weekend with the SS Race Tech Class 10 for his daughter Shannon. Ratcliffe over the back, and next one on the line, I think it's Darren and Stephen Orr, the father and son combination, again from Brizzy, and the 10.15, 4 Oars Racing, looking to put an early marker on their weekend. Gearbox issues at the recent Gundy 250. Probably a little bit further down I would have expected. He was leading class up at Gundy, and a few of those competitors are in front of him here, but Darren Orr, I'm sure he'll like to find his groove.
Yeah, he's might be just going for a slow and steady approach maybe in this 440k race. It's definitely not a sprint, but we'll just hopefully we'll see him at the end of tomorrow. Is it 10.16 now up on the line?
Clint Glennon, Adam Moore.
So I've noticed just a 3.16 further back in the class, also Glennon, is it?
Yes, that's Clint's sister, Alex Malloy. So Clint's from Wandani and down south of Nowra. Want to give those a shout out watching on. Small town. Great to see Clint Glennon here at Hillston, running the Tatum, the K24 2.4 litre power plant, second outright, first in class in the New South Wales Championship last season. Best result of a fourth outright, the Colo Park Challenge last May. All the best to Clint Glennon. Gets underway.
Next up on the line, another one of our ultimate buggies, number 68, Craig and Megan Barnett.
Yeah, first time in the Towers Motorsport built 7-litre machine. It's been a few years in the making. Incredible piece of art. I'm sure his plan this weekend is a 3-time ARB Australian Ultimate Champion. And 3 fantastic seasons. I think one year he finished 7 nationals plus the Don River all in the same calendar year, which was a remarkable feat. Huge. Yeah. Based out of the Hunter Valley. His wife Megan in the navigator's seat there.
Yeah, to finish every race in an off-road season is... Look, we never did it. We DNF more than we finished, to be honest. But
yeah, she's a tough gig.
It is. It can be really heartbreaking at times, especially travelling all the way from Griffith up to Queensland or over to South Australia, only to have a mechanical breakdown in the first lap. It's makes for a quiet drive home. I'll say that much.
Dave Mendham. Dangerous Dave now on the line in the 1070. Dubbo Dave's just up the road, up the Newell. Adam Barnacote, of course, he's been around the off-road scene for decades as well. Out of Sydney, I think he's only Mudgee now actually. Adam Barnacote, great to see Dave Mendham back here. Only had issues the inaugural Gap440, didn't finish there. Had a couple of solid runs since. Always beautifully turned out pink Jimco Dave Mendham, getting a bit loose there into that second corner, but setting some nice times. Clint Glennon gets underway, Mendham off and running. Looks like our 1092 of Drew McLaughlin and Millie Power on the line.
Yeah, Drew's first race, another local boy, driving a car that has been, it's been handed down from several local guys from Dale Standen, from Carl Power, and also Matt Ryan earlier on, who's who actually navigated for the Owens to an overall victory at Fink a couple of years ago. Actually, I say a couple. I think it might have been about 2017 now, so time's gotten a bit away from me. But a good start there from Drew, and just hit that jump quite nicely, and hopefully we'll see him at the end of tomorrow, finishing his first race. That's always nice to do.
That's the goal, yeah. You see Barnett's go over the back there, seeing a nice little stream there behind that Towers Motorsport machine. Matty Smith to the grid now in the 473. Keegan Smith, Avalon Smith down as navigators.
His car looks a bit different from when he started Prologue. Looks like there's a bit missing from the front.
Taking the bonnet off, yeah. Looks like.
Came back from Prologue with that off, so not sure what happened there.
So he's the next of our Class 4 competitors out of Penrith in Sydney. Only his second year behind the wheel of this Brentford V8 LS2. Great piece of machinery. We saw Aaron Phillips in a Brentford Ultimate car. And now this is the trophy truck version, the Gen 2. And he'll just do his thing out there and get into a groove. I believe his first national, so long endurance style event this weekend, which is a lot different to your weekend-to-weekend state racing in many ways. The first of our Class 5s now. It was an impressive run for Russell Harris and Bailey Farley in the Ford Ranger, mate, in the 515 earlier.
Yeah, mate, the Ararat guys, they did all right, and I think I did notice him pulled up after the finish line there, so not sure what happened, but it's just good to see that he's back out there for the start of the main race.
I think it's second in Class 5 for the ARB Australian Championship last year. Just did the 2 South Australian rounds, Wakery and Millicent. This is going to be his first full season, hopefully contending the ARB Australian Championship. Looks a picture from here, mate, in the 515. Still waiting for Ash Weinhardt, who's taken the driver's seat at the 515 and the 504 Oz truck of Paul and Mark Paul Grant.
That Ford F-150, it's a good looking bit of gear.
It is, isn't it? I think it's got the works and the jerks, everything you can have as good as it gets there for the Oz truck team, and huge supporters of this Hillston event now in Mudgee. Paul Grant's been around for a number of years, to see Cody and Rodney Vizza there in the 10.57. Believe they had a few wiring issues in the Prologue, didn't finish. Alex Malloy's there, Rossi Newman, the Hendersons in the Class 2, and also saw Chris Land and Tanya Gaudry in the 80 Jimco get pulled in on the back of a tow rope in the reconnaissance. I know they had a few engine dramas down there.
Yeah, but look, yeah, as long as they've gotten everything going now, you know, maybe starting this far back might not be as bad as you think. At least you know they're out there and they're going to start that lap and hopefully finish the race.
Hopefully bring it home. They've come a long way, all the way from Bowen in North Queensland, Team Land. They've been here before. They're two-time Class 6.6 Australian ARB champions. They know what it's about.
That's right. Now on the line, who have we got?
That's Brendan Hill and Matty Wyndham in the 6.11. We saw Paul Renoff and Max Renoff just lead before in the 6.20. Just missed in the Class 6. Just out of... just north of Melbourne. And unfortunately, Robert Gerzenhoven and Wayne Donnelly in the 404 F-150 Class 4 truck have had some mechanical issues during the Prologue, which will not allow them to start Section 1. So a shame there for those guys that made the trek up here to Hillston. I know it's been a big week for him prepping the car to get here. And it's always a bit of a bummer when you put your hard-earned and the effort, but that is part of the beast. That's why you sign the entry form. Things can happen to man and machine, and just hopefully everyone can get back here safely in one piece this afternoon. Brendan Hill, another competitor from up north, Harvey Bay, worked his way down here to Hillston for the first time this weekend. He finished 52nd position in the Prologue, so there'll be a bit longer gap between he and Paul Renoff, who we saw leave before. Darren Motley, Ryan Peris-Stelianos the next few away after that. Just try and bring you a bit of a rally safe update. Car 15, 9 seconds ago was at the 70, nearly at the 73.5 kilometre mark, which is interesting because that's 51 minutes elapsed. And club president yesterday, Carl Power, reckons we ran at 52 to 55 minutes a lap. We're nearly at that already, running at the 74k mark. I know there's a few big straights coming home for the competitors, but it's well and truly going to be more closer to that hour mark here this afternoon for our fastest competitors, Brendan Hill and Wyndham. It's his Hillston campaign underway, and looks like Darren Mott and Daniel Floyd, Motty, on the line.
Yeah, Motty out of Sea Lake in Victoria. It's become a bit of a fixture of the sport, really. I don't think an off-road race is complete without Motty.
I agree. He's got an event coming up down at his place actually in 2 weeks, Darren's Day Out, Sea Lake, second Sunday in April after Easter. So good to see Motty here at Hillston.
Yeah, and the Sea Lake town, I haven't been to a place that is more accommodating for off-road racing than Sea Lake. It's a great place.
I know they're still working hard behind the scenes, government officials and whatnot, to try and get that iconic Sea Lake Mallee Rally back up and running. I think they agree they've got a bit of a road ahead of them there, but they won't give in, the locals. And yeah, I saw George Bailey, I think, walking around here before as an official. He's one of the main men behind that club over the years. Hopefully we'll see it back in the coming years. Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills from Coss Harbour coming down to Hillston to play here in the home-built Dan McKenzie truck, the 481. Get a bit of seat time. His first appearance in this machine, only just taken it over in the off-season. Has been running a Yamaha. I know Dan McKenzie's here. Be proud to see his machine out there today, the 481.
Let's see how he goes over this first jump. Just a bit of air, but you don't want to break the car first. The first kilometre into a 440k race.
So Chapman and Maguire at the 76k mark, Howes and Harris at the 75k mark. Looks like Aaron Habees around that 73. Danny Brown still moving along. Andy Brown's still there. He's just gone past the 68 kilometre mark. Bowie Graham's provisionally looks like he's not too far behind there in the 10.65. So we see Perry Stellianos off the line, the first of our only Class 11s here. So Mark Burrows, he's still moving at the 64 kilometre mark. Conroy Devine can confirm a couple of our locals, Jeremy Horn and Jason Richards, still moving along nicely. So to me it looks like our top 10 are still well and truly in transit. Matty Burrows, Dean McGinley. So we see Moddy head over the back of the complex. Stellianos gets underway in his Ultra 4 car, the second of our Class 5s on the starting line. Ash Weinert's taken the wheel this time. Chris Hardy's stepped into the navigator's seat. Chris has got a few, happy to sit beside him. He's got a bit going on there, Chris Hardy. Great to see these two out here this weekend. Had a pretty solid prologue run. And the Toyota Hilux, it's the 516. Hammerdown Motorsports out of Sydney, the 56 car in the prologue earlier today, the Raceline Wheels Australia 17 kilometre prologue run, and we're getting close now to getting our first little few cars across the line, and this is where we still have a few competitors off the line, Ben, and coming in. So tomorrow obviously the intervals between cars will be a lot shorter because they've got to do continuous laps.
Yeah, I couldn't think of much worse than being one of those front runners and then hitting the dust of the slower cars. But look, it's just the way it works when you've got so many cars that want to turn up for a race like this. So yeah,
looks like Michael Lesk and Matty Cowie from Freeling in South Australia, their second year in the off-road scene. That's the 6119. Probably our last Class 6 to get underway this weekend. I'm not sure if Toby and Tom Stevens are going to make the start grid. Haven't seen them up here yet. They had a DNF in the prologue. So Lesk underway as Perry Stellianos heads over the back in his Ultra 4.
They're a wild-looking bit of gear, aren't they, those Ultra 4s?
They are. Definitely. Ross Newman, unfortunately. I did say Michael Lesk was probably going to be the last Class 6, but Rossi Newman, we can't count him out. The journeyman of the sport. Cameron Crowe in the navigator's seat rolls to the grid in the 681. Catch up with Ross and see if anything happened in the prologue. I thought he might have been a little bit higher up in the outright order. He found a nice groove at the Gundy 250 recently, Ross Newman. We'll see him chase Michael Lesk into the McTocton terrain this afternoon.
I guess it just goes to show the calibre of a lot of our drivers. If someone that they know how to battle for a podium, at somewhere like Gundy or that, and then they're placed all the way back here, then it's not a reflection on their bad abilities. It just shows that there's a lot of quick drivers out here.
So I reckon we're not too far away now. A second to go. Clayton Chapman, Adam Maguire at the 84 kilometre mark, which means only a couple of minutes away from, as we go past 57 elapsed minutes. Now Class 2 competitors, it's a son and father combination, Connor and Rodney Henderson. Now it'll be about this car, mate.
Yeah, so the car 225, that's what I navigated Brett Standen through to 2018, runner-up in the Class 2 ARB Off Road outright. Got second place to Daniel Wells, and then the next year we won the championship in 2019. So yeah, a bit of history there with that car, and a bit of heartbreak as well with a couple of races we DNF'd, but it's just great to see that car's still out and running.
So I reckon Clayton Chapman is literally not too far away as we get towards our concluding stages of our starting grid for Section 1 of the 2026 Harvey's Service Centre Fuchs ARB the Gap 440 here at beautiful McTocton in Hillston. in our Class 3 competitors, Alexander Malloy and Jacob Malloy, the wife and husband combination from Forbes, and the little 1300cc Suzuki powered Rivmaster on the line. And this is actually the ex-Howes Motorsport Class 3 machine. This is the car that Ali and Josh grew up driving, Ben, which is fascinating. I know it's hard to believe that we're just about to see Josh come home in a twin-turbo Jimco and his car where it sort of all started back in the Colo Park days. Geez, we're pushing 15 or more years ago.
It is good to see the old Rivmaster still out there. They're honestly a piece of Aussie off-road racing history.
So I reckon we're any second. Here we go, mate. So our first car, as we still have a few off the line, but it is the 15 of Chapman and Maguire. Steady as you go. Looks like everything's gone rosy so far for the 15. The Sunshine Coast Base Chapman's Adam Maguire there in the navigator's seat comes across the finish line. So that's section 1 in the books for Chapman and Maguire. Give him a massive round of applause. Looks like a flawless run once again. 10.57, Cody and Rodney Vizza off the line next in the Class 10. We just have Chris Land and Paul Grant coming through. Josh Howes hopefully will be the next vehicle through. Don't forget minute intervals between these competitors. So that's nearly the hour mark.
So in that top 10, Toby, has there been many positions changing?
It looks like it's pretty how they started on my sort of side of things, mate, here on Rally Safe. That's a 59.34. 59.34 for Chapman and Maguire.
So
I can hear a Nissan powered Jimco Howes, and
he is looking good.
He does. He's looked good all day long, but he's still got to. Don't want to put the commentator's curse on him. We see the Vizzers off the line, and Chris Land and Tanya Gaudry up to the starting orders. But the second car home, ladies and gentlemen, those watching on and here at the track, Josh Howes is here. He means business this weekend. Great to see him back where he belongs at the top of these national fields. So Howes and Harris across the line will bring you a time when it comes to hand, regardless of where he sits. He'll be stoked to get Saturday in the books and expect a big challenge for him tomorrow. Look at that, it's a 59.42, a 59.42 race fan, so that's only 8 seconds between Chapman and Howes. So the battle continues. That's Chris Land, good to see him out there. This is what off-road racing exemplifies for me. Chris Land's had engine dramas in the recon. There was literally, I think, 10 or 12 fellow competitors, crew members at the back of the Jimco helping a hand. I'm sure there was competitors there that haven't really met Chris over the years. There's competitors there that know a lot about Chris and Tanya. Gets a bit loose there, Chris Land. He spun her into that second corner and shot her back here towards the crowd. But great to see Land and his partner Tanya Gaudry off the line, making their trip down from Bowen worthwhile, and the final car underway as we wait.
Here comes
Aaron Havey, the one element. Paul Grant and Mark Paul Grant, the final car off the line in the 504. It's got all the good gear in it, so expect a nice showing for Paul Grant this afternoon. A little mechanical issue in the Prologue, and here's Havey, and Havey across the line. Third vehicle home for Section 1.
He's coming in hot.
So 59.34 is the time to beat for Chapman and Maguire. There you go, an hour and 6. This is setting up for a fascinating day too. That's around 24 seconds off the pace of Howes, but only 31 seconds off the outright lead. So as they come in is how they stand provisionally. There you go, so the track on Rally Safe marks around that 88.5 kilometre mark. So Chapman, Howes and Havey, your top 3 provisionally. We've got some serious challenges yet to come. Denny Brown, Andy Brown, where the local's going to stack up.
Just looking here, between Chapman and Howes, 7.9 seconds over an 84 kilometre track. That's extraordinary.
Incredible. I think it's going to be, again, one of those events that could go right down to the wire this weekend. So, yeah, unfortunately, looks like the 83, the 606 of Stevens and the 404 of Just see here, it looks like there could be issues for the Stephen Kildee, Chris Jones, a 484. Looks like they're heading down an access road somewhere. So the 484 of Stephen Kildee could have run into a few dramas out there in his Class 4. Bowie Graham's at the 80 kilometre mark, and I reckon there's the next two through, Ben, are the two brown machines. They're both still moving along nicely. I don't think there's going to be much in it between Denny and Andy, the 42 and the 45, and then Bowie Graham's still in motion. Mark and Tom Burrows going well. Conroy Devine is still moving, the first of our Class 6s. He's at the 77 kilometre mark.
And he's still maintaining that 8th position.
I think he's around that 8th.
Wow, that is impressive. I'll be honest, mate. I thought by now he probably would have had a couple of those, or the 35 of Jeremy Horn and Richo would have caught him. But yeah, he's doing really well to still maintain that 8th position outright.
So there is our final car on the circuit off the line, the Grants, Austruck Racing. Number 1 Engineering. Awesome to see the father and son crew out there. The first time in Fury for that Ford F-150. So I reckon any second, if we look out to our right, we should see the 42 of Denny Brown and George Apted come through. So the time to beat a 59.34 for Chapman and Maguire. And here he is on cue, Brown and Apted. 2-time ARB Australian champs, 3-time Gundy 500 victors. 3-time they've stood atop of the podium at the Pines Enduro in South Australia. And he's going to set an opening section time here. I don't think it's going to be enough to push the top 3, mate, to be honest, yet. But there is still, as we said, nearly 380 kilometres of racing tomorrow. Tom Stevens down there, so he's still in his suit, so it doesn't look like they'll be heading out in the 606, unfortunately. Denny Brown through with 1 hour and 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 1 hour and 30 seconds there for Brown. So he's about 2 minutes, so nearly 3 minutes off the pace. It just shows you the speed there of Chapman and Josh Howes. Aaron Havey right in the mix. Of course, just a quick shout out again to our naming right partners, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Harvey's Service Centre in town here at Hillston and Fuchs. As we see, Andy Brown and Denny Hardman. So that'll be our top 5 coming in order, which is promising. We want all these competitors to come home safe and sound, Ben, so it always makes for a better Sunday when they all get on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely, and just for their sake, it's never fun to drive home after a DNF, but yeah, as we see...
how good's this part? How good's this? Because
Bowie Graham has made some time on Andy Brown. Bowie, the local fella from Griffith.
Oh, what a run. Incredible. We'll get a time for Andy Brown very shortly. But Bo, so 1 hour 2:51, so on pace. I reckon this could be the 4th quickest time of the day for the Graham crew, the checkered flag thrown. They'll be very happy with that. Ella Graham, his daughter in the navigator's seat. I reckon this could nearly be enough on my sort of rough calculations to go P4. There you go, on cue, a 1 hour 2:15 for Graham and Graham. They go P4 at the Gap440 Saturday. What a tremendous run for the Illumicraft competitors here, local crew at Griffith. Well, what a run.
Yeah, now let's see how far back Mark Burrows is, the number 21. Multi-time Fink Desert Race champion. Pretty sure he's won a couple of Australian off-road championships as well over the years.
He's an 8-time champion there, mate. Looks like the 484, unfortunately, is back in the pit area there. So Stephen Kildee, looks like the 21, the 608, and Jason Richards
Richo's back in the pits, is he?
No, he's going well.
Oh,
he's not too far. He's around the 84k mark. But looks like he might have made the move. I've seen the 35 of...
Carl Power now on your screens. Griffith Club president, going well with his daughter in the navigator seat.
Looks like McGinley and Matty Burrows are having a nice tussle out there. Sam Richards is going well. He's at the 83 kilometre mark for the locals. Fortunately, Jeremy Horn is a car that... Oh, there he is, the 35. Well, it says he's still moving. He's around the 73 mark, so he's dropped a number of places there in the Southern Cross. But the good news is still moving. Comiskey going along nicely. Ali Howes. Lockie Campbell. It's extraordinary. I think these trophy trucks and ultimate cars are being outheld by these side-by-side Class 6s, mate, and just shows you where, like you've talked about it a couple of times already, how far they've come in our sport, and I think they're just going to keep going to greater heights.
Yeah, you're right, mate. Like, for a while there was kind of especially around Griffith, you wouldn't be caught dead in a side-by-side. It was the side-by-side just a glorified cattle catcher, but no, they've come in leaps and bounds with these side-by-sides now, and they're a competitive bit of gear, especially in wet conditions. They are really, really hard to beat, especially when we're in a Class 2 car. They we might be able to catch them on the straights, but they'd pass us in the tight stuff, and really, it was a bit of an ego check sometimes.
Great to see Mark Burrows and Tommy Burrows head towards the finish across the line for the 21.
Is that Mark?
Yeah, definitely looks like the Monk Fab. Look at this. Look at Conroy Devine. Will you having an absolute red-hot crack out here in the Can-Am Maverick R. Look at the pace he's carrying into that top far corner.
He has caught Burrows.
He has caught Mark Burrows. I can confirm that. He started a minute behind Burrows. So where is Conroy Devine going to sit? This is a huge story on Saturday at the Gap440. Devine across the line, and have a look at Jason Richards in his dust. Steadies the ship, and around he goes for the final time on Saturday. We'll try and bring you some times, but Conroy Devine's going to be quick, and Jason Richards will be quicker here in the 91. Just look at that, the dust there for Richards, but he will be absolutely... He would have been eating
that for 80 odd
He'll be stoked, mate, with that. So 1 hour 4:14 for Burrows and Burrows. Devine goes 7th quickest with a 1 hour 3:39. And where does that put Richards? I think that'll put... I reckon he'll be sort of around that 5th position. There you go. So 4th quickest for Jason Richards. From 10th to 4th for Richo. He goes in at 1 hour 1:54. So it's Chapman, Howes, Habe, Richards, Bowie Graham, Danny Brown, Andy Brown, Conroy Devine, and Mark Burrows, your current provisional top 9. Wow, what a run. Jason Richards is
10:07 now on your screen, but it is Sam Richards now coming through.
So
great run for...
Tremendous. So it looks like, Ben, the only one we've sort of dropped from that top 10 is the locals, Horn and Riken, but it sounds like he's still moving, and young Sam gets a bit excited, doesn't he, and that heading back towards the crowd.
It's good to see Sam bring it home. This young fella's back on the farm now of his old man.
So where will he sit? Oh, great run. Look at that. 5th quickest for Sam Richards. 1 hour 1:59.6.
In front of Dad?
No, just behind. I can confirm 5.2 seconds between Jason Richards and Sam Richards there in 4th and 5th spot. And then only 15 seconds back to Bowie Graham. So the locals currently in 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Sets up a great Sunday here behind Chapman, Howes and Habe. We are in for a big day tomorrow, mate. I cannot wait as we bring a few more of our competitors through here. So it sounds like
87 of Dean McGinley.
Dean McGinley having a nice run.
So yeah, it looks like Dean's picked up at least one. No,
well, he started behind young Sam, so they're sort of coming in on cue, and Matty Burrows and Lachlan Campbell. Hopefully the next couple across the line, but it's been a nice Saturday out for Dean McGinley. You alluded to it. You spent a bit of time talking to him, and a few issues with the Jimco this week, but just helping everyone else out. I know he's always got cars in his shed there in Griffith, mate. And the event on his mind, Matty Burrows, looks like he's picked up a lot of time here on McGinley. Give you time for the 87. So McGinley goes 7th quickest, 1 hour 2:17. So it just shows you a little bit quicker than Danny Brown, 12 seconds. So tremendous run for D McGinley, which only means it's going to be a better run even more so for Matty Burrows. Where will it put Matty Burrows in the mix? Oh, there you go. So another huge move. Matty Burrows goes 4th quickest, ladies and gentlemen. That's a 1 hour 1:44 for Burrows and O'Byrne in the MBR Jimco. 4th quickest. Sensational run for young Matty Burrows. He sits in there behind Habe and ahead of Jason Richardson, now the locals, in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th spot here at the Gap440. Well, that's nearly the run of the day for me, Ben. Matty Burrows, 4th spot. Tremendous 80-odd kilometres for him. Starting out of that 13th on the grid, so he's technically made 9 places in that hour.
That's really good. That's quite impressive, Toby. Who we got coming up next, mate?
Well, we should have Lockie Campbell, Brett Comiskey, Ali Howes, Bodie Tickner. Well, the next one's away. We'll just get a bit of a look here. And Lockie Campbell around the 84k mark. Comiskey's there. So I think we'll have Campbell, Comiskey and Ali Howes coming in pretty close together. Bodie Tickner's still moving on nicely, which is all good for our big day tomorrow. Jay Mitchell fans, Jay and John are at the 82k mark, so they're not too far off Bodie Tickner. And then it looks like we've got a long gap back to Chris Holgate, who's still moving along. Aaron Nickel is there. Looks like the 35 of Jeremy Horn moving, but only slowly. The 10.24 of Rhett Stanton. Rhett's at the 70k mark, still moving along.
It's good to see Rhett had to do a last-minute engine change. Speaking to him through the week, and he had to rush down to Shepparton to grab himself a new engine.
That is serious dedication. See Sean Harris down there on the fence. He looks very impressed with his Saturday out at the Gap440, warming up for a big Sunday. Might even win a meat raffle or two in town tonight, you never know. Always a great night out in the Hillston community.
Yeah, no, and that's another thing. Like, these events really do bring so many people to a small town that probably otherwise wouldn't see crowds like this. With the money that they do bring, it's great for a place like Hillston.
How good is these drone shots of the 3 Can-Am R of Campbell and Campbell? And I reckon Comiskey's not too far off the back of that Maverick R of Campbell. I can hear a V8 coming over the back of the complex, the Tisca of Comiskey and Cooper. There he is on our screens. Incredible shots brought to you by the production team here at the Gap440. So Lockie Campbell across the line. And I think Comiskey will be starting off ahead of him tomorrow. Just for a quick look at the Gap, and Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan, their aim will be to make a few inroads here on the Comiskey trophy truck.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be fun having a trophy truck running up behind you, but no, he's done well to make up that time in the dust. You know, if you're not familiar with these trophy trucks, we don't have a wind screen, and you're eating dust for a long time on a race like this where it's dry and looks like the wind has even died down a little bit out there.
I mentioned Stephen Kildy had entered the pit area. It looks like his fellow Sunshine Coast-based competitor Aaron Phillips is also in the pit, so hopefully there's nothing too major. We can get those 2 back on the track tomorrow. Lockie Campbell with a 1 hour 4:07. Comiskey with a 1 hour 3:28, so 11th quickest for Comiskey. And we'll get a time for Ali. I think it's going to be quicker again, just by a quick calculation to see where Ali sits. Of course, her brother in 2nd spot, Where does Ali and Sarah... There we go. So, yeah, 11th quickest for Ali and Sarah, 1 hour 3:01. So 9 seconds off the pace of Andy Brown in 11th spot and 27 seconds ahead of Brett Comiskey in 12th. So she'll start off at the moment behind Brown and ahead of Comiskey. So a great run for Ali and Sarah.
Well, we've got a battle on our hands now between...
How good's this? Looks like is it the Bodie Tickner Class 10.
Looks like Tickner.
And Jay Mitchell right on his heels in his Illumicraft. So it doesn't...
Jay won't mind being in the dust. He'll just go off muscle memory around this track, considering he is the property owner. But yeah, now they're coming across the the finish line, brought to you by our local machinery businesses back in Griffith, Seraphin Ag Pro and Kadimo Machinery. But yeah, it does look like Jay's kind of caught up a bit on Tickner there.
Yeah, so Tickner across 13th spot for Bodie Tickner with a 1 hour 3:13.
And then
Jay Mitchell, 8th quickest. There you go, 1 hour 2:16. So he slops in between Bowie Graham and Dean McGinley. So incredibly, mate, it is the locals 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th in the outright order. So that sets up a titanic battle across the 4 laps tomorrow. How good's this shot? That looks
Matt
like
Smith.
it's... he's almost had a big moment on our screens.
He nearly caught a tree then.
How good's the shots brought to you by the production team. Matty Smith almost had an early exit at the gap because he almost went koala hugging there, mate, up in those gum trees as he works his way towards the checkered flag.
I'd be interested to know just what happened in Prologue, because he went out with the front on and came back with it off. So not sure what happened there, but... He's got the hammer down now, and he should have a half-decent time, I expect. He hasn't had any dust to eat for a while, so...
Bit of a leniency there. Once you have to start the event with all panels, and then obviously if the scrutiny can pass and allow you to take the panels off if damaged, etc., that is allowed. So there's probably, he's probably had a little moment out there possibly, or something's cracked, or... got the scrutineer permission to run without that bonnet. Awesome shot here of the McTockton terrain. Not as green as we've seen here over the years. 4th time here to the Mitchells. Hopefully a bit of rain around the corner.
Yeah, it definitely won't go astray once, because, Selwyn is just around the corner for these guys. So, it's what this country looks like at this time of the year. But, It's crazy to think, just a couple of days ago we
had 15 or so mils.
Yeah, and you wouldn't know the difference now between that and before we got that rain.
So just looking at this absolutely stacked top 10, Clayton Chapman leads the way. He'll go into Sunday unless someone springs up out of nowhere, mate. But it looks like Chapman and Maguire will, like they did 2 years ago, lead this event into Sunday's action. And Josh Howes, his first time at Hillston, just 7.9 seconds off the pace in second. And Aaron Havey just a further 24 seconds back in third. There's a bit of a gap then back to Matty Burrows, but tremendous drive, the first of our Class 1s. He's had some tremendous results here over the last 3 years. But to see him come from 13th on the grid up into that 4th spot, Jason Richards will be chasing him down tomorrow. Another one of our, Class 6?
One of our Class 6s, and they are hammering.
Let's try and get a number. I reckon it's Chrissy Holgate. This will be a huge run for him here in the 686. Mark Bartoli in the navigator's seat. Look like he's about to go through those sort of switchbacks through those trees. So that's the 515 of Russell Harris.
That's the Raptor, isn't it?
The Ranger, yep.
Or Ranger, yep.
But Chris Holgate on cue will be the next vehicle to head past the headquarters, the complex here at Matocton to complete lap 1. Got a few corners to negotiate. How good's the vision? I mean, extraordinary. I know we've been a few years now, these live streams in the making, but just to be able to sit back at home, and people that can't make it here this weekend, of course, being here in person's the number one ideal thing, mate, but life gets in the road and you can switch her on for a couple of hours and check out the stream, and it is Chris Holgate. He was going to be full send this weekend. I think he's ticked the box off for Saturday. It's the ex-Australian Championship winning Can-Am X3. Now in the hands of Chris Holgate out of Tamworth. Come out of that top corner very nicely.
Yeah, very smooth. It's very easy to get a bit carried away and let the foot go down a bit much, as we've seen with Sam Richards, especially in that when he came over the line. But that Class 6 there, that was impressive.
So 18th crickets for Holgate and Bartoli there with a 1 hour 5:33. So tremendous run for those guys. I'm sure he'll be pumped with that. And currently not too far off the pace of Conroy Devine and Lockie Campbell. Aaron Nicol, Greg Nicol, the next one's through. Rhett Standen and Josh Liel will be not too far away, mate. The 10.04 single-seater Hurricane of Brandon Hill. Michael Marson still moving in the right direction. Fortunately, it doesn't look like our Jeremy Horn entries move for a while, mate. So maybe a few dramas there for the 35. Tyler Human.
It's 6.65 of Aaron Nicol and Greg Nicol crossing the line now.
So Nicol with a 1 hour 3:45.7. Some more good shots here of the Brendan Hill.
Brendan Hill, yeah. So out of Harvey Bay in Queensland. That's a long way to come down for an off-road race. It's it looks like at least he'll finish this lap and he'll be racing tomorrow as well.
So Aaron Nicol, there you go. He goes in the second spot in Class 6. That was an impressive run. Nicol just shows you Conroy Devine come across in 8th, but now down in 15th position. Aaron Nicol in 16th, but there's only 6 seconds between first and second in Class 6 between Devine, Nicol, and only another 20 seconds back to Lockie Campbell and Chris Holgate in 4th. So we're still await our 20th competitors across the line to complete Section 1, Lap 1 of the Gap440. Shout out to everyone that's joining in on the stream today. Don't forget tomorrow morning. Just have a few shout outs, mate, while we wait our next competitors. Shout out to Moscow Off Road watching on. Bryce Derrick. How's very fast considering Chapman had clean air. Yes, you can take that in consideration. Good point there, Bryce.
10.24 of Rhett Standen now coming up to the finish line. But
yeah, great to see Rhett having a nice run. Darryl Pearce watching on from work in Geelong. Wayne Goodwin watching from Orlando in Florida. Jason Hurds checking back in from California. It's a nice run there for Rhett and Josh. I'll be happy with that, mate.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where he's sitting in Class 10 now. It's just good to see that he's finished that lap. We've had some heartbreak in the past, so to get this first lap out of the way is a good start.
So they got 18th quickest for Rhett Standen with a 1 hour 4:12. So he jumps ahead of Mark Burrows. So Mark didn't have his greatest runs out there. He looked quick as he come through, but he's in 19th and Chris Holgate in 20th. But it sets up an epic, nearly the perfect result for event officials in the Gap440 here this weekend to see so many of our top competitors. I mean, the calibre of the field, you've got Denny Brown, Andy Brown starting tomorrow in 10th and 11th spot. Incredible.
That shows depth right there. That you know, I'm used to seeing Danny and Andy riding in the top 3 and nowhere else. So yeah, that's and that's no fault of them. We've just got some great drivers here today out at Mactofton.
Of course, Danny this weekend in the V8, used to the twin turbo Perry Stellianos on our screens in 11:57. It looks like a couple of our, well, it looks like Brendan Hill at that top corner about to turn it for a finish. So well done to young Brendan Hill. This could be a nice time. Michael Marson for those watching on at home up in North Queensland. At 10:32, I can hear the little GM Ecotech 2.4 litre machine to our right. So one of our Lumicraft competitors.
Marson now.
Good run for Brendan Hill.
Looks like Marson may have caught up to him in the end, but good to see that they both finished this lap.
So Brendan Hill across with 1 hour 4:53 in the 20th position. But as you said, I think this will be a little bit quicker for Marson in the single-seater of Lumicraft. There you go, 1 hour 4:23. So only about 29 seconds between Marson and Hill. I'm sure young Brendan will be pretty happy with that. The veteran of Michael Marson will be chasing him around tomorrow morning. So that's 22 of our starters. I think we had 59. Rough calculation off the line. Just a bit more news coming in. Fortunately, it sounds like the 40 of Aaron Phillips has had engine failure there. That's not great news for Aaron Phillips and Dave Nicholson, so that'll be his weekend over. Some belt issues for the 484 of Stephen Kildley, who'll be back on track in the morning. And the 35 of Jeremy Horn is off the road, off the track, and will rejoin tomorrow as well. The 606 didn't start. 83 Tommy Dixon. And the 404 Robert Guzenhoven. Here's Dale Standard.
Yeah, the number 92. Come on, Poppy Dale, bring it home, mate.
I think what did he start out of 20th by memory? Yep, 20th position. So maybe dropped a few places, but at the end of the day, I'm sure he'll be stoked to be home and in one piece, mate. As we see the Honey Badger, Dave Lufton, coming through to our right as well.
Yeah, these Honey Badgers, they're a wide-looking bit of gear. It's it's just good to see so many Aussie engineering fabrication places that are building buggies still. Goes to show there is a market for it.
So Dale across the line with 1 hour 11:54. So yeah, that's around 6 minutes off the pace of Chris Holgate in these Can-Am X3. So issues, of course, well, look of it for Dale Standard. We'll bring him all that information tomorrow, I'm sure. Dave Lufton across to the 1 hour 5:15. Darren Barker in the Honey Badger 22nd position.
681 on your screen at the moment. Shouldn't be too far away, I don't think.
So Tyler and Paul Newman in the Fusion trophy truck. Shouldn't be that far away from the Harvey Bay, the son and father combination, the 629 of Nicholas Pye, John Herselman, the 621 of Tim Wilkinson. There's a couple of our Class 6s, Jason Keane still moving, Carl Power. So still plenty of competitors to call home, mate. And unfortunately, though, it looks like the Hendersons are Class 2. They're still around the 18k mark, which I'd nearly imagine they should be further along the track than that. Well, that's not great news. Oh, it looks like the Russell Harnett, Kelsey Harnett entries at the 23 kilometre mark, and they started, well, they should be home. They started behind Dale Standard, so they're 60 odd kilometres off the pace. Unfortunately, might be early issues for the Hartnett Class 10 crew. Maybe similar issues for Cody and Rodney Vizza. They're only at the 4:31k mark. Looks like Chris Land has made the move on those guys. Well, Gerseg also, he started out at 23rd. He's only on our rally safe devices. There's Tyler and Paul Human. Well done to those guys. They run exactly identical engine as Chapman in the Razorback. 2JZ 3-litre turboed. Had some strong results.
And today it hasn't been a great day for the trophy trucks. Normally, in a lot of races, I've seen they're battling it out with the ultimate cars,
Yep.
but just hasn't been their day today. Awesome bit of machinery, those trophy trucks. So it's seeing them at full song hitting some whoops is something that makes you love off-road racing, that's for sure.
Well, that's right. That's only the second class 4 we've had home. Comiskey, clearly the front-running competitor in that class with a 1 hour 3:28. Now 1 hour 5:29, so about 2 minutes off the pace. Tyler Human, but still, he'll take that 23rd spot at the end of day one. Again, thanks to our naming right partners, ARB 4x4 Accessories, Harvey's Service Centre and Fuchs in town here at Hillston for the Gap440. Griffith City Smash Tyre Power were our top 10 shootout sponsors here this weekend. Ed Jones in kind, thanks to all the work you do, mate. Elite partners this weekend, Ag Finance Specialists, Asquith Earth Moving, BB Building, Cademo Machinery Services, Fuchs, Greenwich Ag, John and Annette Wade, Key Agri, MR Trans, which is Michael Marston and Seraphin Ag. And there's just tons and tons of more sponsors. Ben, I'll go through the gold ones. Agro Agronomy, Cheatley Hire, CK Cranes, Elders in Griffith, Farm Freight, Grain Corp, Hillston RME, Horn Ag Logistics, Inland Trucks, Keen Grow, Mawson's Concrete, McNabb Fuel. All those guys are unfortunately working overtime the last week or so. Riverina Logistics, Ag and Vet, H Rockies Bulk Haulage, the Cuterlands in kind, Craig McKeon.
Yeah, it's really a testament to these events that we can get so many sponsors like that.
100%. Conopara Hotel in kind, the Clubhouse Hotel, Garethville Shire. Without the local council support, these events just don't happen. Inner Sales and 57 Automotive, which I believe is Perry Stellianos' company in Cobar. Next of our Class 6s through. Also got Debaja, Hillston Ex-Services Club, Hutchin Pierce, Melbergen Pastoral and Co, Matoli Family Farms, Morals Transport, Nemoy Cotton, Owen Toyota in town, Racer Imports, TLP Livestock, Yenda Producers, Lifestyle Living and Gannon's Butchers as our silver sponsors here for the Gap 440. Nicholas Pye across the line in the 629.
Sure could do with a refrigeration and aircon sponsor for this box, mate. She's warming up at the moment, so Dean DeMarco, if you're out there, mate, if you want to do an install in here, I think it'd just be a 2.5.
It's a bit warm, isn't it?
Yeah, mate, she's warming up.
So Nicholas Pye, he goes, that's a nice run, 21st quickest with a 1 hour 4:30 in his Maverick R. 7 seconds off the pace, and Nick Marson in the outright order, so 26 officially across the line is the next of our, I think this is the Wilkinson entry, Tim Wilkinson and Glenn Milne in the 621. So congratulations there to Timmy Wilkinson and Glenn Milne. Home for section 1, 26 fastest with a 1 hour 6:47. 27th competitor across the line. Let's go to our rally safe. Looks like the 10:13 of Jason Keane shouldn't be too far away. Then the 10:43, the local Colin Test Power there. Ben McNamara, Jamie Harrison's moving along nicely. The 6:78 of Darren Franklin. But the story of the day, well, there's a few stories, but Clayton Chapman, hats off to you. Tremendous to turn up again to Hillston McTogden and just deliver once again. Josh Howes is right there, though, in the mix, and can't count him out tomorrow. And Harvey, our current defending Australian ARB champion, knocking on the door of a Hillston victory this weekend. Matty Burrows, Jay Richards, Sam Richards, Bowie Graham, Jay Mitchell, the local brigade. Hotton in the house. Just trying to stop about to work and see where Glennie Collis is on our. So he's still going at about the 76k mark, so hopefully that is all correct there. Ben McNamara and Jamie Harrison, Darren Franklin. Yeah, I just saw the tracker move. So Glennie Collis still coming in. Sean Ratcliffe still moving. Cole Kruger. The Fitzgeralds. Clint Glennon, Adam Moore. The 10:15 of Darren and Stephen. All the 68 of Craig and Megan Barnett. Dave Mendham. Looks like Drew McLaughlin still tracking nicely. Matty Smith in the Brenthal. And then there's a big gap back to Russell Harris, Paul Ranoff and Brendan Hill. Darren Mott's back at the 58k mark, so hopefully everything's going okay for Motti.
Just watching this drone footage here, we got Alex and Jacob Malloy in the Hunter Rivmaster still going. Yeah, in a class 3 on one of these tracks, it's a hard slog, and yes, it's hard not to get carried away and just bring the neck out of it. Next thing you know, you've got a blown engine. So yeah, but now we've got another one of the single-seater class 10s by the looks of it. Who have we got here, Toby?
Jason Keane coming through in the 10:13. I'm sure we'll be pretty happy with this. Jason will be the 28th official finisher for section. Joe Mitchell looks pretty happy with himself down there. He had a nice run. And his Illumi Craft as Jason Keane home in the 10:13 will bring you a time for him. Jason Keane goes 27th quickest, 1 hour 6:58.
Got Paul Grant and Chris Lamb now on screen in the Ford F-150.
That's good news, isn't it? We saw he had something in the front end come loose in the Prologue, which clearly put him out of contention, but here he is. Reckon he's around the halfway mark, maybe a little bit under. Just get a bit of a... So yeah, there you go, 42k mark for Paul and Mark Paul Grant, father and son combo. So unfortunately the Toyota Hilux 516 of Chris Hardy, Ash Weinart around the 31k mark, so that's not a great sign this far into the section. And the 1057 of Cody and Rod Vizza
on screen now. It looks like we've got a bit of a battle here between the Malloys and the Grants.
About to be a move on our screens.
Yeah, I'm sure Paul would be calling up the Malloys over the car-to-car intercom, letting them know that they're there. But I guess time will tell if they're able to make that pass in the dust.
This looks like we've got one of our competitors on the back of it. This could be our Class 2.
Yeah, that looks like the Class 2 of the Hendersons, yeah. And unfortunately, I know just how that feels to be...
in the same car.
Yeah, in that same car, mate. It's happened to us a few times. But, yeah, just the reality of things, mate.
Some more awesome drone shots there of one of our Class 6s. So much of that out there too, of course, along the perimeter of the paddocks here at McTocton Bend, and then they switch back and a lot of look over the right shoulder and there they are. Or
these switchbacks really make it good to be able to see, because with the safety gear that you got in these cars, the hands racing device and whatnot, it's pretty hard to even check your mirrors in some instances. So when you can go back 180, you're able to tell if someone's catching you.
Sounds like we've got a competitor knocking on the headquarters door here. He's about to come into, I think, is it the 1043, Carl Power and Tess Power? I reckon Jamie Harrison is in the mix. Thereabouts in the 639, and also the 69 of, I was going to say, here of V8 of Ben McNamara, Wayne Pascoe. So I think we'll have a few competitors coming in pretty thick and fast here as we head sort of towards the latter stages of Saturday for the Gap 440 for 2026. Brought to you by an array of sponsors: ARB 4x4 Accessories, Harvey's Service Centre in Hillston, and of course Fuchs Lubricants for making this one possible. Brought to you
got a battle here between a Class 6 and one of the bigger buggies. On screen, sorry, but
Ben McNamara coming through, should be the next one across the line. Well, there you go on our screens. Couple of, looks like it's the Jamie Harrison. What a story that is, the 639 going through.
He put on an awesome pass. On Carl Power. So yeah, the Class 6 versus Class 10, and
has Carl got issues, has he?
He might do. That
looks
might
like
be.
It, yeah.
He's nursing it to the finish line. So you better pick up the pace, or you'll get passed again by another Class 6. And it's hard to live that stuff down when you're part of the Griffith Club, mate.
So Harrison across the line will bring you a time for Jamie in a 639. Fantastic to see Carl Power, albeit at a lesser pace. He's home as well. No flats there, mate. And the 678 of Darren Franklin, Rob Hackney also in the house. So a bit of action there. Ben McNamara across in 28th spot, 1 hour 8:17. Carl Power with a 1 hour 9:49. Jamie Harrison 1 hour 12:28. I reckon Darren Franklin still just waiting for that final lap time for.
Looks like it's Glenn Collis now coming up to the finish line.
How good's this? Lenny Collis and Jace Hample. He'll be wrapped with that. Maybe not as far up as he would have hoped for at the start of the day, but hey, he's still in the house, lap on the books.
I'll just be happy to take a finish at this stage, mate. But who have we got now on screen? One of our Prologue cars.
The Sean Ratcliffe Potter single-seater. Glenn Collis 31st quickest, 1 hour 11:53. Darren Franklin 28th quickest, 1 hour 7:55. So that's 33 of our competitors across the line. Definitely looks like the Potter Class 10 of Sean Ratcliffe. It is there, the 1007. So Sean Ratcliffe goes 30th with a 1 hour 8:34.8 there for the 1007 single-seater competitor. Don't forget, those watching on and here still at Mactocton headquarters. Will be going green, scheduled at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for the first of 4 laps tomorrow, Ben. It's going to be an epic day tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. We'll make sure I get out of bed early this time.
Yeah, don't miss your alarm tomorrow morning, 8:30 for the first of 4 big laps of the Gap440. 2 laps, 45-minute compulsory service break, and then they'll return to the start line to meet the checkered flag. Hopefully, we're going on an hour.
Looks like it's the 44 of Kelvin Kruger and Nick Mosley now about to come over the finish line.
Yeah, another one of those crews that very consistent performer. So there's someone not too far. Is it the Fitzgeralds? Looks like a SS car to me, but I've been proven wrong many a times. Kel Kruger across the line, so he'll be happy in the 44. Yeah, there you go. So it is the Shannon and Andrew Fitzgerald. So the SS Race Tech machine, another Class 10 competitor, she'd be very happy with where she sits. She goes 30th quickest, so there you go, ahead of Shawnee Ratcliffe with 1 hour 8:23, and Kelvin Kruger goes 32nd spot with 1 hour 9:10. So it looks like Clint Glennon across the line in the 10:16.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of a battle between 3 of the Class 10s there coming to the end. Your expertise is better than mine when it comes to identifying some of these cars. Now, I'm a bit unfamiliar with a lot of them.
Yeah, there's obviously a few wet. Well, that's one thing you can say. There's a few wet patches. All these cars are covered in dirt, which means there's moisture out there on the circuit somewhere. It doesn't look like Darren Orr's been in too many puddles, but
yeah, but it must be out there somewhere, but nowhere close. The bull dust is starting to come out here and around the start-finish area at Mactocton, that's for sure.
There you go, Clint Glennon, 27th quickest, so he's out of those, a bit of a cluster that come through, the 10:16, and Clint Glennon by far the quickest, 1 hour 6:54. And then Darren Orr, 31st quickest, at 1 hour 8:20.
Just looking at these drone shots at the moment, really just shows how dry the landscape currently is out here. But hopefully, give it a couple of months and we'll get some rain before sowing season starts. That's for sure.
Just had some information. Kelvin Hill shoots through. Paul Grant had crank sensor. Will come loose in the prologue. That tells the story. Thank you. What we saw on our cameras, it looks like Paul and Paul Grant were moving along very nicely. Shout out to Steve Brown watching on from Sydney. Clint Glennon, the grandson of Sora co-founder back then, Joey Bowden.
1070 now of
David Mendham.
Yeah, was Dubbo or Mudgee-based racer come down here.
Yeah, he's got the Dubbo City Motorcycles in town, and they've just also got the Mudgee Power Sports, him and his son and the family. Alex, I'm sure, is watching on probably at work. He's also got a gym car, Class 1 gym car. We'll see him out over the course of the season, I'm sure. He's just become a dad recently, and great to see Dave Mendham. He's been, again, one of these competitors, been around for a long, long time, and I might have used the old word a couple of times at the last time I commentated Dave Mendham, But he's definitely not old. He's just experienced, mate. Loves the Griffith events just down the road, one of his home nationals. Dave Mendham, there you go, that's a 30th spot for Mendham and Barnacote, 1 hour 8 flat. Shout out to me pop Leslie Criddle watching on from Moriarty. He'd have the race helmet on, mate, sitting in his couch. Probably having a stubby, I'd say. Enjoying the action from home.
I think this is...
is that Matty Smith in the Brental?
I think so, unless...
Sounds like it. So we've had 39 competitors across the line. So the attrition rate's been pretty good so far, which is perfect for the event, the championship, the race, on all the competitors, of course. But Matty Smith coming in, I know he's pretty new to the sport. Doesn't get much better than a big V8 Brenthal, Gen 2.
I do love the sound of a good V8, mate.
Don't look angry about the bonnet too. Looks tough. He's going to...
And here comes Drew McLaughlin.
How good's this? Great story. First day on the track.
Yeah, it's always good just to get at least a lap down when you're new to the sport, because it can be pretty dejecting when you just try and you just have mechanical after mechanical and you don't get a lap in.
And he hasn't done much navigating over the...
So, Drew McLaughlin coming home now. It's good to see him finish his first lap of the Mactocton circuit. It's I think you might have some hot gossip for us, do you, Toby?
Just going to get her up here, mate. Yes, I saw on offroadracing.com.au, bit of news here that Craig Lowndes will eyes off the 2026 Fink Desert race in a Silverado. So, I know he raced back there a few years ago, but he's in a Chevrolet Silverado. Going to run the 715. The Fink Desert race coming up, mate. So that's huge news, Craig Lowndes.
Yeah, it's good to see, as someone as well known as Lowndesy get into the sport. So
yep, 7-time Bathurst champion, multiple-time V8 Supercars champion as well, and he's going to trade the bitumen for the bulldust. How good's that?
Not that there's much bulldust there at the moment. Here they are. Todd River's flowing pretty heavily at the moment. So yeah, but I don't think that moisture will last around till the June long weekend. That's for sure.
So good to see the 473, Matty Smith. 29th quickest there in the Brenthal, 1 hour 7:36. So the 40th.
Seems to be a really hotly contested position in this 29th and 30th, doesn't it, Toby?
Yeah, it just keeps popping up. Drew McLaughlin, 36 with a 1 hour 8:38. So you'd be pretty stoked with that. That's 41 of our competitors in the pits. Complete section number 1 of the Gap440. I think we've got a bit more of a gap back to our next car, Paul and Max Renoff in the 620, the Class 6. Brendan Hill's going to be coming in with Matty Wyndham. Fortunately, Russell and Kelsey Harnett, clearly issues there. Craig and Megan Barnett on their way in. Darren Mott's coming in. Lee Ryan. Michael Lesk, Russell Harris. Rossi Newman still heading towards the finish. Perry Stellianos. Paul Grant, Chris Land, hopefully still going. They're still at the 43 mark. Fortunately, looks like issues for the 516 of Ash Weinert and also the 1050 of Luke Ersedge. 1057 of Cody and Rodney Vizza might be moving again, but we'll have to bring you more on that. So overall, mate, it's been a tremendous day. The story of Saturday will be that Clayton Chapman again leads the Gap 440 into Trophy Day here at Hillston. But Josh Howes, I mean, he's going to be pushing him all the way. It would have been fascinating to me if Josh Howes just got in front of Chapman to get that clean air, especially for the first lap, because there's no doubt over the course of 4 hours tomorrow, these front runners are going to catch some of the cars, like the last cars off the grid. That's just the way it works here at the Gap 440, which is fine, but it just allows that first lap to be as quick as they can, get out of the blocks. I'm sure Clayton Chapman will be really looking to put a time down for lap 2, lap 1 of Sunday.
6:20 coming through
That's
now.
The runoffs, yep. So they started, the 6:20 started way down in 50th spot. Paul and Max ran off, the father and son combination. They're definitely not 50th now, mate. They go 39th with a 1 hour 11:07. Brendan Hill, Matty Wyndham should be the next one through. Brennan down from Harvey Bay in the 6:11. Be happy with that. I know the last couple of years he's been plagued by belt dramas, throwing belts there. Put him out of the Fink last year, and I know he started the ARB Australian Championship in March 24 down at the Big Desert 480 at Rainbow. So Brendan Hill across the line.
Up on our screen now, we've got another one of our trophy trucks by the looks of it.
Is it Moddy? Darren Mott in the 435.
I think you're right
Daniel
there, mate.
Floyd.
He's Moddy.
So for those that have been out in the garden or having a Saturday lunch out on the Esplanade of Broadbeach, you just never know. Joining us on the live stream, bit of news, well, not great news, but we'll bring it to you. Unfortunately, Tommy Dixon didn't make the start along with engine dramas. Robert Gusenhoven likewise, I believe gearbox issues in the 404, the 606 of Toby and Tom Stevens didn't make the start. And then DNF so far for Aaron Phillis, Stephen Kildy, fortunately Jeremy Horn. I know Luke Ersedge looks like he's run into some issues, Ashley Weinert as well. So we have unfortunately lost a few, mate, but overall, in the whole scheme of things, over a 90 kilometre circuit in, I don't know, around what would it be, probably high 20s, I'd say, out there. It's warmed up considerably since lunchtime.
Feels like mid-40s in this hot box, mate.
56 up here.
Yeah, but, it's, to have every off-road race, you're going to have some kind of attrition rate, but it's just good, and at least those DNFs were the results of mechanicals and not serious accidents. So yeah, that's good. And here we got Moddy coming across the finish line in a moment.
Also, of course, the Riv Master Class 2 of the Hendersons was on the back of that tow rope probably 20 minutes ago, so unfortunately
that's disappointing. I always like seeing a Riv Master out there, but Yeah, that's a reality of this sport, unfortunately.
Hopefully see Alexander and Jacob Malloy come through. Well done to Moddy.
I hear a V8 in the distance now, mate.
I reckon it could be the Barnett machine.
Just looking here on the screen, looks like we've got a pass at least. Another Class 6 has made a pass.
Darren Mott, 41st quickest in his Bennett truck, 1 hour 11:17. Glenn Collis, Dale Stannon and Jamie Harrison, 42nd down to 44th. Like another one of our... Yeah, it's good to see. Looks like it's the 481 of Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills coming through, mate. That's the Dan McKenzie built machine. He only raced it a couple of times. Of course, Dan McKenzie's like the crew chief of Brett Comiskey, drives his trucks around, does all the work on his race trucks up there on the Gold Coast. Not a bad gig, mate.
Yeah, can definitely think of worse things to do.
But he's built this up himself. I know it's a replica truck of... Doesn't come to mind what he created it off, but that'll come to me soon. But well done to Lee Ryan and Nathan Wills. And Craig Barnett. See one of our Class 6s go through, but hopefully no late dramas for Craig Barnett, because he shouldn't be that far away on my... Might be the Michael Lesk entry through. There you go. Here's the... Looks like this is the ex-Cougar Racing Southern Crosser Jeremy Horn as Michael Lesk. So this is interesting. Clearly lost. He started out a 9th spot, Jeremy Horn, but it looks like he's about to turn for a finish.
Got another car that's...
Yeah, that looks like it's the Towers Motorsport Ultimate Machine of Craig and Megan Barnett. So it's clearly an issue there for the 68 Cougar Racing team.
Just get it over the line,
just
guys.
Get it home. This is what they've done well over the years. They just find a way, find a will to get the job done. Not how you exactly want it. You'll finish your first lap of a race in your new car, but they've got... I know Glenn Towers, the mind and the crafter of this machine's here on site this weekend. I'm sure they'll put their heads together and work out exactly what's happened there with that car, and we'll see them tomorrow morning in 1 hour. There you go, 1 hour 22:33 for Craig Barnett. Puts him down in 47th spot, and Lee Ryan cross in 45th with 1 hour 11:58. So that's 48 competitors now. Michael Lesk, good run, 38th spot for him.
Who have we got there now, mate? Who's still circulating?
Well, I think we've got the 681 of Rossi Newman and Cameron Crowe. They should be the next one through. They've still got probably a few minutes left yet. Then the first of our Class 5s, Russell Harris and Bailey Farley in the 515 Ford Ranger. They're hot on Rossi Newman's heels. And then good to see the 57 Automotive Ultra 4 Jeep of Perry Stellianos. The 1157, he's sort of hit the hard left button, and he shouldn't be too far away as well. So I reckon Rossi Newman, Russell Harris and Perry Stellianos, the next one's through. And then we really are sort of starting to get towards our final competitors on the track. Alexander and Jacob Malloy are around 15 Ks back there, and then the 504 of Paul and Mark Paul Grant.
Earlier on, we did see a nice little battle between Grant and Malloy. The F-150 was massive compared to the little Class 3 Rivmaster, but no, it's just good to see that they're both out there still going.
100%, couldn't agree more. It definitely looks like there's again been an issue for the Ford F-150 of Grant, poor Grant, because he's a long way off the pace now of our little Class 3 competitor. Alexander Malloy's at the 72k mark and Paul Grant's back at 62, so
let's hope they're still going there. At least.
Looks like they're still going. It's been a great day, mate. It's been a pleasure calling the action alongside you for the first time, and
it's
do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, this is my first off-road race. I come from a speedway background, so it's very different to that. If anything, if you could compare speedway racing to anything, it'd be horse racing really, and it's all over and done in 2 minutes. Whereas this is an endurance race, so it is a bit of a test to kind of have something to talk about at times. But it's interesting. I'm just happy to be back at the races. I haven't been to an off-road race since Pooncarie 2021. So it's just good to see some old faces and get back out there amongst it.
Couldn't agree more. That's what it's all about, catching up with some friends, and we are a big one family, and there's always new people to the sport as well, which is one of the great assets and great components of the off-road racing world here in Australia. So
one thing I found with every ARB off-road race I've been to is the sandpit. It's always popular with the kids at it.
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah, it's a great addition. Just dump a load of sand somewhere and the kids will make do with it. So normally if you've lost a child at these races,
check the sandpit out.
The sandpit, definitely.
So the next of our side-by-sides coming through, I reckon this is Rossi Newman, no other than Ross Newman and Cameron Crowe.
So Stellianos now on screen. Made it to the end, which is good.
Still sounding relatively strong there for Perry Stellianos. So good to see Ross Newman. He's been to Hillston before, but first time in Class 6, usually in the Yamaha YXZ, but stepped up to the Can-Am Class 6 this season. His third race already for 2026. He's gonna knock a few up this year, I think. Ross Newman, he goes 47th quickest, 1 hour 13:49 seconds. Perry Stellianos, I reckon the Class 5 Ranger of Russell Harris should just be around the corner. Hopefully he's going to bring it home. Who we got on our screens there, mate?
That's the Ranger right now. So
coming in gingerly, is he? Well, looks at that.
Yeah, I think so, mate. He's
Perry Stellianos in his Class 11 Ultra 4, 48th quickest, 1 hour 17:12.
Yeah, he's coming home very slowly.
So Perry's was the 50th vehicle to complete Section 1, and there's the Russell Harris entry. He's across the line, so well done. Maybe not the grandstand finish he would have liked there in the 515 Ranger, but Bailey Farley in the navigator's seat crossed the line, and I'm sure we'll see them back tomorrow morning for Section 2. 1 hour 24 and 8 seconds for Harrison Farley there, first in class. Tomorrow fascinates me. They will have Chapman, Howes and Havey, sort of the first three. And then we get into the sort of the interesting part of the top 10. Matty Burrows, Jason Richards, and then to Sam Richards, his son, Bowie Graham's in 7th, Jay Mitchell in 8th, Dean McGinley, Denny Brown. Like, to have, 5 locals in the top 10 after day one sets up for a mouth-watering Sunday at the Gap 440.
I'm not. Look, mate, I don't want to toot our own horn, but I'm not exactly surprised that we've had such a great finish so far for the boys. We have some really good drivers, and we've had some good drivers for a long time now out this way, and
of course,
going back, the Ryan brothers, the late great Les Sivior as well,
definitely.
So we're not short of fast drivers out here in the Riverina, that's for sure. But we'll just see, very early on in these races, so I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. So just hopefully all those boys can bring it home tomorrow, and we'll see a couple on the podium, hopefully.
A long way to go in this one. Over 370 odd kilometres left on Sunday. Jeremy Horn, here we go. He just popped up on our Chris Sport results. A 1 hour 58.12 for Jeremy Horn. The good news is, though, he's got that lap on the board. Not exactly sure the section time permitted. Each section has an allotted time from your starting position to complete. Not sure if it's an hour and 45. I'm just not sure. It could be 2 hours. We'll have to get a bit of confirmation on that. But hopefully Jeremy Horn's lap will count here on Saturday. 51 competitors across.
What it looks like is there's an allowed time of an hour and 30 minutes.
There you go.
So, it looks like he might have gone over that. But
see, that can also be adjusted on, I believe, by officials if a number of cars take more time than that. Which, from here on in, I believe, with sort of Perry Stellianos, looked like he was setting a pretty good pace in hour 17. So it's only another sort of 9 to 10 minutes to that hour and a half mark. So have to wait and see. You got to see the water truck out there putting a bit of H2O on the track, mate, for Sunday morning.
We'll see how long that lasts. But, just talking about that allowed time, it reminds me of Stackpool 2019 when I believe it was Clayton Chapman that just got over the line with a couple of seconds to spare. He'd had some mechanical issue out there on the track, and he was just got it home with only a matter of seconds. So really just see the turnaround now with him leading the overall in that pro buggy is.
Was that 19 the last Stackpool?
I believe it was. Yeah. So after that, COVID came, and then we moved on to McTockton. So it's just looking now at the Chapmans on screen, some drone footage there.
Car looks come home in style, didn't it?
Yeah.
The boys working on it. They're very particular in their work, like all our crews here this weekend, but tremendous result. I'm sure we'll catch up with Clayton over the course of tomorrow. But I'll get a bit more of an access to our drivers on the grid in the morning, hopefully, and sets up a beautiful Sunday at the Gap440. That was a great event out at Stackpool too, wasn't it? As you said, over the years, the Griff Off Road Club have had the luxury of some fantastic venues, the Ryans out there for many years. Yeah, so it was kind of a bit of a shame to see it go, but with it being at McTockton, we're able to have scrutiny at in Hillston itself, and that kind of brings it in line with a lot of the other events where we're able to kind of have that show and shine at the showground and bring the sport to people that may not necessarily come out, but get exposed to off-road racing. And in the past, I remember at Gundawindi one year we came across some grey nomads that they discovered the sport, and now they incorporate the races into their travels. So that was awesome. And they were by no means really motorsport fans before seeing off-road racing at a showground, and they were hooked. So no, it's great to have a scrutineering event at a showground, that's for sure. And this year having freestyle motocross demo, it was actually the first demo at the showground since back in about 2003, where Toby Price would jump over a B double. So
yeah, that was awesome to be a part of that. I actually called the freestyle event yesterday with a good mate of mine, Jake Smith and Tommy Robinson. So yeah, no, it was
good
it was
atmosphere
really good
down there last night.
Kids loved it. Yeah.
How good's this? A bit of drone footage. Josh Howes himself a bit of a tidy down there with the compressor.
Yeah.
Blowing off a bit of dust, Hillston dust, McTopton.
There'll be plenty of it on him too at the moment. I can feel it in my nose. So I'm honestly surprised I haven't sneezed this microphone off my face.
That's an awesome. That just shows you off-road racing and how the level of detail and commitment to the sport these days. I mean, imagine if you said in 1980 that a pit crew or a team outfitted look like that, mate.
Well, it's being filmed by a drone and live streamed across the planet
in the middle of the Riverina.
Yeah, no, it's come leaps and bounds. Even in the last few years, you know, when I did my first off-road race in 2017, you know, we did have some coverage at the time. I believe it was Life Off Road would come and do a program, but since then, you know, we've now got live streaming to this. You know, with this amount of detail is honestly amazing.
So I believe we only have the 3 competitors on the track to finish off day one, mate. It looks like the 316. This is a fantastic story. Alexander and Jacob Malloy in the little 316 Rivmaster. I reckon she'll be the next one through. She's about the 84k mark. And then the 76k mark is Paul Grant. And then the last car, the 70k mark's Cody and Rod Visa. I reckon they'll be the final 3 vehicles. So it's a bit of hopefully a restful afternoon for our crews. I know there'll be work to done. We saw a few cars cross pretty gingerly, mate, to be honest. Probably half a dozen or so that look like they'll be trying to work out a few issues. Yeah. Hopefully quick fixes so they can enjoy the McTopton evening. But
yeah, there might be some late evenings for some of the crews. And, you know, it reminds me of, you know, I've seen engine changes in the evening at caravan parks, and that was, I think it would have been about 2018, seeing Steve Graham, also known as Bowie, changing out an engine in the caravan park up at Gundawindi, and the poor owner of the caravan park wasn't too happy with a bunch of blokes banging around on a car engine at 10 o'clock at night, but they got it done. There were still some issues with the car, but just the fact that they were able to do an engine change in a caravan park was pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, there's been some crazy stories similar to that over the years in our great sport. A few that I'm sure can't be broadcast, but we'll leave that for another day. We're still waiting for our 52nd competitor to come across the line, and hopefully, well, it looks like it should be the 316, the little 1300 Suzuki powered Rivmaster of Alexander and Jacob Malloy. Tremendous to see. Should only have a few more corners to go. I think I can hear a little 1300 just over the back of the bar area here, mate. It sounds like there's a few down there enjoying a nice cold Saturday afternoon bevo.
And here we are, the Malloys on screen now. And yeah, shout out to the Conapara Hotel for the bar facilities for this event.
And here it is, Alexander. Great to see her in the little Suzuki powered Rivmaster, like we mentioned, one of the old school chassis here this weekend. A bit of a hard landing over that Serafinag finish.
Yeah,
but
that was hard.
She's got the job done, and I'm sure she'll be very happy with this. Just a second year in racing. across the line. Well done to Alexandra Malloy there. She'll get a time. There you go. So 1 hour 23:53, 50th spot for Alexandra Malloy. She'll be stoked with that one. So just the two competitors, I believe now. So who was your tip before it all started? I actually went on my Frogs Hollow TV episode. I went the Jason Richards, Josh Howes, Mark Burrows was my top three. I think Mark Burrows might be a bit too far back now to podium. Hopefully Jason Richards can still work his way up there. I think a win's not out of the radar. I feel like now he could be a bit too far back. I think we'll have to see issues. Well, hopefully we don't see issues, but for him to get that win, Jason Richards to have an issue for Chapman, Howes and Habe, who sort of have leaped ahead of the field a bit here, nearly a minute back to fourth, minute or so back to fourth. But anything is possible. Only takes that little sharp edge on
it's
little rock.
We've got a lot of racing to go for us tomorrow, but look, it's hard to look past Clayton Chapman. Like he's, I really think at this point, it's a two-man race between Chapman and Howes. But anything can happen. But as it stands, look, I think Clayton can. If he can continue as he is, he'll stay in front, and he may take another win for the Gap440, mate.
Shout out to Huxley Racing, Matty Huxley and crew watching on from Kempsey after they win at the Kempsey 300 only a couple of weekends ago. Buggy working live stream on the TV. This is what it's all about. Mates supporting mates. Doesn't matter where you're competing. I'm sure they're enjoying the call, mate. And as I said, it's been a pleasure calling the action for day one. And tomorrow's going to be a big one. Nice rest.
Yeah, I think a few bevies will be in order after this.
Nice steak at one of the pubs in town tonight, I'd say, and back out for Trophy Day Sunday at the Gap440.
Yeah, mate. Looking forward to it. So who have we got out on track at the moment, mate?
I reckon we've only just got the two competitors. It looks like Paul and Mark Paul Grant. They're Ford F-150 Class 5.
So they're limping, are they?
Well, I think they're going along all right now. They're at about the 84k mark, but clearly have had issues. We saw them overtake the Malloy.
And then, Malloys have just finished now in the Class 3 Rivmaster. So.
And then the 1057, that blue Confab Racing Illumicraft, which is a sister car to Bowie Graham, young Cody and his father Rodney Visa there in the Illumicraft around the 77k mark. So they still got about probably 10 minutes left, and then we'll call it a Saturday at the Gap440. Thanks to, of course, the Griff Off Road Club. Huge amount of work put in just to make this event even look like getting off the ground. Huge amount of sponsors. It takes nearly 20 minutes to go through all the sponsors, which is a credit to everyone involved. We'll get back to those tomorrow. Just, of course, a big shout out to Harvey's Service Centre in town, Fuchs, Raceline Wheels for providing the sponsorship for the for the Prologue, and then Griffith Tyre Power also for the top 10 shootout we saw this morning.
Griffith City Smash as well, who I believe they've taken over as a. They moved into a new premises in Griffith, and they're also like a fully stocked ARB retailer. So goes to show how popular the ARB gear is down here in Griffith. And pretty much if someone buys a brand new dual cab here in Griffith, or any kind of ute or four-wheel drive, an ARB bull bar is the first thing that gets fitted pretty much in the shop. So yeah, they're a good bit of gear, that's for sure.
Few shout-outs on our live stream, mate. Still a few watching on. Brady Lehman watching on from down in South Australia. Stephen Chilby checking in. Kate Fitzgerald watching from Port Augusta. Brycey Derek from up there in Queensland. John Tichborne, how's the Ranger going? Cross the line, mate. Jimmy Cotton, how good is this? Couldn't agree more. Stevie Brown, Moscow Off-Road. Sam Bentley checking in. Steve Burrows, which is Mark Burrows' brother. Good to see him watching on. Great live stream brought to you by the team here.
Just looking at the screen here, looks like Paul Grant is making his way home, and you're right, he is going a bit slower than you would have expected, but
it's, I mean, all these competitors at some stage start out for the first time. Paul Grant's been around for forever, basically, in the Class 4, Class 5 machines, but this is the first time that this truck has hit the racetrack. So just to get around, I'm sure, I mean, if he comes 80th, he won't care as long as he gets some seat time and work his way into the season. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to see the Oz Truck Racing. Mark Paul Grant, his son, who's in the navigator's seat, he's a former class champion in the ARB Australian Championship. So looks like they're going to come home pretty strong here in the 504.
So Paul Grant coming over the Serafinag Pro and Condemo machinery finish line. That leaves us with one car left out on the track, mate.
So yeah, nice finish for Paul Grant. In the 504, they go 52nd quickest. Look at that, just sneak in with 1 hour 27:39. So that, to me, just leaves the one car on the track, which we'll bring home. That'll be the 10:57 of Cody and Rodney Vizza, and they're at around the 84k mark, so should see them coming in very soon. And the sun will set here at McTockton on what's been a tremendous opening day of the Gap 440. We'll be back tomorrow morning from around probably 8:15 for Section 2.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it, mate. An introduction to commentary of off-road racing's definitely been a good one, mate.
It's been good fun up here and calling the action. There was plenty of excitement this morning for the Prologue and the top 10 shootout, and then the sort of the one-lap dash this afternoon to set the teams up for that 4 laps tomorrow, which will set the stage for to be declared fourth the Gap 440 champion. Can Clayton Chapman go back-to-back at Hillston? That is the question of the evening. Josh Howes, can he return to the national winner's circle for the first time in 4 years since he won the St George 399 in March of 22? And looks
just
like
coming into screen now.
Our final car, Ben, is coming over the back of the, sort of around the back of the pits. Cody and
these last few Ks are some of the longest Ks you'll feel in a car.
Especially when you've had issues out there over the course of that, which clearly the Vizzers have had here in the DNF, the Prologue, so it might have been similar issues arising on Section 1, but they seem like they're coming in pretty nicely, yeah. Full steam ahead for the Vizzers. Always a strong Class 10 competitor wherever he competes. I know Cody, his son, Rodney's son's in the driver's seat this weekend. So he'll steady turn the ship and head towards, and in my, looks like he'll be the final competitor across the line for Section 1. Cody and Rodney Vizza, the 10:57. So we'll just see what sort of, I think that'll be over the 1 hour 30, mate, which he'll be the 54th car across the line. So I think that about wraps it up, mate. That's a 1 hour 32:37 for the Vizzers. again, it's been a pleasure calling the action alongside you for day one of the Gap440. Look forward to it tomorrow morning. We'll go green from probably around 8:15 for lap 2 of the event. And we've got 4 long laps tomorrow for these competitors. Hopefully the wind stays pretty constant, so dust is not as big of an issue as it can be out there when it's stagnant. But
Yeah.
looking forward to it, mate. Hopefully everyone has an enjoyable Saturday night, and we'll see you for Go Button tomorrow morning.
Too easy, mate.